So I'm going to go ahead and call us to order. This is the CUSD Board of Education meeting for the evening of December the 10th, 2020. This is a regularly scheduled board meeting for us tonight, although we did adjust the time to account for the county's request that we try and follow the curfew as best we can. So since we do have staff and board members operating from the district office tonight, we are going to do our best to do that, thus the early start. Tonight we will go ahead and approve the agenda, and then the board is going to go to closed session. So if I can get a motion and a second to approve for the agenda, please.
I move to approve the agenda as presented.
Great, thank you, Jerry, and a second from Phyllis. Okay, great. So all in favor of approving the agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. So then moving on, just to double check, do we have any comments on closed session items this evening, Leslie?
You do not.
Okay, thank you. And so with that, the board is going to go ahead and adjourn to closed session. We anticipate that we will return approximately at 5 p.m. or shortly thereafter to begin the rest of our agenda for the evening. So adjourning to closed, and we will see you over there, board members. Thank you. Celia, Jerry.
Jennifer, could you turn off your screen, please?
I don't see Phyllis yet. Oh, there's Phyllis. Okay. I see all of us now, and we have Stacy. So then I will go ahead and call us back to order. Returning from closed session for item, I believe 4.1, but I lost my agenda here. Yes, for 4.1, existing litigation for student 12-10-20A, the board has nothing to report coming out of closed session. Moving us along to our opening items this evening. Item 7.1, excuse me, is our classified employee of the month. And tonight we are honoring our classified employee of the month, Guadalupe de Almanza, our instructional assistant at De Vargas Elementary School. For Guadalupe and any of Guadalupe's fans who are here watching with us tonight, this is how this will go. I'm going to read the content that came with the recommendation from her staff out loud for all of us to hear about her amazing work. And then we will open it up to Nick and any others who might want to speak about Guadalupe, and as well give Guadalupe a chance to speak tonight as well, if she'd care to. All right, so with that, here is the following summary of Guadalupe's nomination. Guadalupe is amazing. She is a caring, hardworking, positive, and compassionate educator who goes above and beyond to support our students and families. She is the major force behind the school's success in helping our Spanish-speaking families feel connected by bridging the language gap. She is an advocate, friend, and mentor to many members of our community. Guadalupe has a love and respect for the students with whom she works, making them feel proud of themselves and of their successes. She learns about their goals before working with them, and she is always 100% engaged and focused on them, warm and loving, and shows flexibility and patience while supporting them. When Guadalupe walks her students to the resource room, you see them smiling and very eager to go and learn with her. Each of her students is an individual with different needs, and she can quickly assess how to help him or her succeed. Guadalupe is also amazing in her support for the teaching staff, knowing exactly how to help teachers who work with some of our most disadvantaged students. Her flexibility in any situation and her willingness to do whatever is needed for the betterment of the students and the learning environment is a top priority for her. Guadalupe is de Vargas's unofficial liaison with our Spanish-speaking families and has done so for many of our Spanish-speaking community. Being a compassionate translator at SST meetings is an example of the many extra duties that she graciously takes on for the de Vargas community. Her dedication to our Spanish-speaking students and families shone especially bright when we started school in distance learning. Guadalupe took the initiative to learn multiple distance learning instruction tools, including Seesaw, Google Classroom, iReady, and more, so that she could assist, guide, and coach our Spanish-speaking students and families who were struggling with distance learning. She reviews with the teaching staff individually weekly progress reports for targeted students to help the students prioritize and complete their work. She is available by phone anytime to quickly respond to parents' questions or clarification, and she follows up with families with kindness and patience. It is due to Guadalupe's unwavering compassion that the school has been able to successfully reach all of our families and provide them with caring and support. Guadalupe is a true ally who willingly goes the extra mile to ensure student success. We are so fortunate and grateful to have her on our de Vargas team. So with that, thank you so much, Guadalupe, for all that you do for our students in the de Vargas community. And on behalf of the board, congratulations on this well-deserved honor. I am going to, yes, I am going to invite Nick to speak. I know he's here with us tonight. Welcome, Nick.
Hi, thank you for having me, and congratulations, Guadalupe. This is more of a matter of what can I say versus what can I say. Like I think I could say so many positive things and amazing things that we would be getting out of here about the same time the board meetings were ending when we were talking about school closures. But, you know, she not only is Guadalupe an instructional assistant that supports not just our special education students, but our entire school, our entire staff. She's also our Spanish-speaking parent liaison who's been instrumental in the communication with both our English-speaking and Spanish-speaking families. The outreach and the communication that we've been able to do, you know, especially this year with distance learning, has been amazing, and it's all been due to the extra time and work that Guadalupe has done. It's a privilege to get to work with Guadalupe because she brings joy to the work. She's always kind and friendly. She has a smile on her face, and she's so willing to help everybody. I think if the day didn't end, she would still be there with kids. If the kids didn't go home and the teachers didn't go home, she would still be there constantly working and helping and asking what else she could do. It's been, you know, her and I she started shortly after I did at de Vargas. So it's just been amazing to see us, how we've grown as a team. Guadalupe, myself, and you know, the majority of the staff. You can tell from the second I met her that she cares about kids. She cares about doing a very good job in whatever her job is. She obviously, you know, I mean, all those comments that were already read, you know, she cares deeply about our students, our families, our teachers, and our staff. One of the things that's so great of a characteristic is her flexibility. It doesn't matter who or when or how she's willing to jump in and help, whether it's helping with a kiddo that's having a tough time getting to class from the bus from point A to point B. She's willing to, like, on the drop of a hat, to switch around her schedule that day and be like, oh, I thought I was working with these kids, but no, you need me over here. Boom, I'm there. And she does, and she takes care of it. It's been a fantastic experience this far, and she's really just encapsulates our whole mantra of what it means to be a de Vargas lion, where we roar, we respect others, we act responsibly. She does that, she models that, and she does that beyond anything I would ever expect of any of our team at our school. It's not only as a privilege, but it's an honor that she is part of the team. And I was so pleased to hear that she was being honored in this way, because she could be classified employee of the month every month, in my opinion. So I do. And Guadalupe, thank you so much. I wish we were doing this in person, but thank you so much for everything you do for all of our students and all of our teachers and all of our families.
You're welcome.
Yeah, it's so much appreciation for you, and we're all very, very grateful that you're part of our
Thank you
team.
very much. Thanks.
There we go. All right. And Guadalupe, did you want to say anything this evening?
I just want to read a few words. Yes.
Great.
Okay. I want to thank the Vargas staff for their support for this nomination and the Cupertino School District for giving me this recognition. I feel honored for receiving this award, which means a lot to me because I know there are many other employees that are working very hard to help and support the students and families during these challenging times. Cupertino District is a great community and it is my pleasure to be part of it. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. And yes, thank you to our entire team at DeVargas for both the nomination and supporting Guadalupe, and as well for all of the work that you do. And Leslie, I just want to check in. Did we have any public comments on this item that I need to wrap to?
We do not.
Okay, great. So with that, Guadalupe, thank you so much for being here with us tonight. We are so thankful and proud for the work that you do with our students, and you know, proud to be able to honor a member of our CSEA team here tonight. And thank you to Principal Nick Pacheco for being here with us as well, to help us honor Guadalupe for all of her great work. Yeah. So
Thank
with
you,
that,
thank you.
thank you. So good evening to you, and we will move ourselves along here to item 7.2, commendation for former Blue Hills principal Audrey Prowse, and I believe I'm turning this one over to Stacy and Leslie. Is that right?
Yes, thank you so much. And it really is, it's a pleasure and an honor to get to introduce Audrey Prowse, who did retire last spring from Blue Hills as our principal. And Audrey is just one of those exceptional people. We certainly feel the loss of her this year. She was a strong instructional leader, but she was also one of those just very caring and compassionate educator to everyone that came across. She would always be one of those that would volunteer to help in whatever needs possible. She gave her time. She came in on weekends. She was always there on the campus early in the morning, ready to serve, ready to help. And it was interesting that she was always a student advocate, but she also never settled on the way that things were. She was always asking, what more can we do? What else is there out there? And striving to really create that strong educational environment for students. I think the community of Blue Hills engaged with her. She reached out and just formed such a tight-knit community that welcomed everyone. And I think we all have felt that loss of her, and know that hopefully she's enjoying her retirement, but know that she is greatly missed by CUSD, and was just such an honor and pleasure to get to work with her over these years. So congratulations to Audrey on a very well-deserved recognition tonight. And I think the city of Saratoga could not have selected a finer person. And so I will turn it over to Lori, who's actually going to read the commendation from the city of Saratoga mayor.
All right, yes, so I'm going to read the commendation, and then I know there are others who want to speak tonight as well. So welcome, Audrey, and thank you for being here with us. So this is the commendation of the city of Saratoga honoring Audrey Prowse. Whereas Audrey Prowse has retired in June 2020 after 17 years with the Cupertino Union School District, and whereas Audrey received her Master of Arts in Early Childhood Education from Western Michigan University, her Bachelor of Science from Grand Valley State University in Michigan, and received a Fulbright Teacher Exchange Scholarship. And whereas Audrey worked as an educator since 1995, including roles as a teacher, coordinator, teacher on special assignment, assistant principal, and principal. And whereas Audrey joined the Cupertino Union School District in 2003 as an elementary school teacher at Sedgwick Elementary School until June 2011, and at Stocklemeyer Elementary School in Sunnyvale from July 2011 to June 2014. And whereas in July 2014, Audrey became the assistant principal at Stocklemeyer Elementary School, where she managed, led, and co-directed activities for 1,200 students, 75 staff members, and 900 families. And whereas from July 2017 to June 2020, Audrey was the principal for Blue Hills Elementary School in Saratoga, where she was well known for her ability to build relationships with staff, students, and the community, including building an inclusive community that celebrated and supported diversity. And whereas Audrey Prowse is known as a compassionate, caring leader, an advocate for staff and students, training new and veteran staff members, planning short-term and long-term initiatives, and as an integral support in developing Cupertino Union School District's current strategic plan. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor of the city of Saratoga does hereby recognize Audrey Prowse for her service to the Saratoga community and the Cupertino Union School District and congratulates her on her retirement. Witnessed by hand and the seal of the city of Saratoga on this 23rd day of October 2020, signed Howard Miller, the mayor of the city of Saratoga. So congratulations, Audrey, and I'm sure they, if they haven't already, they will be getting you this commendation with the seal. And with that, I'm going to ask if there's anybody else who wants to speak before I give Audrey a chance to speak. And I think Phyllis, I know you were on that list.
Yes, I was. And congratulations, Audrey. This is just so well deserved. I have known Audrey since she joined the district back in the early 2000s and have worked with her, never on the same staff together, but we worked on a lot of committees together and did a lot of other work together. Audrey has always been the first one to put up her hand when there was any help needed in the district. She's a passionate advocate for kids. She has wonderful relationships with the parent community. I happen to live in the Blue Hills community where she was most recently principal, and she gets good press from my neighbors and from all the parents around me. So she did some really innovative things at Blue Hills, as she did when she was at Stoppelmeyer. So it's a great loss to our district, Audrey, but congratulations on this honor and on your retirement. Thank you.
I think you're muted, Lori.
Shoot, sorry about that. Leslie, did we have anybody else for comments on this item or anybody else who wanted to speak?
I think we are turning it over to Audrey.
Okay, so then Audrey, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here with us tonight. So I will give you the floor.
Well, thank you. Hi, everybody. I know that there's a lot of Blue Hills Bobcats listening in today. So this award is really about all of us. And I just wanted to thank the school board and thank the Board of Education and those of you who helped make this award possible. Sylvia, Phyllis, Stacy, Leslie, thank you so much. I keep getting tons of texts. I have to turn them off. This is great. And every leader in any position is successful solely because of the team that they have created or they surround themselves with. And so working in CUSD and working at Blue Hills specifically, I have surrounded myself with a wonderful team. If you just think about my family who has supported me since I was a pre-K teacher in 1989, they are on this meeting all the way from Australia to Wyoming. In my house, my husband's right here, in Michigan, in Colorado. So that just is a great example of my team. And beyond that, of course, is the CUSD colleagues and mentors. There's many of you I can see right now. So thank you very much for giving me the skill set and the encouragement and to be able to do the job that I did. And then thank you to the staff and the community and the students of Blue Hills. HR will often tell you, Stacy, Leslie, that you need to find a good fit, and that they don't, you're not a principal until it is a good fit. Well, little did I know that at Blue Hills, that was completely true. And so I do feel like I found my fit and that we made a great team together. And so thank you for helping me find that. It is with great honor and humility that I do accept this recognition from the city of Saratoga. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Excellent. Thank you. All right. So with that, on behalf of the board, congratulations once again on this well-deserved honor, really recognizing the work of a career and, you know, for all that you have done for the children of CUSD over many, many years across a variety of sites. We thank you and thanks our partners with the city of Saratoga for extending this honor on behalf of the Blue Hills community as well. And to my colleagues who were involved in scooping up the opportunity to nominate one of our wonderful educators for this award. So with that, anybody else last minute before I move us along here? All right, and seeing none, I am going to go ahead and move us along. Thank you, Audrey, for joining us tonight, and best wishes as you enjoy your retirement. All right, so let me flip back over to my agenda here. Moving us on to item 8, which is our employee organization communication. I do believe we have Kai Brown, our CEA Educators Association president, here with us tonight.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. Before I get into my real part of my remarks, I'd like to congratulate Audrey as well. She was always someone who was very welcoming to me whenever I visited Blue Hills, and you know, was very personable. Always asked me how things were going. I appreciate that, and I wish her the best. As we get into the board meeting, I want to really start by addressing the CUSD staff and tell them how pleased I am that they've created metrics for determining when it would be possible to start moving out of distance learning and into the phase 3 model. The metrics you create seem to really emphasize safety for our employees, and I really appreciate that. That being said, though, as we look at our timeline to check these metrics, I'd like the board to consider that the longer it takes to make a decision as to whether we're going to stay in distance learning for the rest of the school year, the more anxiety it creates for many of our employees. Going into the phase 3 hybrid model means employees who are at high risk for suffering life-threatening complications from COVID, or caring for family members who are at such risk, or who have children who need to remain home because they're doing distance learning, face a choice of having to going to work or having to take a leave of absence. This is indeed a horrible situation to be in. Going back to the classroom means putting themselves or others at risk, or going without pay and having to take on the full burden of healthcare costs. Furthermore, I'll just say that by delaying such a decision, the district itself is having to expend valuable time and thought towards planning for learning models that may or may not happen. We would be far better off making a decision about staying in distance learning sooner and putting our energies towards improving the current learning models and improving ways to reach students who are struggling and developing opportunities for small cohorts or pods of children to participate in limited social activities. Finally, I'll add that right now, as I talk to many of my members, there's an issue with trust. Teachers tell me that when they talk with students, some of them tell them they've been having sleepovers. They've gone to the beach with as many as 15 other students, and they've traveled to visit cousins and friends in different states. This is of grave concern to many of my members and increases their anxiety about how safe any sort of in-person learning will be. So I urge our families to please follow the county safety guidelines. While currently the daily death toll seems almost incomprehensible, with vaccinations beginning in the UK, we can all anticipate an end to this COVID nightmare. Let's just make sure we are all doing our best to save as many lives as we can until we reach that end point. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you for being here tonight on behalf of CEA, Kai. And then I'm just going to check back in with Leslie. I don't believe we have either CSEA or SEIU here with us wanting to speak tonight. Is that still correct?
That is correct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so then moving us along to item 9.1 is our public comment guidelines. Just to review, we do have a public comment form that is posted on our CUSDK8.org website. Staff usually helps us by popping it in the chat as well if you need the link. The public comment form is how you sign up if you would like to make a public comment tonight. In just a moment, we'll be asking for any items not on the agenda tonight, but then for items that are on the agenda tonight, we will be taking those public comments in line when those items come up on our agenda. We will determine the amount of time we're able to allot to each speaker when we get to those items based on how many we have. In general, it will probably be something between 2 and 3 minutes. Just as a reminder, the board does not respond to comments or questions that are made directly. We listen very intently. We take into account what is being asked or commented on and use that, along with all other forms of communication that we get to help inform our decision-making process, as well as questions that we might ask. As always, you can always email the full board at board@cusdk8.org. We have town halls, we have board office hours, and a variety of other ways which we also encourage our community to participate in. Lots of ways to give input, and we value them all equally. So with that, I'll wrap around to Leslie. Do we have any items tonight for comment for items not on the agenda?
We do not.
Excuse me. Okay, great. So then moving us along, we will take any other public comments that we get in line with those items. So moving us along to item 10, which is our consent calendar for the evening. Let's see, I need to handle 10.1 separately first. So if I can get a motion and a second for 10.1, please.
I can make one, 10.1.
Great, thanks Satish. And a second?
Second.
And a second from Sylvia, thank you. All right, so all in favor of item 10.1, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? And I am a recusal, so hearing none, motion carries 4-0 with 1 recusal. And then moving on to 10.2 through 10.13. Hang on just a sec. I'm going to pull 10.13 tonight, but I do want to ask if anybody else has anything else they want to pull from the consent calendar.
No, I think 10.10 EMC stuff, I want to have a discussion in general.
Okay, and I'm thinking that it might make sense. Stacy, are we allowed to pull 10.13 and keep it for later in the agenda when we get to the parcel tax conversation?
I believe it would still need to be under the consent item, so I think you need to make your decision under the consent.
Okay, let's go ahead then and take 10.2 through 10.12 separately, and then we'll circle back to 10.13. So if I can get a motion and a second for 10.2 through 10.12, please.
I move that we approve 10.2 through 10.12.
Thanks, Phyllis. And a second?
I'll second the motion.
Hearing Jerry for the second, thank you. And then all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Thank you. So then moving on to 10.13. So I heard Satish say he's interested in pulling it, but I'll give you my reasons for what I was hoping we might discuss tonight. First off, I think the dollar amount is significantly higher than I expected it to be. And as I asked for sort of what was behind that, my understanding is that it is because of sort of the interest in polling multiple issues separately. And I guess my main concern here is with a 6% margin of error, what exactly we're trying to learn here and whether or not it would really change any decisions we'd be making, knowing that we have an item on the agenda later on tonight to kind of figure out what we'd like to do here. And so I guess I was kind of hoping that we would be able to discuss our parcel tax item that's on the agenda later on tonight with the, planning for our fiscal stability. And if we decided that we still needed polling at that point, maybe we would ask for it to come back later. But I want to hear from my colleagues on that as well.
Okay, so can I, why I said also, can I add that? Then probably that discussion would be better then, right?
Yeah, go ahead, Satish.
Yeah. So I think, definitely I'm not looking into the content of it right now in terms of like how much is the money or anything. I just wanted probably, I do not want it to be just a consent and approve and go. I wanted everybody to be aware of this, what is going, I want it to be exposed a little bit more, okay, about the survey, the plan. So that's why the idea for which I was proposing to pull it out for us to discuss and hear from other board members as well as the public, right? So that's why I was not really concerned about, or I was not really insisting on the 36,000 part of it. I was more interested in talking it aloud about the survey.
Okay, anybody else with thoughts on this item? Phyllis?
I think that that's a lot of money to spend on a survey, and I am not at all clear on what we're going to learn from the survey or how it's going to help us in making any kind of a decision toward the parcel tax. My impression from previous board meetings is we've all said that it doesn't matter what the survey shows, we're still going to go out for a parcel tax. So if that's the case, then what is $42,000 going to buy us? I guess that's my question.
Okay, anyone else is going to speak or?
Phyllis, or sorry, Sylvia or Jerry, any comments or questions on this one?
I'll just comment. I think, so for me, the survey is really to understand the public sentiment around some of the drivers or perhaps some of the obstacles towards passage of a parcel tax. I would support the, going forward with a parcel tax measure. So for me, it's not so much whether or not a go or no go, but understanding more of the public sentiment around this. And I think there's also, maybe we'll discuss it later, sort of the type of parcel tax here, whether it's flat or square footage. So for me, those are some of the answers I'm interested in learning. I think in particular, since Measure O failed, I just like to understand more. I think I'd rather getting some, I think, hopefully quantitative data to augment a lot of the qualitative inputs we've gotten from the public through emails and various things. Thanks.
Sylvia?
So I'm not totally sure, are we talking about that we are going to move this to discussion item when we're talking about 12.5, or are we actually making a decision about this right now in this part of the agenda?
I think I was hoping more that we would be able to sort of table this off consent for now. And if we get to the discussion about the parcel tax and where we think we're going with that, and we decide as a group that we are interested in moving forward with some sort of polling, that we would ask staff to bring it back at one of our two meetings next week. But I'm one of 5, so interested in hearing what you guys think about that.
And I may be able to add some clarification information on as well. As this contract was being created, we were really in a point where we weren't sure whether the square footage or flat rate tax. And so that did increase the cost of the contract because they would be doing a split survey interview process, where at the end of the meeting, if the board is able to determine which type of the parcel tax we're going out for, then obviously then that part wouldn't need to be determined during the poll, and it could lower the cost of it. So we can come back and review this if we're feeling as a board that we're going to be able to move forward tonight on some of those other decisions. We could, if there is still the interest of doing the poll for ascertaining the sentiment of the community, we can certainly bring that back to another meeting. We have 2 meetings next week as we further develop what type of a parcel tax and the amount we're going out for.
Go ahead, Satish.
Yeah, so I still prefer to have the survey. Okay, I think I'm not here to have this as a consent, and I agree that probably what we can do. My suggestion is let's take it out of consent and let's bring back Tuesday's board meeting based on today's discussion. So is it okay? Have a discussion item rather than a consent there, because let's have the discussion generally on the parcel tax today. Let's understand. Probably that will drive us to make a decision on this. Would that be okay?
Anybody else thoughts on that?
Well, I'm just have some a point of curiosity. Jerry mentioned 3 or 4 things that he hopes to learn from the survey. I've said I don't want to do a survey, but Satish, I would be curious to hear from you what you hope to learn from a survey.
Yeah, so I think I was probably even few board meeting back itself. I was one of the supporters of having a survey. Probably I think I raised this as a my opinion, and the 2 parts of it, right? So I know that I understand the margin of error, what Lori said, and probably how much it's going to add value, but at least it still probably will get a feel. That's number 1. And if you put the right question around it, I think we can really get a sense of it, whether we have a how the public is thinking, and especially when we are going in this 2 path of the square footage based or the flat. That would be one of the questions, definitely, right? And unless we make a different decision today, okay? So this came up before our decision, right? So probably this one of the items which we want to hear from the public is which one they prefer, because we have been hearing from people different opinion, right? So we wanted to see that what people feel, which way it'll. So even though the sample size is not that big, but still we can get because it's a scientific way of measuring, and we can get a feel how it goes. And if you make the right questions around it, definitely a survey is always valuable before we venture into a big number. Big number means like, even though I'm not talking about the parcel tax amount, but we are going to depend on that amount, whatever is going to come back to us. So this will give us an early indication how it is going to go. We can fine tune our, because I think even the timeline is much earlier, because if the survey is going to happen, this is going to happen next few weeks. So even our parcel tax plans and how it is going to be positioned and everything can be fine tuned based on the feedback what we are getting from the survey. It is not just the number, or it is not just the percentage, how many people are going to support and not support. This is my thought.
So can I just, one more comment, Lori? I'm going to push back a little bit on both you and Jerry. The survey is going to survey 600 people. We've probably heard from close to 600 people through emails and public comments and board office hours and all the other ways that we have collected data. And this is what I think I know. We have a group of people that are only going to vote for it if it's square foot. We have a group of people that are not going to vote for it at all because they don't want any more taxes. We have a group of people that are passionate about keeping schools open, and they're going to support it no matter what it is. So I don't think, and one other group that comes right to the top of my head is that we have the business community that's already said they're going to oppose it if it's square foot. So I don't think, for me, at that cost, I'm going to learn any more than I already know about the voters. That's it. That's all I need to say. Thanks, Lori.
No, I would say that my thoughts echo Phyllis's pretty much on par. And I guess the other thing that I would add to the list of what we've already heard from is that it opens us up to legal challenges. And I don't think we're in a position to go there right now. We can talk about it more when we get to the item where it's on the agenda, so I don't want to get ahead of us, but in the context of whether or not we do this survey, you know, it seems like an awful lot of money to spend. You know, it's what, like $60 per response, in order to hear about half of that survey being about something that we know opens us up to legal challenges and endangers our ability to even get the money if we work hard and get it passed. So I guess I have trouble, that those dots don't connect for me, is all I can say to that.
I'm afraid, I think, Laurie, that we are concluding early on that. I think we need to have more discussion.
Yeah, we can't.
I understand your concern, but I think let's not conclude that so early. Let's have a good discussion on that. Okay, either this way or that, it doesn't matter, right? End of the day.
And I'm happy to have that discussion. I'm just saying, in the scope of this contract, that's what's on consent.
Well, I know I answered this detailed answer because Phyllis asked me specifically, but I think so. The best thing for me, I think, rather than we making any decision on this, like, you know, we pull it out and we bring it back, because all depends upon how it is going to go, the further discussion today, right? So otherwise we will get stuck here and we'll get tangled here.
Yeah, that's fine. And I'm happy to, you know, we can, when we get to the item in section 12 on, you know, the fiscal stability, and we're having a discussion about the parcel tax, like, yes, certainly we can talk more about if there's a place for polling for us. I mean, it sounds like everybody has said, and Sylvia, if I interpreted your comments correctly, that you're okay too if we pull it off for any sort of vote tonight from consent and move it to 12 and continue the discussion there.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Okay.
I have a concern. Are we going to kick this can down the road now to the 12th, to the 15th or the 17th? Or are we going to make a decision tonight? Because it seems to me that we just keep kicking this can down the road, and we're going to get to the point where we're not going to be able to run an effective campaign if we don't make some decisions pretty soon. We're just dragging our feet.
No, I
would throw out the recommendation based on just the different viewpoints, is perhaps we pull it from the consent and we can bring it back as actually a discussion action item on the 15th, if that's the board's decision, or the 17th. I don't think that will delay our decision in moving forward on the parcel tax. What it may do is clarify further what the poll would actually be needed for. Right now, again, when this was created, it was really looking at trying to discern between the square footage and the flat rate. We, as we move forward in our discussion later on this evening, may be able to determine that, and that would shift what the emphasis of the poll is, and we could bring that back for discussion, or we could decide that we don't need it after that discussion later this evening. But I do agree, if we continue to push it out, we don't want this contract for polling to detract from the bigger conversation of really what needs to happen is that parcel tax and determination. This is just a piece of it.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, please.
Please go ahead, Jerry.
I was going to say, I'm up for taking a vote on this, either up or down. I understand where Phyllis is getting at. So I think if there are some of us who like to hear more, I'm certainly supportive of pushing this. But if we feel like we know where we are, we can just take a vote on it and vote it up or down right here.
Are you wanting to vote up or down on this contract specifically to the AB model for square foot versus flat, or are you wanting to?
I'm referring to item 12.5 as it is written here, because that's what's the item in front of us right now, right? So that's what we'll be voting on.
So basically, a survey is needed or not?
Right.
Sorry, no. So we're still at 1013, which is consent for approval of the EMC
I'm sorry, I already scrolled down. Sorry, Laurie.
So yeah.
10.13, that's what I meant. I apologize.
Okay. But is the up down on the idea of polling in general, or on this specific contract for the AB is what you're saying we should vote for tonight?
Well, I guess I'm a stickler for language. It's basically exactly this language, the approval of this particular EMC contract for this amount, because that is the item ahead of us right now, right? So
right. And so then if we get to the discussion at 12.5 and we decide we need polling, we'd essentially be asking staff to bring forward a different contract if and about whatever we decide we might want to poll.
That is one way, I suppose, right? Although I guess if we took a vote and we voted this down, then I think we understand where folks are. So that might influence that decision. So yes.
So how do the rest of you feel? Would you rather just vote up, down on this contract now, or would you rather table it and wait for the discussion at 12:05?
Yeah, I think it's, I think from the discussion, it's very clear. I think each of us have some opinion on this. Okay. Whatever the opinion is, right? We have a different opinion, at least few of us. So we can basically make a decision whether we need a survey or not. And if there is a survey needed, then what will be the content we can decide later. So right now, I think 10.13, it's a contract for doing the survey, right? So.
Yep. Well, it's contract for very specifically for doing an A/B survey on flat versus square footage. So
I move to approve item 10.13.
all right, so we have a motion. Is there a second?
Yeah, I will second that.
All right, so Jerry moves, Satish seconds.
Wait.
Sylvia, go ahead.
I guess I was waiting for the third option, which is we'll discuss it at 12.5.
Well, so we have a motion in a second, so now we need to basically call.
But if we vote on this now, are we not discussing it at 12.5 or?
Well, we could discuss bringing back a different contract at 12:05.
Yes, if you vote on this now, it's off. It's off the agenda. Whatever you vote, it's either a yes or a no, approval or disapproval. If you then choose to have, after our conversation at the 12.5, out of that conversation derives a need for a poll, then that would be something that we'd bring back at the next meeting or future meeting.
And it could be bringing back this same contract, Sylvia, to be fair. It would be whatever we give direction to bring back. But I think to be fair, we have a motion and a second. So, you know, I feel compelled to call for a vote since that's what I've been asked to do. And then if we decide we want to bring back this exact same contract at 12:05, we could, but for right now, anything else before I call for the vote on that? Okay, hearing none. So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion fails to pass as 2 in favor, 3 against. All righty. So then moving us along, it's a new experience for us, guys. Moving us along.
You want to make sure you experience everything, Lori.
Thanks for that, Jerry. All right. To 11, our information presentation update on our significant disproportionality and our plan for comprehensive coordinated early intervening services, CCEIS. And I assume that is Stacy and Allison for us.
I will turn it over to Allison and her group, but this is bringing back information that was originally presented into March and some of the findings. So I think Allison will introduce it and then we'll have Jennifer and Stephen take over the presentation. So Allison.
Great.
Yes, thank you. I'll be brief and just remind you that we talked about this last March and we're here tonight to give you in this important area. And I also wanted to just point out that this report and this work has such strong connections to the work that we've already been doing in the areas of MTSS and how we provide supports to our students, as well as the recent work that we've started with the National Equity Project. So Jennifer and Stephen will give you the details and we'll try to help make those connections along the way. Thank you.
Good evening to the Cupertino Board of Education and to our wonderful executive cabinet and community. I'm really happy to close this loop. We've been doing just an amazing amount of work over the last 8 to 10 months or so. And although the information that caused us to do the work was not information we wanted, we're really happy to be able to, now that we know about it, address the issues. And could you advance the slide for me? Thank you. So just as a quick reminder, what we have been tasked to do is to look at our students who have been over-identified for special education, who are African American and Hispanic, and really you pulled together a stakeholder group and focus groups to try to look at data and try to imagine and figure out what it is that's driving this over identification. So we have identified root causes and then actions to take as they relate to those root causes. And then of course we have budget that we have to apply to this work, and then measurable outcomes and next steps. Next slide, please. Okay, so California Department of Education looks at data for these ethnicities and races, and they look at all kinds of different information, from discipline to absenteeism to how they're doing in special education, and there are just many, many indicators. But this particular data is about disproportionate identification in special education. And we were found to be disproportionately identifying African American students and Hispanic students for special education. Next slide. Okay, so our students who are Hispanic are over-identified in general. So our across all eligibilities, they are over-identified for special education. And then very specifically in the area of specific learning disabilities, they're over-identified. And then also in the eligibility of other health impairment. For our African American students, they are over-identified in the area of specific learning disabilities. What is interesting about the specific learning disabilities is that it is very much correlated to language and being able to read, and students are often identified because of those areas. If they're struggling to learn to read, then we're going to say, oh, uh-oh, what's going on, and really look at that. So we really looked carefully also at the components that related to language when we were doing our data polls. Okay, next paragraph, or next slide. Thank you. So just as a reminder, this process requires us to use 15% of our federal special education IDEA money to fund whatever interventions we're going to put into place to support the work. And these monies really are supposed to be focused on things like multi-tiered systems of support and intervention. And what we're trying to do is prevent students from needing special education as an intervention. We also are tasked with not having these monies supplant what we're already doing. It's supposed to be for new interventions to make sure that we're really targeting what students need. Next slide. And now I'm going to tell you about the process we've been going through for about the last 10 months. Next slide. Thank you. So we have pulled together a stakeholder team, including 3 schools, 3 core schools where we had the highest incidence of overrepresentation in special education of Hispanic and African American students, Hyde, Eisenhower, and DeVargas. And so we pulled stakeholders from those groups. So our special ed teachers, our general education teachers, principals, parents, and we've been taking them through this process of gathering data, looking at that data to see what the root causes might be, what is driving this process of over-identification, talking about different possibilities, gathering more data to test our hypotheses, and then eventually, so that's what we've been doing, and then what we're going to be doing is we've put together a plan, and then after this, we're going to be implementing the plan and monitoring actually how students are doing. We actually are going to have a list of students that we have identified in our plan as what characteristics of students, and we'll be monitoring how they're doing and whether they actually need special education over the next 27 months. Next slide. Okay, so these were some of our teams. We had a district leadership team, which included principals at our target schools and directors, and also actually who are not here that should be is our executive cabinet directors, associate superintendent was also involved. We also had a stakeholder group, like I said, including teachers, principals, and other folks. And then we also had focus groups. So we had our technical assistance facilitator from California Department of Education who we contracted with, who actually met with some of our groups to ask them questions and have them be able to respond without district personnel there so that they could really be honest and open. So the focus groups were parents of Hispanic students, parents and guardians of African American students, our teachers at our target schools, which is general education and special education, and then also our district school psychologists. Okay, so I'm not going to read all these, but this is just a small portion of all of the data that we pulled and looked at, looking at students' demographics, whether they were absent a lot, whether there was a discipline history. We looked at our policies and practices across the district. Every one of our target schools actually did a deep dive into student files with particular questions that they were answering. So we were just really looked at a ton of data to come up with our root causes. Next slide. Okay, so the leadership team and the stakeholder team met all throughout this fall, and we, like I said, we pulled the data, we hypothesized, we tested our data, and we came up with our root causes, and then we actually put together a plan to address those root causes, which Director Kaufman will go over with you in a little bit. So this plan includes very, very specific and detailed plans for how we're going to address these needs. And we also a plan for monitoring and a plan for the budget. Next slide. Okay, so I'm going to turn this over now to Director Kaufman, who will go over the root causes and actions.
Thank you, Jennifer. Good evening to everyone. So on the next 4 slides, what you're going to see are our 4 root causes with the high-level actions listed that we will take to address the significant disproportionality. So, and what I'll do is I'll just share the cause and then kind of briefly our high-level actions for each. So on this slide, slide 12, you see our first root cause that we identified, which is an increased need for tiered interventions. Again, something we've been talking about for a while. So students who are functioning at the bottom 10 to 20% of the class are not consistently getting targeted research-based tiered interventions. What we see over time, the disparity grows until these students' skills are far below the performance of peers, and they are then referred for special education. So what we need to do instead, and these are our actions in our plan, is to build up our district-wide reading interventions at Tier 1 and Tier 2. And by using common assessments, we will clarify our benchmarks in ELA and math. And we do that so we can really track the progress of our students. That's what that benchmarking is so important. And that's what we're going to develop. Next slide, please. So this is our second root cause that we identified, and this is in the area of language development. So students who speak English as a second language are misidentified as having a learning disability. So we have our revised English Learner Master Plan. We are providing professional development to principals, general education, and special education teachers to implement this plan, with a focus on distinguishing EL learner needs, English language learner needs, from the needs of a student who may have a specific learning disability. So instead of referring a student for a special education assessment, we will provide the EL instruction needed for the student at their appropriate level. Next slide, please. So this is the third root cause that we identified, and that's a need for training and assessment practices. So we also found that students are over-identified as eligible due to a need for ongoing training for psychologists and speech language pathologists on culturally competent assessment and the effect of second language on academic functioning. So when we assess students for special education and their primary language is not English, we need to determine the appropriate assessment tools and determine which language the student should be assessed in, and identify who the assessor best qualified to complete the assessment is. And it is true that at times the best language is English. It might be their second language, but that has to be determined through a process. Next slide, please. So this is the fourth root cause, unconscious bias. So students over-referred due to unconscious bias on the part of staff regarding students and academic functioning. So the efforts to address this began this fall through our work with the National Equity Project, starting with district office staff and site principals. What we're doing is examining equity issues in our district by considering how we can lead with equity. The further work will be to build school site agency utilizing SIPSA goals in the area of equity supported by coaching. School site staff will work together to look at practices and procedures that can be enhanced to support this work. During this process, we will prioritize the family and student voice. And an example of that site level work is looking at the SST process, the CST process, and all of the SWORP processes in place. Next slide, please. So as Jennifer mentioned, this is this is the budget that we have to work with. This is the 15% of our IDEA funds. So with increased intervention support needed for our target students, we know that staff will need to work directly with these students. This is that group of students that Jennifer mentioned that we will be monitoring for the 27 months. So they will need curriculum, equipment, supplies, and training, along with coaching and professional development to address this challenge. Next slide, please. So this is a large slide with a lot of information, so I'll just kind of share a high-level description of it. So while much of the work has already begun to address our significant disproportionality, this plan that we were talking about this evening is being submitted to the CDE, the California Department of Ed, next week. The next phase of the work begins in January of 2021, and as we said, will continue for 27 months. So during this time, that's the district leadership team, will actively monitor the progress of our target students and make adjustments to the plan as needed. And that's it for that slide. And now at this time, I just want to thank you, for the opportunity to share this information with you this evening. Jennifer, Alice, and I are here to answer any questions and hear any feedback you may have. So thank you.
Okay, so anybody have questions for staff on this one, clarifying questions?
I do.
All right, Phyllis, go for it.
I have two questions. The first one is, and I apologize because I probably should know the answer to this one and I don't. But the question is, how do we know that we're disproportionate? Who told us?
The California Department of Education, and they have they do a statistical analysis of how many students should be represented in special education. And we should not have more of one ethnicity or race, statistically.
So then we got a letter from the department saying you're not out of compliance and you better fix it. Is that kind of the way that works?
Yep, that's it.
Okay. So then my second question is, do we currently assess students in their first language?
It is what we are required to do. Yes, it is ed code, and it is something that is not happening at the rate it should happen.
Okay, so how do we do that? What if a person needed to be assessed in some sort of obscure language? How do we manage that?
So it doesn't happen often, right? But when it does happen, we will use interpreters. So
do we pay for them? Do we ask for volunteers? Do they come from a bank? How do we know? Are they vetted in some way?
So we use interpreters from an agency because it's really important that they are vetted, like you mentioned, and that they are certified and as fluent in the language. Because what we don't want is to provide an interpreter that is not interpreting correctly. And so
and also an interpreter that is going to have some bias in the way they ask the questions. So I assume they're also vetted in some way around assessing people.
Yes, we use agencies who have folks that have the background, or at least have the ability to know the vocabulary that we need them to know.
Okay, and just to follow on, and then that'll be all my questions. So my follow on is, so you said by ed code, we are supposed to assess them in their first language.
Correct.
But it sounded like you said we haven't always been consistent about that. So Correct. Is there a reason why we haven't?
I think that there's been some confusion around the difference between a student being conversationally fluent and having the actual academic language that they need to be as successful as they should be in school. And some, yeah, it is a misunderstanding, I believe, of the requirements.
And so we're doing some training on that?
We are. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I've reached out to the department, the Diagnostic Center North, which is a California Department of Education agency, and they are going to provide us with some free training.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Lori.
Yep. Okay. And I saw Jerry with a finger up earlier.
All right, thank you, Lori. Two questions. So first of all, the parent focus group that was recruited by this outside agency. So can you talk a bit about that in terms of number of parents and what was the methodology? Was it random sampling? Was it asking for volunteers?
Mm-hmm. We actually reached out ourselves as a district to our families and asked for parents to volunteer. So every site recruited to see if they could find parents that would volunteer. And we had, for our African-American parents, I believe we had 6. And I think for Hispanic families, we had 10.
Okay, great, thanks. And then my second question is, you talked about there are 4 root causes, right? And the first one is about early intervention, but the next 3 you listed were really more, I would put in measurement error, right? Either not assessing the right language or bias and all that. And to me, those are very different, right? One is we have an actual problem. The other is more of a process kind of thing, right? And so I'm trying to understand, do you have a sense of how much was we needed to do more early intervention as opposed to there were issues with how we did the assessment? Does that make sense? It's versus our intervention, there's an intervention process, there's an assessment process. Sounds like there are root causes on both sides. Do you have a sense roughly of what that balance looks like?
You know, I would say it's probably 50-50.
50-50?
I'd say that, yeah, you know, both are extremely important. And in the work that we did uncover some real needs for some early intervention at our schools with students who are struggling. Okay. But we also similarly found that about 67% of our students did not receive their assessment in their first language, but only about half, well, fewer than half of the students, about 45% of the students were English language learners. So, you know, when you do the math, it's probably a third of the students that are over-identified actually fall into they should have had a better assessment in their native language. And then the others would be represented by the need for early intervention.
Got it. Okay. And just maybe one other quick one is the plan that Steve talked about at the end. How long does that run for? Is that a year? Does it run until we've corrected this over the threshold, or what's the timeline on this?
So this particular plan is for 27 months. However, we will be getting our new data in probably February. And so if we can, you know, we haven't actually implemented a plan, so most likely we will continue to be significantly disproportionate. And so we will have another plan that we will have to do for the fall. So we'll have to basically update this plan and we'll have another 27 months.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks, Jennifer.
Would it be okay if I added a little bit onto that?
Yes.
But okay. Okay. So just regarding your question about the procedures and the non-procedures, just to add, I think one of the really important pieces of our work with the National Equity Project is around the systems change, you know, just that idea that we know we need to have procedures and processes, but also there's this piece about how people within the system interact with those systems and processes, and those two things have to work together. And so we're trying to capture that balance in our plan as well, knowing that long-lasting change comes from both sides working together.
Makes a lot of sense. Thank you. Thanks, Allison. And thank you, Lori, for finishing my questions.
Okay, Sylvia or Satish?
Yeah, I'll ask.
Okay, go ahead, Satish.
Yeah, so Jennifer, is it like based on, this whole thing is based on the information what we provide to this California Department of Education, or are they doing something? is it like we are giving this data for them to do some assessment and they give us a result kind of thing, or how is this process work back and forth? Because how do they get the information?
So we have a data sharing system that California Department of Education gets, and they get reports from us.
Okay.
Every year they get lots and lots of data.
And if I understand, I think you answered to Jerry, but one more thing. So every year they do an assessment about this results.
This and 14 other indicators for special education.
Okay, and at what frequency we are planning to? We have a 27 months plan, and what interval we will be doing an internal. How do we know that we are on track for this 27 months?
So we have check-in dates, and we are going to be meeting at least at the semester as a team to look at how students are progressing, and then the school teams will be checking in more often.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Sylvia?
Yeah, so I have a follow-up on Jerry's question about the root cause. I saw the same thing that he did with the root 2, 3, and 4, kind of this misidentification issue. So I'm trying to understand the fact that we've been dinged for being significantly or disproportionately, I forget what the phrase was now, but is it in some nature, is it clerical because it was a misidentification to begin with? Or is it that we do have a disproportionate number of?
We have a disproportionate number of students identified. That it is quite it's quite a number, more than it should be, and so it's clear that there is an issue. And like I said, although I was sad to see it, it's also very important, and now we can address it.
Okay, all right, and then just a comment, I guess, about the unconscious bias, and I know that admin and you said front office staff are working on that. Will that be expanded to the teaching staff as well?
I can take that one. So we've had 3 sessions with our National Equity Project partners, and coming up here actually next week, we'll be talking with them about what the next steps will be. When we put together that contract for your approval, we included site level coaching. So far we've been just as a whole group, but the next step will be to think about what would that right next step be for bringing this work to the sites. Our principals want that as well. So perfect timing on that question. And really the vision for that will be, how do we kind of keep a common theme, but really lift up that site level leadership and context, because each site has something different that they'll want to tackle, all connected to a similar theme. So we'll keep you updated on that, and we're eager to take that next step in planning.
That's great. Yeah, I think, I mean, my comment on that is whatever we can do to support our staff so that they can be better prepared to support the students, I think is important. And then the IDEA funds, the 15%. So is that the money is this money coming from Fed or state, or where exactly is that coming from?
Yes, it's our federal money, the money we get from the federal government.
Okay, and the 15% meaning that's 15% of of the allocation that we normally get, or like, so there's a whole other 85% that we're using for other special ed?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Lori.
So I want to make sure I first review my understanding for March with these dollar amounts. This total was of our IDEA funds, that was per year, right? Annual, not total for the 27 months of the work we're doing?
No, it's for 27 months.
Oh, that is, okay, so that's not annual, that's spread out over a little more than 2 years.
Correct, although we will most likely have another 15% in the fall that we have to, for the new plan, for the next plan.
Okay, and this represents no new funding for us. This is essentially saying to us, take our existing funding, carve out a portion to assign to this, I don't want to call it a project, this specific targeted change in the way that we're doing something. And I would have to assume that then, Allison, we make up for, I mean, we already know that we don't receive sufficient funds to even begin to offset our costs. So then this 15% just becomes more of an encroachment onto our general fund for other aspects that we need to continue to support. Is that a fair way to look at it, or?
Yes, I mean, one way that I look at it is that this is actually not really about special education, right? It's kind of, it's what we do to support fewer kids getting identified in special education. So this work, it connects really to the LCFF supplemental work that's in our LCAP. So we are going to have to enhance these funds with other sources that are also designated for supporting kids who need supports. And yes, I mean, we have to kind of reorganize how we're covering costs in order to be sure that we can identify this 15% that typically would have funded special education. So, I mean, it's sort of all helping us avoid future costs in special education as well, right?
I think you're going exactly where my next question was, which is obviously this isn't about the dollars, it's about the kids, right? And so part of what would normally come with being identified might very well be intervention and services, which sometimes is more touch points for kids and more individualized instruction for kids. So if the whole point of what the government's asking us to do is to essentially no longer be identifying as many kids, there's still a reason why some of them were identified, and that may mean we're not getting them what they need in other ways, which is leading to the identification right now, the misidentification right now. But so I'm frustrated that this doesn't come with any new money for us, because it doesn't mean we don't still need to make sure they're getting what they need and supporting them in their growth and making sure that that year of growth is happening for them. And so like, where is that in this holistically?
Right. So, I mean, from a programmatic point of view, we were already on this path of wanting kids to experience success earlier, right? And not waiting for huge gaps where we're looking to special education and, you know, having to provide those more intensive supports. That also means that in the budget planning for this year, we also were anticipating some of these costs, things like the Sunday reading program, for example, or the National Equity Project work. So there were some very important data pieces that came out of this work, but it was sort of reinforcing that other work that we were planning for. So I think it affirmed the direction we were going in, and I don't think we felt like it was a huge budget upset. We knew last year that we would need to set it aside for this year, and it kind of, you know, I think we're prepared to do that without a lot of rearranging at this point in terms of budget.
I think an important piece of it too is that it really is reinforcing what I think we have been having our conversations over the last year, 2 years, is really that whole MTSS that's going to reach all students and across the board. You know, this, as painful it was to see some of these results coming out of the work, it really was that awareness that we do have some work to do. We do need to do some investment into our interventions so that we have all of our students addressed. And, you know, we've had to pause some of our work with our MTS over this last year due to the budget. And our hope and desire is that as we're moving forward, those are those program supports, resources that we bring back so that we do address it in a much broader realm than just our students that were identified here.
And so then my one other question is, talk to me about, so the whole point of this is that over the next 27 months, we reduce from the over identification amounts that we're at for various populations, demographics in our data down to this being more in line with state average, county average, state average. And so obviously we have some students that are going to be essentially rolling off of identification in that period of time. We're going to track them longer than just this 27 months, right? We're going to, what are we going to do to ensure that if we're rolling kiddos off of service because they were misidentified to begin with, that they're still getting what they need?
So I think one way that we're thinking about that is, yes, we have this specific list of students that these target schools are working with, and they will have coaching and we'll have the monitoring meetings like we're talking about. But more broadly, we have this larger commitment that's a part of our strategic plan about personalizing for all learners. And we have new assessment tools such as iReady this year, or Imagine Learning for ELs. So with all of our school principals, we've been talking about these results and how it connects to that bigger vision. And so for all students, we're trying to improve the way that we monitor and assess progress, and how we establish those routines at the school site, and how we build up our interventions. So I think that the way that will play out is we will be monitoring these students through this process, but we're also building that bigger process that will allow us to keep that monitoring going, because it's beyond this set of kids, you know, that we happen to be kind of flagged for. We're trying to build that broader system. So yes, it will need to go beyond. This is sort of a bridge, one portion of our MTSS work, but really we need to think bigger than this.
So, I mean, can I anticipate something like these kiddo, and any that we're rolling off, or that as we do this work towards no longer identifying as many, that they would be reviewed regularly through like our SST or CST process, or is?
Yeah, so they're in the plan, it specifies being sure that we have an intervention plan for these specific children, and then that we monitor how that's going. But then also with our other structures, you know, we will be able to take a look at how the kids are doing, for example, on an iReady assessment at the reporting periods, for example. So.
Oh, is it in an interval is what you're saying, in between,
Right.
whenever they would, okay, I see.
Yeah, or maybe that may line up, you know, it depends on how the site set up their intervention plans. But we already have some of those structures in place that schools already use for students, you know, as they're bringing those names forward. So it's just about connecting the dots on all of those things.
Okay, and I'm sorry, one last question. So if any of these kiddos that are in this cohort that we're being asked to look at right now in this moment, and or any new kiddos that would have normally been a part of or would prior maybe have been recommended for at least assessment. If a kiddo's rolled off, we will be able to roll them back on if it becomes clear that that was not what was in the best interest of the child, right?
Right, because a part of it has to be identifying the process for something like Sunday reading, for example. Like what would be our criteria for putting a student into that program and then exiting that student and progress monitoring. So that will be a part of it too, is how
Okay.
do we, what does that flow look like for a student?
Okay.
Yeah, I'd add that, you know, you have a system in place to determine when a student needs an intervention, and you also have that system in place when they no longer need that intervention. That's the some of the monitoring that you do. So that I would just add that.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Any other board members? I want to make sure if anybody else needs any further questions. Anybody? Okay. And I will just let you all know, I have to sign off on this as our board president this week for it going. So if anybody thinks of anything as I go over this with staff in more detail tomorrow that they want to shoot my way, I am happy to dig in with the data with Stephen before I sign off on it. So just let me know if anything dawns on you after the meeting. Anything else from staff or board members on this item? Not seeing any. Okay, thank you to Allison, Stephen, and Jennifer and team for bringing us this update. This is important work and hard work, but good stuff. All right, thank you all. And with that, let's see here, back to my agenda. Moving us on to item 12, our discussion. Our next item is 12.1, our reopening of schools update. And back to Stacy and Allison.
Thank you. And again, wanting to update you, currently, I think we were on a very positive trajectory several weeks ago, and the county had moved into orange, and we began our planning into our phase 3 and as we were returning from our winter break in January. as we all know, in these last couple of weeks, that the county has really taken a shift into the purple tier, has really put in that safe at home, stay at home requirements, the mandatory not traveling. And so we really have taken all of that into consideration and really been pausing in December. However, we were fortunate as a district that we had started to already implement some of these small cohorts, small groups of students. And even though the county had shifted into purple, because we had began those, we were allowed to continue. And so although they've only been for a short time, I think we're seeing some of the success, and we'll continue to build on that as we continue our planning. And I just, throw out the reminder, when we created the 4 phases to the reopening, it really was to allow us that flexibility to shift forward and to shift back. And we are certainly seeing that put into place over these last weeks. And we will continue to plan so that we can shift between those and make decisions as we move into our spring timeframe. So I'll turn it over to Allison and her group, and we're going to walk through some of our planning around what will be coming up after January.
Thank you. So last time we talked, we heard lots of important feedback from you. And so we're going to try to touch back on some of those key points that we heard from you at the last meeting. Definitely, you expressed that consistent focus on safety, and we talked about the metrics a little bit last time, and you asked for a little more detail on that and affirmed the importance of having really clear metrics for our community and our staff. We talked about the timing of targeting February and how that made sense to us at the last meeting. You encouraged us to think about starting small and encouraging the creativity of staff and focusing on things such as social emotional learning, the arts, and that sense of belonging and connection, in addition to, of course, our academic focus. You also asked us to think about the role that parents and the community could play, especially in that community sense of safety. And you highlighted the complexity of the hybrid model and concerns around the workload for staff. You encouraged us to keep planning and bring some ideas back to you today. So we'll share our thoughts and a recommendation, and then we'll ask you to see what you give us some feedback on that recommendation. So next slide is the one that we've seen many times. It's that 4-phase framework. Today, we'll be talking about some ideas for phase 2 as well as phase 3. We can keep going. Our interests on the next slide, they've been growing a little bit over time with your feedback and the feedback of stakeholders. So that top one there, it's the same core idea, but we've added strengthen community norms. We talked about that last time, about how we live out those health and safety protocols, both on campus and off campus, is an important part of this work in preparing for a potential phase 3. We also added the importance of emphasizing the social emotional learning, wellness, the arts, and connection and support for students. That's been a consistent theme in recent feedback and in your comments from the last meeting. Also, that statement at the top, I think we've had the spirit of that in there all along, but definitely was brought forth at the last meeting. We don't know when our reopening date will occur, but we know we want to plan and be ready for that moment. Okay, next slide. So last meeting, we brought the idea of these metrics, and you asked us to build it out with a little bit more of the specifics. Most of these things are really not new ideas, but they weren't packaged in this way. And we've gotten some good feedback as we've tested this with some of our stakeholder groups, such as PAC and DLAC and our staff in our different loops of feedback. This is showing again metric 1 being level of community spread, and our proposal is that we wait until the county officially declares orange, knowing that there is that grace period when the county is making that decision, that we would want to see stability in that. So wait for the official declaration and then be sure that that remains all the way until the student opening date, and that we have that prediction in the conversations from the health department that we're expecting that to remain stable, and that we're not expecting a big shift. Metric 2 is our staffing level. So this is connected to the choices that parents will be making on our next survey, knowing how many students will be coming in person and how many will remain distance learning only. Making sure that we can match those students' needs with our classroom and support staff, that all of our HR concerns are addressed and staff are supported to know their options and know how things will be progressing, and that we have that testing available for employees at no cost. And that's actually getting up and going next week. That curative contract that you approved is coming into play. So that's good. Next slide, metric 3 is campus readiness. So this, as we mentioned last time, we have this new certification process by the county, and we also have our local checklist. So we would want both of those things to be in place. And metric 4 would be, this is also part of the county health guidelines, that there's a threshold for campus closures due to COVID. And so we, of course, would not want to be having any outbreaks. If we did, we would not want to be moving forward. And also, more anecdotally, we would want to know that if we were moving from phase 2 to 3, for example, we would want to know that our small steps in phase 2 were going well, and anything that needed refining was addressed and refined prior to moving forward. We also talked about assessment periods for utilizing the metrics at the last meeting, and you suggested that we take another look at that, targeting a February start date, and you asked that we try to make it more frequent. We had some trouble in looking at the calendar once we start looking at how the days connect to the student breaks and kind of how it flows all along the way. So this is what we came up with as our next best thinking. I will say that as we shared this with our different stakeholder groups, I think the general sense was good to have assessment dates. That's helpful for staff and community. Some of our stakeholders expressed a hope for earlier assessment or much later assessment, or even to hope that we would consider remaining in distance learning for the full year, as Kai mentioned at the start of the meeting. The reason why we didn't include an earlier assessment date, 2 reasons. One, our current context and your hope that we could target a February date as expressed at the last meeting. But also, we anticipate that we will need those first few weeks of January to work out the staffing details. We will be sending out the parent selection form hopefully tomorrow and getting all of that in before winter break. We think it will be fairly complex to make sure that all those staffing needs are addressed. And so we don't think we could be ready with that piece of the metrics prior to January 19th. So the idea here is that we would have staff return, if all the metrics were hit on a given date, we would have staff return to campus the usual 3 days before, like they do at the start of the year, plus 1 additional day to review the safety trainings that we would want to have completed. And then after those things were completed, teacher planning time and setup time and safety training, as well as other staff, then our student return date would come. In that first window there, I do want to acknowledge that some of our stakeholders pointed out that that's right before the February break. And from a student learning point of view, that does present some challenges. The kids are trying to learn new safety protocols and get into a new routine, and then there's a break. So as I mentioned, it's tough to find the right date with all of the constraints and looking at the calendar, but that is one that was pointed out during our feedback loops. Others asked if we might consider waiting until the 3rd trimester. We did share that if we are unable to open by April 1st, we would like to request that you consider allowing us to remain in distance learning through the end of the school year. By that time in the spring, our attention really does need to be focused on the transition of students and closing the year in a way that will support student success. And so trying to restart and having a new system at that point, we feel would be tremendously disruptive. Okay, so I won't go through all of the dates, but that's the general gist, is that we would have a flow and different checkpoints along the way. How we imagine that working on the next slide is that this period before winter break, we will provide families with as much information as we can to ask them to make their choice, knowing that, of course, these things are intertwined. Their choices also inform our final plan. So I know that sometimes it's not the level of specificity everyone needs, but we're doing the best that we can to share the details that we have at this time. Then right after winter break, we would follow up with phone calls from the sites to anybody who hasn't turned in their selection form, make sure that we have as much of that information as we possibly could. And then we would go into that staffing process. And once that was set, or this possibly might be overlapping, the third piece that we would need to do is be sure that our staff is supported with collaboration time. If we need professional development or a shifting of resources such as tech equipment, we'd need to make sure all of that is in place, and that may be ongoing beyond this window, of course, as well. So this is circling back to phase 2 and phase 3. One of the things that you asked us to do, and we also heard quite a bit of feedback from parents and staff, is expand what we're doing in phase 2. So currently we have learning hubs at some of our school locations, and we had a very strict criteria for how we would identify students who need support. Our next hope is that we could offer a learning hub at each school site in the district. So principals are working on thinking about possibilities for that and talking with staff about how that might be possible. And then building on your ideas from last time, we have an idea about site-based pilots. There are lots of ideas that we're hearing from staff about potential support options, as well as ways that we could address needs beyond how we traditionally think about academic support, but some of those other social and emotional pieces that we've been talking about. Phase 3, we imagine being a hybrid schedule, and we'll talk about that. We'll show you some visuals on how that could look coming up here soon. So I don't think too much has changed in what we shared since last time on that, except we did get some feedback on the elementary schedule that we had originally envisioned a shorter amount of time, but the feedback was, with all the hand washing and safety protocols, that we need enough time to be sure we have enough time for instruction, and also to get kids on and off the campus, and for parents to be able to drive and pick up and drop off and have it not be too short. Okay, so our next slide here is about this phase 2 pod idea. So in addition to the hubs, we would like to find a way to really lift up some of these creative ideas that we're hearing from school sites. And we see a lot of these ideas are connected to the section in our strategic plan about the whole child, things that are related to wellness, which would include things like social emotional learning, physical fitness, and overall balance. And also things related to student creativity, the arts, STEAM kinds of activities, and then just that general sense of belonging and connection. Some of our kids are really just needing some more connection time, and need that support, whether it be with their teacher, another staff member, or their peers. And so we've been hearing some requests and ideas, and our intention here is to work with our implementation team, use some samples from other districts and our strategic plan to try to come up with a process where it could be, the ideas could be brought forward to a district team of some sort. Maybe it'll be our implementation team to be sure that we're checking off all the safety factors, and also be sure that we're gathering feedback on how these things are going. Another area that I wanted to mention related to this is something that you raised in the last meeting, and that is just the complexity of the hybrid model and the concerns about staff workload. Some of the ideas that are coming forward about the potential for phase 3, we really need to test. And one of those things is just how we might be able to use or need new tech equipment is something that staff's been asking about, and certainly we would not want to be making a big investment in technology equipment that was not useful in the long term. And so that also could be addressed potentially through this pod idea. Okay, so Marie is going to help me share with you some of these visuals about potential phase 3 hybrid models.
Okay, thank you, Allison. So the first model that I have, I know it looks a little busy on this slide. I apologize for that. But I wanted to share the general gist of this. This is for the K5 model. And what this is demonstrating on the left-hand side, you see a basic idea about the hybrid and how that might work. So we have an opening and an instructional block. These times may vary a little bit depending on the grade level. So TK and Kinder might have a different amount of time in their opening than 4th and 5th grade. But these are instructional blocks that are already in place. We would have a break, and then we'd have another instructional block. One of the things that I want to mention about this is that it really depends on how the school, and even maybe the grade level, structures what happens at each of the instructional blocks. So perhaps they want to start with an opening and then go right into reading and writing. The possibility of starting with math might be what some grade levels start with. So we're not dictating that, but we're just demonstrating the different instructional blocks that are important. There are special programs that are also a part of every TK to 5th grade students experience. So we have PE, we have art and STEAM, we have music and library, and those fall within different times. So we didn't want to dictate exactly where that is, but just know that that's a piece that's also essential. We have lunch, and with that, the plan is to pick up and to go. Within this in-person hybrid time, the idea is that we're offering equal amounts of time for kids that are at home in distance learning as well as in person. So there is a balance that is happening there. And then the idea is after lunch, all kids are in distance learning, and that's where we'd really dig into the support in small groups, and maybe it's even one-on-one. And it's also independent practice time. So that's the general idea. And what you see on the right is just a sample of how this might look. So this is representing an A-B schedule, having 2 days right next to each other, Monday and Tuesday as the A days, and then Thursday and Friday being the B days. This could possibly be switched up based on the school need too. But it's just a sample to show you what it might look like. In the gray area, what you notice is that those are the times when distance learning is happening or at home learning, when kids go home, when the asynchronous work is happening for all students on Wednesdays, in addition to their opening that would be in distance learning. So with this model, we're showing that it's 2 days of in-person instruction for those that opt into that. And it might be that for urgent learners, we could extend that to more in person. So there's that thought of, how can we serve the varying needs of our students? If we could go to the next slide. On the next slide, what we're sharing is the hybrid instructional model for middle school. So in this one, we have two different possibilities, and this is really dependent on data. So the data being how many students actually want to be in person. In the first model on the left, you see an ABCD model, and it's color coded. What this means is that students would just be assigned to one day that they would be in person, and the rest of the week would be distance learning. So they are essentially continuing with the distance learning plan, but some might be in person in the classroom. With this model, it would be a 2-week rotation because the teachers would want to be able to see all of their students that are in distance learning. So for example, on Monday, on the A day, maybe in week 1, it would be period 0, 1, 2, 3, but the following week, it would still be on Monday, but it would be periods 4, 5, 6, so that they can see all of their students that are in person. So that's a little complex. If we find that there's not that many students that want to come back, we could go over to a similar AB schedule like with elementary. The concern for middle school in particular is that we need to keep the numbers down, and that is a requirement. The kids need to be 6 feet apart from each other at all times. And so, managing large bodies in very finite square footage poses a challenge for us. So we're trying to get to that sweet spot of keeping it definitely 14 or below, but hoping for maybe about, the range of 10 to 14 kids in a class at any given time. So if we have a low group, we could have that AABB model that I shared before, and then we wouldn't be flip-flopping weeks. It would always be the same each week. And the students that are opting to be in person would be there 2 days a week instead of once a week. The whole schedule does not change. The schedule that's existing right now would be the same schedule, the same flow. We don't want to get into changing the whole master schedule because that's a lot of work to do in a short amount of time, and it's working. One thing I want to also mention with this instructional model, as with the elementary model, is that we have those office hours and that time for small group instruction. And this is something that we're really thinking about. How can we bolster this up even more and make sure that we're meeting the learning needs of all kids? So these are the proposed models, and we have shared them and gotten a lot of feedback from faculty at all of the different sites, and it is it's where we're landing right now, and we think that this is the best approach to our next phase.
I'll also acknowledge that we took out the options for approaching hybrid teaching and staffing, because we really feel that we need to have that student data to know the numbers that we're talking about first. That is, one of the complexities of approaching this, and we really need those numbers and further conversations with our staff before finalizing that. Okay, so we're kind of transitioning to another piece of this puzzle. Last time when we talked, we shared the CEA survey results, and you asked us to collect some additional information from our other employee groups. And so we have some of the CSEA survey results to share. And Leslie, if you wanted to be the one reporting this, just jump in. I don't think we ever ironed that out, so I'm just going to keep going unless you jump in.
I am absolutely fine with you going, and then I will add to it if needed.
Okay. So similar to the CEA survey, our CSEA members provided some really important feedback about their feelings regarding our next steps. And you can see the notes down at the bottom there. The first question is about the desire to return to school and the needs that our employees are experiencing, either about their own circumstance or perhaps people that they're caring for. So similar to the CEA survey, we can see that we have a large percentage of staff members who are feeling that it would not be safe for them to return, and having big concerns about what that might mean for them because of their own health or the fact that they're caring for somebody in their household. And you can see the percentages there and the reasons that were listed on the survey. Okay, we can keep going. And also, we thought this was an important piece to highlight, that of the people responding to the survey, we had almost 80% say that they were very concerned about working with students in person. And some of the pieces of the feedback from across the survey that we wanted to highlight is that we had, we're thankful that 160 people responded to the survey. So that's 33% of the CSEA group. And some of the pieces that were ranked as very important or important that we wanted to highlight are listed here. So almost 93% of the staff highlighted the importance of PPE, a little over 90% hoping that we will have temperature checks, 87% wanting to be sure that COVID testing is in place. Very high percent, almost 98% concerned about mask requirements for students in all grades, as well as the distance, 6 foot distance, not only in middle school, but in all grades. And then also similar to the CEA survey, our staff really want to have details about daily cleaning, not just what we're going to do in terms of process, but the frequency of cleaning. So we're very thankful to our staff for providing that feedback to help us deepen our understanding of what's been on their minds as we think about phase 3. Okay, so just kind of thinking about next steps and our challenges, we also wanted to highlight that last time we talked about our challenges, and some of those were kind of tactical challenges, and they were all really critical to phase 2 and phase 3 planning. At this meeting, we wanted to take a step back from more of a higher level view and just acknowledge that, as Stacy said at the beginning of the meeting, and Kai also mentioned in his comments, we have this really big, important commitment that we've made to our students in our strategic plan. And there are so many aspects of this that feel so important right now during this school year, but also as we look ahead to what our kids will need in the future. And so along with our phase 2 and phase 3 work, we're looking for those opportunities to have that long-term positive impact, and especially in the areas of student foundations, making sure that we know what our students are learning and what they need next, and that we're using data to do that and to enhance the supports that we're providing them in this moment and beyond this moment. At this time of year, we always feel that pull of looking ahead. We'll be starting the LCAP process. We're starting to think about our next improvement steps for next year and getting our building blocks in place. This moment is incredibly challenging in terms of splitting our focus in many, many different directions. And so just acknowledging that we have critical work to do in this bigger area as well. And it's harder than usual to focus on these things. And we know it's even more important than typical as well. We want to be sure we're able to fulfill that commitment for our kids. So our recommendation is that we keep pushing forward on our ideas for phase 2, and we build out those ideas, that we publish our reopening plan that our wonderful communications team worked on, that we get that model selection form, that next survey out to parents as soon as possible and get that data back before winter break so that we can take action on it. We think we need to test out the metrics in January and build a public dashboard, but also be flexible in knowing that when we start testing out that system of metrics, we may find that we need to make adjustments to some of those dates or processes. We think we need to use it to see how it works. And that we need to really pay attention to those staffing needs and being sure our employees have the information they need, and we're using that student data to match up our staffing plan and clarifying that for staff so that we can continue in our MOU processes as well. And we wonder what will happen between now and January, and we want to suggest that we take these steps, but also be open to reevaluating the plan in January as needed.
Okay, you ready for questions from us?
Yes.
All right. So I'll just go in the same order as last time. Phyllis, do you have any clarifying questions you want to ask before we discuss any of this? Oh, and you're muted, Phyllis.
I just have one question, and I think it's for Marie. I understand we walk a fine line between autonomy of schools and telling them what to do. But in this case, I kind of want us to lean toward the telling them what to do side, because I'm worried about the schedule that you presented. And I'm worried that if the schools have too much flexibility on that schedule, there's not going to be equity and instructional minutes consistent for kids across all schools. So can you talk a little bit more about your thinking on that and how much you're going to tell them what to do?
Well, yes, I'd love to talk about that. You know, the instructional minutes are set, and we will not vary from that. That's absolutely essential. And our principals all know, you know, what those markers are that we need to hit. So the flexibility is more so like for elementary, what they would place where. There's also flexibility of like when the specials are going to happen, when they're going to have PE, when they're going to have art or music. So that is more so the flexibility I meant. And I apologize if I wasn't clear about that. In terms of the middle school schedule, we've been having a lot of discussion about this, and it might be tweaked a little bit, but I think it's pretty solid. Everybody wants to have the block schedule and stay with it. And the Wednesday is the asynchronous work time. We all have office hours where there's support for students happening. So all of that and the amount of time and how we're doing it is quite similar, but it might be a little just nuanced. So we're tinkering tinkering around the edges, but we've got some very big guidelines that really govern this. And so no one's going to go rogue.
Some of the flexibility pieces that schools have asked for in the elementary level are things like, what if we didn't want to do Monday, Tuesday as A and Thursday, Friday as B? What if we wanted to do Monday, Thursday A, Tuesday, Friday B? Things like that.
Yeah.
And we also asked the staff, should we designate like a specific content area or something like that? And their feedback was really, we as teachers, we know the entire schedule, what's in person and what is not in person, and that they needed to be able to be responsive to the needs of their grade level or their students in a given week. So some of the teachers gave examples like, I really need to work on writing in person, and others said, not writing, it really has to be reading. So I think we're thinking that they, just like always, we don't tell them what time of day they have to teach it, but we do have a consistent set of instructional minutes and an instructional block that this is the same schedule they're experiencing now in distance learning in elementary as well. And that's important because if we had to go back to distance learning only, we would want to have that consistency of structure.
Okay, thank you. And just a comment about the flexibility of the Monday, Thursday versus Monday, Tuesday. I think some consideration probably needs to be given to if they have an elementary and a middle schooler, and would those schedules be somewhat consistent? Just something to think about. So
we've heard that feedback. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Lori.
Okay, so then I have next to my rotation, Jerry.
All right, thank you, Lori. If we could go to slide 6, please. I have some questions about the metrics. So I'll limit myself to 2 questions, Lori. Thank you. So on the last item for metric 4, it talks about overall positive feedback, anecdotal, and from staff and participants. So I was wondering if you could say a bit more about what you mean by anecdotal and who you mean by participants. I'll be more specific. Qualitative to me is different than anecdotal, right? You can be something that's anecdotal and yet quantitative. So anecdotal sounds like, to me, you're just going to get like random inputs from people as opposed to, so I don't know if that's what you meant. And by participants, I was wondering, are you going to be, do you consider students and parents in participants, or what's the current thinking on that metric?
Right. So right now it's a pretty small group. So we are able to kind of have a pulse on how that's going. We were not imagining doing like a formal survey, but more, we've been hearing things from staff like, you know, this is working or this is not working. And there's conversations that are happening between the principals and the families whose kids are attending. So we were imagining it being just informal in that way, but we could formalize it, and we may need to as we get larger, but more of like, okay, this is working for me, or this has been a challenge, you know, just small things like how we're getting the kids on and off campus, or, oh, it was really confusing. The kids didn't know their logons. We thought they would know it and they didn't. Just little things like that need to be addressed.
Okay, all right. No, I'm certainly not necessarily advocating for formalizing it. It was more sort of just understanding the thinking here, and that helps. I mean, what I see here is metric 1 is really dependent on the county or our environment. 2 and 3 are within our control because these things we do. And then 4 is really basically how the system plays out. That's how I read that. So I wanted to understand that a bit more. My second question then is around phase 2C, the pods. We could go to slide 9, I suppose. We could maybe park there. And I'm wondering about, in particular, the timeline here. When are we able to start? It says coming soon. So I was wondering when we'd be able to do that. And when would that come to an end? Would it come to an end when we enter into phase 3? Like if we never, let's say, for instance, we hit April 1st and we decide we're just not going to go back, then do we run phase 2C? Do you see us expanding that? I know a lot of this is maybe a little speculative, so I'm just wanting to really understand your thinking of philosophy right now as a sort of a 2C. So any comments you have on that would be appreciated.
I anticipate that it could potentially be a mixture of things. For example, one of the things that we have heard feedback on regarding the hubs is that we originally hoped it could be more than 1 day a week. That we know staff has been voicing that we have students who need support more than just 1 day a week. And so some ideas are starting to pop up around, is there a way to do it 4 days a week? How could we do that? And so that kind of thing, if it was working well through a pilot, we may find a way to expand, and then we wouldn't do the pilot anymore because it led to some, innovation that was better. Some of the ideas are more short-term and kind of more, I guess, a different kind of creativity. So I think it could potentially be a mixture. Some of it is about how could we do phase 3, like I was speaking with a PE teacher the other day who was imagining, okay, how could this work? How can I get up there and try this? That kind of thinking. And others are saying, how might I make this club possible, for example, short term. So I think we do need to work with our bargaining team to figure out what all the parameters would be and how we would work it out. Our implementation team will be meeting tomorrow to try to draft up some ideas about how it could work. Our initial thinking is that it would be short term so that it's not an overly long commitment for staff when they're so very busy. So we probably start off with a short term and then kind of see where it leads us in terms of impact and success.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Lori, those are my 2 questions. Thanks.
Okay, and then next I have Satish.
Okay, I think Jerry asked my question again. Okay, I think my focus, I want to be, I think, more on phase 2 in general, not more than phase 3, because phase 3 is like we have a plan for phase 3 in terms of like how it is sliding, right? Like if it every month periodically we are assessing, that's great, and we have a plan clearly there when we can start it. That's great, but I think my worry is now to March, let's say, due to some reason, like if it goes towards right more and more, right? So obviously the 2 is going to become stronger here, right? So I think we probably, I think since you already answered a little bit, I can't ask those questions, but still I feel that the 2B, 2C, probably we should plan it much more, in detail. And I think if really a question, if I had to ask, like I'll say that how 2C is going to be different from 2B, kind of, right? So what is the number of participants, like, the kids in each class, or how much of the coverage you are expecting here, like, right? So, because my view is a 2C should be very close to a 3, kind of, because it's not a hybrid, I would say, but very close, because Kual we missed into A, 2B kind of things, and 2C should be a significant number, right? So, since you answered some of those, do you have something more to talk about 2B, 2C a little bit more? Because I want to insist on that a little bit more, my focus.
So 2B would be an expansion of what we're doing to support children who have high needs. So these would be children who have academic needs, engagement needs, social emotional learning needs, and it's support driven. So we have a criteria and we refer the students in. Our idea for phase 2C is that this would be a way to really lift up the innovation of staff who have ideas. So it wouldn't be driven by students who need support. It might be not students who need support, but just a group of students that has contact with a teacher who wants to test an idea. We need to work on the how to make sure that kids can access this opportunity across classrooms in some way, so that we're not so that we're watching out for, as much as we can in a pilot, equity and opportunity across classrooms. We also want to be sensitive to staff. Not all staff can implement a pilot, even though they might want to, because of health conditions and other things. So we want to be sensitive to that and have opportunity and options, but we think that that will be a small test group based on ideas that are coming from staff.
So in 2C, parents would have a say that they want to send their kids, like probably who does not belong in 2B, like a special need or 2B.
Right.
What I
Yeah.
understand is like it is for only selected, right? Only certain type of kids. Or so the C, a general, like let's say if I want to send my kid, kind of, right? So would there be an option for parents to, or such parents to, participate in that for their kids?
Yeah, so the way that we're seeing that work in other districts is there may be a staff member or maybe more than one staff member who has an idea that they want to try, and it's a short-term situation, like maybe 2 or 3 weeks, where they're testing out an idea, and an invitation goes out to a group of children via their parents, and the parents opt in if they want their children to participate. So we're not thinking about across a whole system. I'm just trying to follow up on that conversation we had last time about, it might be okay to start in small ways so that we can test ideas before going for a full system rollout. That is one of the most challenging aspects of this situation is we want to be thoughtful and implement things that will work.
The other thing too, as we're looking between the difference of the 2C and the phase 3 hybrid is going to be the timeline. When we come back in January and things are improving and it looks like we are on that pace, we're doing our metrics, we're meeting our metrics, and it looks positive that we'll be moving into the phase 3, that would definitely be where our energy is, because there is some planning. But if we come back and we're remaining in purple and the outlook is that we're going to remain in purple, then that really would shift our energy to make sure that we are doing some of these pilots and getting our students back in. I think either way, it depends on where we are with our health conditions, and the goal is one way or the other to enhance opportunities for students to come back on, whether it's all students in the hybrid or just increasing the amount that they could come into 2C. So it really will be one of those. I think we'll have to stay very flexible and monitor as we move forward.
Yeah, I think that's great. I think that's what I was looking also, and probably some point of time, or this, upcoming meetings, if we can expand it with more on 2C plans, and we can continue reviewing that. But at least we need to have a basic plan on this 2C, and that would help us to, work around that. Then that's all I have. Because my focus, I want to be more on phase 2 rather than phase 3, because I'm ready to. I have to make sure 2 is success. That's an interim actually before we get into C. Sorry, to phase 3. Okay, Laurie, I'm done with that.
Sorry, I had to unmute. Okay, and then Sylvia.
So I, like Satish, I'm excited about the site-based pods. I think it's a great idea. I love that idea that we're giving our teachers a chance to be innovative and try these new ideas and pilot them. And, really this is, it's what's the phrase? Mother of necessity is the mother of invention, right? So I'm looking forward to the innovation and creativity that's going to come out of that. I'm excited that it's going to be expanded to more than just certain populations, and it will be open more. So thank you for the work on that. The hybrid model, I had some questions about it. So if you could scroll down to slide 12, I think. No, this one, sorry, 11. So I wanted to find out a little bit more about so if the teacher is teaching in person and distance, they're doing it simultaneously. Is that the model that is being proposed right now?
So this is the area that the slide that we removed from this presentation, because we know that there are a variety of ways of addressing it. That is one of the ways that it is a complex kind of model, and it would be a new approach for our teachers. Another way is working in moving the children to a new teacher, so we can actually have distance learning or in-person teachers. So we really need to have those numbers before we can finalize the staffing model and how it will work, because we don't know how many kids we're talking about, and we don't have the full picture of our staff needs yet.
Okay, all right, so that helps me understand, because I think, because I do remember seeing a different, I think if it was the last presentation that we did a few weeks ago about rumors and Zoomers and things like that. And so I guess my concern or my question or thought would be, the equity between in classroom and distance if it's happening simultaneously with the same teacher having to bear the burden of both. And I'm sure that's something that's already come up with feedback from staff as well. So I guess just as you continue to monitor that, keep that in mind. And then the other thing that we had talked about at some point was the fact that right now distance learning, at least for the core academic subjects, is actually being taught, pretty well on distance learning. And so there was a conversation at some point about that the time in person should be more on the social emotional, more on the arts, more on the, the things that are more hands-on or things like that. And so I'm trying to take that conversation that we had and put that in here, because I don't totally see that being translated here either with the instructional blocks, because then it seems more like that traditional model of academics in person and not so much of the philosophy of saving the core academics for online and pushing the in-person as more of the other benefits. Can you talk about that?
Yes. So one piece of it just comes within the block that a teacher has. The teacher is making the decision about what to utilize that block for. So when we were testing the idea of having kind of one focus, that we had pretty strong feedback from teachers that they don't want us to say, you will use the in-person time just for this purpose. They want to have flexibility to use their whole schedule for what they feel their students need. The other piece of it is we don't have extra time, right? It's the same schedule we're using. So they're in a routine of making sure that they offer social emotional learning and the arts and all those things, but also all those academic pieces. So I think it's just also hard to stop the current routine and implement something new because it's still the same amount of time. So I think that everyone is very aware that the students benefit from a focus on those things, and they're doing that now also in distance learning and would continue to do it during in-person, especially around that, connection building piece. But I think it's not what they want us to implement is a consistent focus of the time for all teachers in all grades.
Okay, that makes sense. And then I guess the follow-up for that then would be with if it is a model in which, or I guess depending on the numbers that we get back from the parents and the kiddos, at that point the decision would be made whether or not it's keeping you with your teacher or splitting you up into a distance learning teacher or a in-person teacher so that the teacher workload would not be so strenuous. Is that understanding correct?
Yes, and we would want to keep you updated on how that staffing metric was going, because originally when we were talking, we know we have that interest of minimizing disruption.
Yeah.
We may find ourselves in a very disruptive place, once the numbers come in. So I think we would want to be able to report back to you on how many moves, what will this true impact be?
Right. Okay. All right. And that data will be coming, or that survey is going out tomorrow, you said?
Okay. Yes.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Lori.
Yeah, and thank you, Sylvia, because your second question was where I was going to start. So you just took one of mine. And so I'm hoping, Marie, maybe you can talk to me. You touched on it briefly, but in the phase 3 models, sort of what we're proposing right now, I know I had expressed last time, one of my key concerns is sort of balancing the time, if you will, between our group that's going to elect to continue in distance learning versus the group that comes back in person. And I'm still, I'm not fully understanding, and maybe I'm not meant to at this point, and that's okay, but that is going to be a really chief concern for me, is how we're ensuring that we are giving adequate attention to trying to split our attention between groups, especially knowing that if we truly are, to Sylvia's point, talking about academics here and not about some of that whole child support activity for the reason why we'd come back in hybrid. So if we're saying we're coming back in hybrid specifically for core academics being on the table, that feels very different to me in terms of a planning around that. How are we going to ensure that we aren't ending up with learning loss in both groups, quite frankly? So talk to me about that.
It's a real concern.
Yeah.
We are all concerned about this, and it's a juggle, and we're also concerned about the load that's on our teachers, quite frankly. You know, it's a lot. So one thing that I've heard, especially from middle school, is the concern that, like, boy, they're already feeling constrained as it is in distance learning to try to cover all of the curriculum that they need to cover, and they're doing a great job, and they are concerned about this. So you know, there is that chicken and egg thing going on too, of we don't even know the numbers that we're talking about of how many kids would be back. So the scenarios, we can play out all sorts of different ideas, but until we have the data, it's really challenging for us to figure this out. It is a very, very challenging puzzle to sort out. And I don't know, Allison, if you would have more to share on that.
Well, I think what I would add into that, Marie, is just that may be, as we receive the data from our parents and we start looking at trying to create these schedules, that may be the obstacle where we come back and figure out and ascertain that we can't do this schedule. It's just, logistically, it may be impossible for us, but we really do need to get that information to start the work on it. And that will lead us into our next decision or our next model or our next plan. And it really is that starting point.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I'm happy to wait for the data to come back on that to talk about that further, but I guess fair warning, that's going to be a big one for me, is talking about that further, because I think, you know, it goes without saying that of course there are outliers, but I think overall, if I pull a Phyllis from earlier in the meeting when we say we've heard from hundreds on this topic, and I try to synthesize a lot of what we've heard, it's that the academics right now are actually working well. It's the isolation, it's the social emotional, it's the, you know, I'm talking feedback from parents specifically right now. We've had also lots of feedback from staff, but it's feedback specifically from parents. There is a desire for more synchronous time, especially in those lower grades, right? I know that the people who have shared information with me, you know, especially if they've got little kids, you know, a kindergartner and a first grader, a kindergartner and a second grader kind of thing. Their experience right now has been very different than, let's say, my experience with a middle schooler, where my child is getting a fair amount of synchronous because he's rotating between periods and seeing multiple different teachers each day. So I know that experience is different. I know that it's different just because of where the kids are in their developmental appropriateness for it all. But I also, I don't know, I try to synthesize everything I've been hearing, and I don't think amongst parents that the concern that I hear about over and over and over again is so much about the academics. The concern I hear over and over and over again is about the desire for the connections and for the FaceTime, and you know, sometimes that comes across as just a desire for more synchronous, but sometimes that comes across as a desire for in-person for the sake of that whole childness that is totally separate from the academic learning. And so if we're compromising, as these things require us to consider doing, I just want to make sure that the compromises we're making aren't impeding our ability to fundamentally deliver on the education and a year's worth of growth and a year's worth of time for the academics. And I'm not discounting at all the year's worth of growth and a year's worth of time for the social emotional and for the whole child aspects of that at all. I'm just saying if that's the compromise, that we're compromising on the academics for those things, then I want to understand what that compromise is, and the fact that we are probably compromising on equity between the two different groups here in those aspects in order to achieve that. So that's going to weigh heavily on me. The other piece I want to ask a little bit more about is the phase 2 and expanding that. Can somebody talk to me a little bit? I know that right now our staffing for 2A is pretty much a voluntary basis, where we have staff who are making a commitment to come back in person on Wednesdays for those cohorts on a voluntary basis. If we look at expanding into expanding our learning hubs into 2B or into 2C, what happens with that staffing component at that point?
At this point, we have an agreement that it will be voluntary for the phase 2. We don't have an agreement yet about phase 2C or phase 3.
And so, like for us to expand beyond Wednesdays, there's an implication there for teachers who are already carrying their classroom load. For us to expand the offerings on Wednesdays specifically would require more volunteers. For C, if we're saying that's site-based pilots, would we be looking to every site to have some sort of pilot going on, or would that be some sites but not all sites? Like where does that fall?
So for 2B, the idea is that we have Wednesday hubs at more of our schools, hopefully all of our schools. For 2C, I don't think we were imagining a required pilot, I guess, more of like where it was coming up from the sites, because we know that these conversations are happening, and we would expect that it would look different across sites. And I think we would want to try to embrace that difference as part of the spirit of the pilot, and know that any of those ideas that we're working, we would look at potentially expanding to other sites if it were possible to do that.
Okay, I'm going to have some feedback when we get to the discussion, but I'll hold that for the discussion. So that's it for questions from me. Does anybody need a second round of questions? Did you have further questions you need to ask before we get on to a discussion?
I
I
just want to follow on to your questions, Lori. It's my understanding that under phase 2A, the current learning hubs, we are partly staffing those classes with substitute teachers because we didn't get enough volunteers. Is that true?
Yes.
So I guess this is kind of a budget question. So if we expand into 2B and even 2C with more of these hubs, and we don't get the teacher volunteers to come back, are we looking at a huge budget hit because now we're hiring subs to cover those classes?
You want me to take this, Allison?
Sure.
So we actually had budgeted for subs throughout the entire year. So we do have money that has already been allocated. We specialized and pulled out our initial 20 subs, but we do have in the budget to pay for additional subs. Our hope and intent had been that we were returning to in-person at some point and would probably need to utilize those subs. So under our budget, we do have a sub pool amount. I don't foresee that we would exceed that.
Okay, so just so you know, I'm concerned about it. And then the second follow on to Lori's question is about going into phase 2C and whether or not it's going to be at all schools or some schools, or maybe 2 or 3 at one school and none at another. I guess I have a little concern about competition, about comparison, how come this school's doing this and my school's not? I don't have a solution for that. I just wanted to raise it as a little bit of a concern that's kind of nagging me a little bit.
Okay, anybody else clarifying questions before we move on to just sort of a general whip around for discussion points?
And Lori, if I may, before heading into the discussion, I think an important element of it is all of the questions and comments that we've heard, and we certainly hear, we had a town hall with our staff and received feedback from them. Those are all those questions and challenges that I know that Allison and the implementation team have been looking at. And you know, our commitment is to continue to plan for phase 3, but also as we're continuing to plan for phase 3, we may figure out that we are not able to provide it and offer it to meet all of these needs, all of these questions that are being answered. We may have to come back and say, you know, we have taken all the information, we've taken all the data, and we just don't believe that our phase 3 is going to meet the needs. And in that sense, we may need to do a morph and do a somewhat different of a hybrid. And that may be where we look at, we stay in distance learning for the academics and we look at how to enhance some of those other opportunities. So those are all those questions that are weighing on, and we don't necessarily have the answers for them. We're chugging along on them. I know staff is continuing trying to address and move and adjust and get the feedback, but those are also our same challenges and our same questions, I think, as well as we move forward. Is one of our staff members at our town hall last night said, we hope that you will continue to be creative in your planning. And I think my response was, I think that's the only way we can, because there is no set plans. Nobody is giving us a blueprint on how to do this hybrid. So we're being as creative as we can, and we'll continue to adjust and morph as we go.
Okay, so with that, shall we go around the horn here, so to speak, to give everybody a chance to sort of weigh in with just general discussion thoughts?
Excuse
Lori,
me.
can we do public comments?
Oh, goodness. Thank you, guys. Yes, we do have a couple on this item. Thank you for always keeping me accountable to that. So Leslie, I believe we've got a small handful here.
We do. I believe we have 6 or 7. I've got to look at the one that just came in, but
okay,
for sure we have 6.
Okay, so then I know we still have a lot on the agenda to get to tonight, guys. Do you have a preference for 2 minutes, sticking with sort of our 2 minutes versus 3? I see 2 from a couple of people.
Yeah, I think 2
is good, Satish. Okay, so we'll say 2 minutes for each comment here, just so that we can continue to work through our agenda here. For those of you who missed it when I opened the meeting, I talked about the fact that part of the reason that we moved up our start time today is because we're trying very hard to be responsive to the county's curfew to get our staff and board members who are at the district office home at a reasonable hour. So at any rate, so we'll go ahead and say 2 minutes per public comment. I'm going to go ahead and take those starting names from Leslie now, which means we'll go ahead and close any additional cards on this item, but please do feel free to put in your comment cards for the items that are coming after this on the agenda. If that's the way you'd like to go, you can also always email the entire board at board@cusdk8.org. So with that, Leslie, can I get the first names from you, please?
Yes, we've got Noah, followed by Dana, followed by Liat, followed by Avital. If the 4 of you would please raise your hand.
All right. So I see Noah's raising her hand, so let's go ahead and start with Noah, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Great, thank you. So dear board members and staff, I want to just convey this message. You need to mask up and reopen our schools. Schools are not super spreaders. We know much more now than we did when the pandemic started. Emerging evidence in Europe and in the US shows schools have not been major centers of transmission of the virus, especially for young children. And public health officials have acknowledged that schools have been among the most prepared institutions. All schools, public and private, can safely operate in some form or fashion because as child-centered institutions, schools care about safety, know how to follow rules, and can implement guidance. And so in the United States, with masking, distancing, cohorting, testing, tracing, and all other measures, schools can have Schools have put in place, we are not seeing much transmission in schools. I believe that metric 1 in your assessment should not be considered as a metric. You and I do not have control over the entire community, but you have control over the school community. And with all safety guidelines in place, it is a controlled environment, safer than many other sectors in our community. You need to get a waiver, as we asked for you to get in the first place, so that we wouldn't be in this place and stuck in this place of waiting to be in orange tier or red tier or whatever tier. The COVID childhood transmission scientific summary prepared by the County of Santa Clara Public Health supports the fact that schools can reopen and they are very low transmission sites. Not opening school is not putting our children first. Their emotional and social condition is getting worse and children are getting depressed. Not opening this year reflects on next year's chances of reopening in person. Please do not push us into leaving the district. We want to stay, but you will leave us no other choice for me and many other parents. Please put our kids first, open our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Noah. And next I have Dana, and I see Dana's hand raised. So let's unmute Dana, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, welcome.
Hi, Lori, how are you? Okay, I'll start. Throughout the presentation, I didn't hear an answer. I'm just hearing discussions, plans, decision, allegedly making decisions that are not made. You keep on pushing us from 1 month to another. No commitment on when are you opening. We talked about January, no waiver was submitted. And now we're starting January, nothing is gonna happen. You show us these plans with no commitments on dates. I've never seen an organization being managed like this. I want to understand, and it's also like you're detached from reality. Not only you don't even think about what's happening in other places in the US where they actually teach, they learn. You hear doctors saying how important it is to keep schools open. Cody's pushing to keep school open. No reference to that. And I didn't hear what is going to be when the vaccine is actually going to be. Next week, they're actually starting to do the vaccine in San Francisco. And soon, like teachers are going to be next after healthcare employees. What's going to happen when teachers are going to be vaccinated? Are they still going to say they're afraid they're concerned of in-person learning? There not going to be any excuses at that time. Why are we, and we're talking like in a month or two, why are we even considering their concerns? And why are you not responding to what's actually happening in the field? It's like you're talking with us like we're 9 months ago. There already been 9 months. Vaccines are on the way. Why are you not addressing that? And in addition to that,
Thank you, Dana. And then I have Liat next, but I don't see a raised hand yet from Liat. So then we go to Avital. Oh, I'm sorry. I do see Liat's hand now, but we'll go to Avital first since I called Avital, and then we'll go to Liat.
Okay. Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. Thank you, members of the board. I would like to follow the two previous callers in really a cry for help. And I don't understand why schools remain open. I joined the board meetings and I keep hearing the same things. It's words and discussions and conversations, but nothing is actually being made. The pace is so slow, and what I'm seeing and what I'm seeing at home and what I'm hearing here is just that it's pushing and pushing and pushing. And today it has been said, I heard it like 4 or 5 times, that remaining at home, remaining for distant learning for the full year is even being considered, which is outrageous to me. My son is fortunate. I mean, I'm air quoting, you can't see, but he's fortunate to be including in phase 2 where he gets 2.5 hours per week to support. He's still failing most of his classes, but he's so excited to go to school and see actual faces and teachers, even though they're covered with masks. And just like Dana and Noah mentioned before me, schools are not super spreaders. They are a controlled, safe environment where kids can stay distant from each other, where they can you can enforce the rules. This is not something that started yesterday. You've had 10 months to plan for this. Schools should be open. Schools should be a place where kids go and interact with actual people, not with faces on the screen. I feel like the only option you're leaving with me with is going to private schools. I never thought I would want to do that, but I feel like I'm left with no choice.
Thank you, Avital. And then we have Liat.
Hi, do you hear me?
We can, thank you. Welcome.
Hi. I want to say to all of you that all kids are in need. And it's not the first time I need to tell you, because from your conversations here, I don't feel, I don't see, I don't hear that you see the kids. You see the staff, you see the teachers, but even one of you didn't speak about the kids needs. My kids are in need. I don't understand why you are making me to make my son in urgent learning so he will go to school. All kids are in need, and you have to put it for the first thing when you wake in the morning, and you have to think about the kids. The teachers need to do their work, and you have to do your commitment to us and to the kids. I have to tell you, Sylvia, I'm very sorry, but the distance learning, it's not good. I don't know, maybe you don't have kids at home, maybe you don't see kids, but the distance learning, it's not good. Even in Cupertino, the fantastic middle school that my daughter is attending, it's not working. I took my son, he's in kinder. He's attending a private school now because we just can't leave him at home for the whole year. You're pushing me to take my other 2 kids in Cupertino and put them in a private school. I'm asking you to see the kids. Don't see me. And please don't see only yourself and the staff. See the kids and do your work for the kids. I'm sitting here and listening to you, and I have to say, I'm very ashamed of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Liat. And then Leslie, can I get the rest of the names from you, please?
Yes, Rami Gross, Arik, A-R-I-K, and Thui Park. So if the 3 of you could raise your hands, please.
Okay, and I see Thui and Arik. I don't see Rami yet. So let's go ahead and start in order with Arik, and then I will wrap back to Rami if we get a raised hand.
Good evening. I'm sitting in board meetings for the last half year. I couldn't believe in my life that I would join board meetings. And all I hear is the same mantra. And I think politeness is out of the window. I'm ashamed of you. I'm ashamed of you representing us. I think you lost the plot. You're not supposed to represent the teachers. You're supposed to represent the children. Children. The staff can switch a job for all I care. If someone doesn't want to teach, he can go and be a nurse. He can go and work in Costco. Are they less in a risk? No, they're doing their job. The teachers are not doing their job. I'm sitting here and listening of growth. What growth? What are you talking about? Fs are 40%. It's great. F grades are in 30% rise, in the entire US, and specifically also in California. What growth? I have a middle school kid. He's sitting at home, and you're talking about a day ABC, if it's Thursday or Friday, or maybe it's a Sunday, or maybe Thursday afternoon? Are you serious? Learning centers are, you making money of CDCs and learning centers. How many COVID cases have been there? 0, no cases, because kids are not a disease. Kids are not super spreaders. Kids are not the apocalypse, the foreriders of the apocalypse. They are kids. They need to learn. They need a structure. They need to see other kids. If teachers don't want to teach, that's fine. Find another job. There are 40% of parents want to go to school. Bring teachers to teach them. Whoever wants to stay at home, keep those teachers to teach remote. Stop giving excuses. You are failing us. We will move out of this district. You are in financial problems as it is. Schools are being closed, specifically in Cupertino district, and you will close more schools, and teacher will lose the job eventually. And then you will understand and this is because of what is happening this year. So again, shame on you.
Thank you, Arik. And then Rami.
Oh, wow. I'm put off the, sorry. That was a little bit harsh right there. Good evening, guys. Thank you for all the effort you're putting on and letting me talk for these 2 minutes. Again, with all respect and on a heartful understanding of everybody's situation at home, some of the comments and some of the outrage in here is really ridiculous. And that comes from a medic without borders that I have been most of the world around, and as a cancer patient right now. I have an ADHD child at home that I have to take care of. So having him, even though the percentage is very small for kids that get sick with coronavirus, you should be lucky that you haven't had a child getting sick with coronavirus. As for the teachers, I can't speak how grateful I am for the hours they're putting in to this work. And I'm sorry that I have changed my speech because my speech was different for right now. But it just saddens me because I've been sitting here for meetings very long time. And it's very hard for me to speak since I have problems with speech after a lot of chemotherapy. So one, I would like, there has been so much resources and so much spent on the virtual learning. Let's continue with that because it's really good for the teachers. Kids that need help, we can put some extra help on that and we can concentrate on supporting them that the children would need at home. And then we can expect a little bit less disappointment on the children who would return to school and then somebody will get infected and then you need to shut down the school again. So pardon me for, again, I am sorry, but this is not okay. Guys, get your act together. Staying at home, it's easy for a lot of people.
Thank you, Rami. And then last we have Dwi.
Hello.
Welcome.
Oh, hi. My name is Twee Park, and I would like to also second Rami's comments. I want to say teachers are so important, and I'm so thankful that we have wonderful teachers. And just as much as I don't want to go to work to risk my own health and my family health, I do respect the need of the teachers to consider themselves and their family. That should be fair. And as a parent, I worry about my kids, but as a teacher, they should exercise their right. And so I want the board to continue to honor that. But my original comment is that at the beginning, I was actually very delighted that our district want to do one survey, then second survey. And the expectation is that the result of the first survey would help us guide the decision, the plan, and so forth. But now I'm surprised to hear that we were still waiting for some number as if we didn't get a result from the first survey. Can you just make some plan more concrete based on the number that you already got? And I mean, the background for this is that, you know, as you're asking us to commit to the second survey and get the real number, by then we need more data driven from the first survey. That was the promise. And I expect not necessarily see the exact date, but a range of date. You can say after April before, I'm sorry, after February before April. I expect to see the format, whether, the teacher changing what happened. And I think the teacher will also want to see what the working condition will be like for them. I mean, the point is that we can't just ask parent the same question again and not giving new data. So I expect the board to send out a survey with more concrete data and plan. Right now, it seems like everything's up in the air and it shouldn't be.
Thank you, Twee. And then Leslie, I'm just going to wrap back around to make sure we got everybody in this round for cards that came in.
Yes, we did. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So with that, Stacy, do you need to say anything to us before I do sort of a whip around for thoughts from people?
No, if you want to go ahead.
Okay. So I'll just go in the same order unless you guys tell me that's not what you want me to do. So that would be Phyllis.
Myself unmuted here. I just have a couple of comments. I was glad to hear both Marie and Allison talk about teacher workload, because I do worry about that, and I think it's critical at this time. So I'm glad you're paying attention to that. And I'm really glad to see the arts called out in the plans. I think everybody knows I've been passionate my whole career about the arts. Some of the board members were at the CSBA conference last week, and one of the keynote speakers was Leslie Odom Jr., who is a very famous artist, and he was wonderful. And he pointed out all the benefits of the visual and performing arts in the public schools. So kudos to you for including the arts. Thank you.
Okay, and then to Jerry.
All right, thanks, Lori. I think, first of all, I want to really thank Allison and Marie and the team here for putting together this plan. I know this is like trying to, so to speak, thread a needle. There's a lot of, frankly, conflicting interests here. And I think you're doing a great job of balancing the different needs. In general, I support the structure and the philosophy of this plan. I have a couple of just comments and questions, really. First of all, back on the metrics, when I talked to, the question I asked about the metrics, that I like to see maybe a more, that the one about positive feedback, anecdotal feedback from participants. And the reason I think that bothers me is from a governance standpoint, right? Because we're here to set policy and the staff executes it. And that criteria feels to me leaves a huge interpretation there where you can really bias how policy gets executed just by what kind of anecdotal things you happen to kind of summarize and all that. And so I think to the extent we can tighten that up a little bit, I appreciate that. I think there's been sort of discussion, feedback from some of the speakers about sort of academic. I know we got a report a couple of meetings ago about the ELA assessments and how they've met or surpassed the assessments from last year. If we have anything like that for math, I'd love to see that, just if that's something to present to the board. In the CSCA feedback in the surveys, I saw that one of the items that was very important, well, many of them were in the 90%, right? But one of them was masks being enforced for all grades at all times in and out. I know this came up. I can't remember if that's something we have the power to enforce. I thought it was the affirmative. I just want to make sure that is the case. I think a number of those items on there, in fact, I didn't see anything on there on the CSCA feedback that they all seem very reasonable, and just in terms of things we're asking for the PPE and all that. So we should endeavor to make that happen. The parent survey that's going out, I so assume that the board accepts the recommendation here in more or less the form that is in. I'm curious what will be communicated to the parents for them to make the choice. One of the feedback that Satish and I got during the open office hours this past a couple of days ago was that perhaps in the spirit of being transparent, some of the communications people felt were actually too long, and they couldn't sort of pick out the pertinent information out of just everything we've shared with them. So there's some way to, I don't know if you're going to give them this deck, you're not going to, that's just something I would ask to think about if there was any way to kind of just highlight some of the salient points for them to make decisions. And then the last item is, I know people want dates, but, frankly, I think nobody knows how things are going to be month by month. I think things change. And so I think in the case that we have to be in distance learning, or have to is maybe the wrong word, but let's just say we are in distance learning for a long time. And I think we've all agreed that social emotional component is an important part. This isn't exactly instructional, but I know that after school clubs and these sorts of activities play an important role. I have a daughter that went to high school this year, and it sort of opened my eyes to sort of the larger choices they have at obviously a much larger school. And I think that played a really important part for her in feeling linked with her friends and meeting new folks like that. And so again, to the extent that we can beef that up, I know that's not really the core academics, maybe some of it's addressed in the pods, but even if we had to do this virtually, if there was a way we could sort of support that. I don't know exactly in what way, if there any way we could involve more staff, or just basically so that we, all the children have multiple opportunities to be involved in these sort of clubs. I think that would really go a long ways towards addressing some of these needs in the chance that we're not able to return to campus in the near future. But again, support this. There's recommendation, very well done, and thank you. And those are my comments. Thank you, Lori.
Great, thanks, Jerry. Okay, so then Satish.
Okay, so I think the success of phase 3 is definitely going to be depending on how 2B, 2C we are going to do, right? I think 2C is, I think as 3, it is a little bit of moving target for phase 3, phase 3. So the 2C is definitely going to be critical, actually, because that is the right filling between now and probably before the 3 starts, right? Phase 3 starts. So we had to really make 2C successful, okay, and see more stable, more, definitely enough the equity and more participation on that. That's very critical, okay. And roughly about, when I'm looking into the teacher survey, about 48.4% of the teachers are ready, willing to participate if we have the right safety protocol, if we follow, okay. And I think the right safety protocol is very important. Okay, we have to define very well that what is that right safety protocol. That means roughly about 50% of our teachers are willing to be part of it. And I think we should take that in the very positive way. And with their help and the supporting staff, I think we can make 2C really successful. Okay. And one more point in the 2C, see that, I don't know, I'm just asking probably more than what you thought. See that is any opportunity for parents to have a choice on, to be part of that, because some of the really needy parents, right? Like it's more than the kids kind of, right? So I understand that we have some criteria which we are following, but see that there is some room for absolutely. I believe in only in-person learning. And it really, the distance learning is really impacting my kid kind of, right? If some parents have that kind of feeling, is there a room for them to apply for the 2C phase? And see that how we can accommodate, right? So I think this is easy for me to say that, but and it'll be a lot of work for you guys, but I think let's look into that and make 2C really a stable plan around that. And because I don't know how long 2C is going to be staying, because 3, if you're not going to start immediately due to whatever may be the reasons, right? We have a number of challenges around us, but I think we can make 2C a success. And definitely with the help of, about 50% of our staff who's ready to come with all kind of support from district and safety perspective, and then we can make it success. And definitely safety going to be the number one priority, as I have been always saying. Let's keep, that as a prime thing and make sure that we are having a good plan around that. Thank you.
Great, thanks Satish. And Sylvia?
So I wanted to, one of the comments was about the second survey. And so it did make me wonder, because I think when we first talked about the second survey, it was going to be we were kind of doing an initial survey, then a second survey, but I feel like some of those plans have changed now. And so I'm curious, so this isn't a comment, it's more just a follow-up question about the survey for tomorrow or this week that's going out. Is it going to be, is these hybrid models that have been presented, is that what's being presented to the parents to choose from, or what exactly is the questions that are being asked of the parents?
Yes, so the survey does not illustrate any of the specific hybrid models. There are more questions about the health environment, giving a choice. If we were currently in orange, would you come back? So it really does build just to give us some of that initial information, but we aren't able to share really those hybrid models because they haven't been developed out enough to have clear answers on.
So what is it that's additional that we're getting that we didn't get from the initial survey?
I might ask if Leslie's on there. I know Leslie's been working on the survey and can talk a little bit more to it. Leslie, sorry to put you on the spot.
Yeah, no worries. Whoops, let me turn on my video. So there is a little bit more information about what distance learning would look like. We clarify to parents that as we move into phase 3, that there is the potential that we will have staff changes. Distance learning is pretty much online learning remains the same. As we discuss in the survey what on-campus learning would look like, we allude to the fact that it would be not full day. It would not be every day of the week, but because we don't know the numbers, we aren't able to give concrete or specificity to exactly the number of hours or the number of days students would be on campus. So we have amplified the information for them. We also, I think one of the biggest things to note is we've directed families to our reopening document, because most of the questions that came up and the concerns that parents had were around the safety measures and the protocols. And so one of the biggest things that we've been working on is that bridge to that document so that parents would be able to review what is in place on a school campus. What is happening with testing? What is our HVAC system? How is cleaning being done? What are the PPE that individuals will be required to wear? Because a lot of the questions where the families were saying, I don't know what I'm going to do because I do not have enough information. From the first survey, most of the data had to do with, one, whether or not they would for sure have their same teacher, and number two, what would be the safety protocols that were in place. And so, to be honest with you, it's a pretty short survey, but the crosswalk or the bridge to the reopening plan, we feel is critical for not only our staff, but our parents in order to make those informed decisions.
Okay, all right. So then, kind of building on Satisha's comment about trying to capture some of the students who may not qualify under the certain targeted groups, but would be open to, but would like to be, more immediately put into a phase 2C or be brought back on campus sooner rather than later. Is there a way to capture that as well as part of that? Or is that really, I don't want to turn the survey into too many things, right? So I want it to do what it needs to do. But I'm also wondering if, as we're putting out this all call to parents, is there a way to also capture communities to see, what additional kinds of supports we can provide while we're still in phase 2?
I think that would be a separate survey, really, because this information, we need some really targeted information to start the planning. And I think that would be some additional information that we could gather, but I think keeping them separate. In addition, I think we have the survey completed and ready to go in the morning.
And it did come up in our communication team. It was interesting. One of our parent representatives on the communication team mentioned that desire to remain in full distance learning, but in addition to that, the desire to be able to do some of those phase 2C types of opportunities for, this person's own children. And so I do agree with Stacy. I think we'd be able to get, obviously a family who is saying that I want to come back to school for in-person learning would probably be very excited about a 2C option. Families that are saying, no, I want online or distance learning only, we would want to reach out to them, like Stacy said, in a different way because they may just be looking, they might like the rigor of the online learning instruction, but are hoping for some more activities or opportunities for some social emotional connections. So that could be a follow-up.
Okay. Yeah, I think I like that, you know, like based on what we're hearing from the community, then to have some follow-up outreach to those different communities to see in which way we can continue to support the students. And that's it for me, Lori.
Okay, thank you. All right, so like my colleagues want to start out by acknowledging the progress made here. I know that it can sometimes when you're not enmeshed in the details of all of this and what it's taken to even to get to this point, I know it can seem like the progress is slow, but I think when you give some thought to the fact that we are the largest K-8 school district in Northern California and are serving an inordinate number of students with diverse needs, as well as a large, robust staff with diverse needs, that there are just logistical challenges that we have to work through that take time. So first, I just want to acknowledge that I hear that concern and I understand it. And I also want to be fair to say, I think our staff is doing a great job in working through really considering the needs of all learners and all staff members to the best of our ability. And I think to Jerry's point, there are frankly needs that are at odds here and a push-pull dynamic that is requires continuous compromise all the time. And that is the nature of the challenge that's before us. So I just want to preface my comments with that and acknowledge that this is progress, and I really appreciate the work that has gone into getting us to this point. I think that I do appreciate the metrics that were brought forward. I think we're making good progress there in identifying what those are. I continue to struggle, as I raised earlier, with the notion of sort of what the end goal is in considering when it's time, that the metrics are really important about why we decide or when we decide to come back, but I think the why is equally important. And I still am struggling with how big the compromise I think is going to be on the academic front and continuing to meet the academic needs of our children, not at all dismissing the fact that I think equally important to that is a lot of these social, emotional, and whole child growth and issues and frankly, child development and mental health and mental well-being that we are struggling with as well. I think that to follow up on some of Phyllis's comments, I share the concern for how to balance the needs of uniformity between sites and ensuring that we are creating equitable opportunities at all sites across our district while still allowing for the fact that things like pilots or schedules may need to look a little bit different site to site, just based on the realities of the work that's being done with different school communities, because not all of our school communities are the same, and also not all of our student bodies or our staff are the same in terms of the desire or the willingness to come back. So somehow the balance there is going to be important, and I do think I agree with Phyllis that I if we're going to err on one side or the other, I'd like us to err a little bit more on offering a little bit more uniformity where we can, at least in the expectations, to ensure that we have equity, because I don't think that it would be a good thing for our students or our staff to be constantly questioning what's going on at other sites. I don't know that serves us well. We already see that even with questioning what's going on between different districts in the area, although I know that the vast majority of districts are handling a lot of these same challenges in the very same ways that we are. I think as far as the survey that's going out tomorrow, I do have a question there. So we haven't necessarily seen a draft yet of what that looks like. Are we specifically, I know Stacy mentioned that like there was a question on there about, would you feel, you know, if we were in orange and these metrics were met, would you feel comfortable about bringing your student back? But are we specifically asking the question of staff change, like to the point of literally saying, would the decision of whether or not your child is staying with your child's current teacher be the deciding factor on whether or not you'd go back or not? Because I think that is a huge one from what I hear, is that there are a lot of families, I think, that is the deciding factor. If they're staying with their child's teacher, they would make one decision. And if they knew that they maybe weren't staying with their child's teacher, they would make perhaps a different decision. So are we surveying that specifically?
We are not specifically asking that. We know that that is important to our families. I mean, from the first survey where we were just getting information from them and we asked them, what are the things that are most important to you? Allison, I don't know if you recall from the first survey, that was a higher ranked item. You talked about it in PAC and DLAC.
Not one of the highest, but I mean, we definitely have heard concerns like Lori's describing. I think it was something like 9%. I'll check while you're talking.
So what we said was that as we shift into phase 3, there is no way we will be able to make a phase 3 model where families have two choices, right? A on-campus learning opportunity or remaining in distance learning. It is highly likely that will not be achievable without doing staff shifts. So we wanted to make sure when parents were making the choices that they knew that. And so what we said is that it is, so we name that in the survey. What we did see in the survey is in regards to where Stacy was alluding to the orange tier is, you know, it's challenging to be sending out a survey where families have to commit when we're in a purple tier. So what we made very clear in that survey in the opening information is that we would not be opening up in a purple tier and that we would use this data to prepare, and we shared what the metrics were as we shift into or as we are in that orange tier. And so parents are, and that was something that came up from the communication team when we met last week, was being crystal clear that families knew that that shift would not be taking place in purple or red, because if we did not state that, it would be hard to make a decision, because there are a significant number of families who that would make a difference in their decision, the color tier that we're in. And that actually was very highly ranked. The public, the tier in the county, and the rate of increase or decrease in COVID cases in the county, I believe, and I know Allison's looking it up, I believe those were two of the top ranked items for families, which is why we know it would be very challenging to get most of our community to wrap their heads around a phase 3 opening while we are in our current condition.
Okay, yeah, and I don't mean to second guess or discount the data we have at all, but I just know that the communications I've heard, that the one about what is happening specifically with my child's teacher comes up over and over and over again, and I hope we're very explicit in our survey that that is not just a possibility, but a likelihood, because I don't want anybody with a gotcha or a surprise saying, I responded saying I'm interested in coming back and now I'm locked into that decision, and oh, what do you mean you've ripped my child's teacher out from underneath me? That would worry me a lot. So I just want us to be super careful there.
Let me go back and look at our parent messaging, and you know, Stacy and Allison and I can review that and make sure that we feel that that is strong enough, and or if we have to make a slight revision. The great thing is the company that we're working with has been so flexible about being great about making minor changes along the way. And so if that means that that's a focus for tomorrow morning, that's what it will be.
Yeah, so that's great. Yeah, if the question is, I would choose this, open parentheses, even if I knew it would meant potentially changing my child's teacher, close parentheses, then that at least makes it very explicit that that's a real possibility. I would hate for anybody to answer the survey and then feel like we, you know, did a switcheroo or anything. Okay, so that one, and then let's see here. just some general comments for you all. I don't think it comes as any surprise that I continue to be concerned overall about the compromises we would make in order to make this all work when the system that we have right now is working for a lot of learners, but not all learners. And so that's where I go with my next comment, that is, for those learners that it's not working for, that really is where I would like to see us prioritize our effort. You know, I think expanding and focusing our efforts, but quite frankly, our funding and our resources too. You know, Stacy brought up the fact that we've already budgeted for some number of subs. You know, if we are going to put time and effort and money and planning and resources and all those things into it, then I want it to be for the kids that need it the most. I know that there are going to be people who are really disappointed to hear me say that, because if you want your kids to go back for all of the reasons and you know your child best, I mean, as parents, I think we all know our children best and we know what our child needs. But I think from a public education standpoint and what we are tasked with from a government and a policy setting standpoint, we do have an onus on us to really ensure that we are applying our decisions through a lens of equity. And what equity truly does mean is acknowledging that some of our learners have more needs than others, and different needs than others. And so I guess for me, and again, speaking only as one of five, but for me, I would really like to see us put our efforts into expanding, you know, 2B, even more so than maybe 2C. Expanding our 2B opportunities to capture a bigger group of our ELLs, to capture a bigger group, really work on, to Jerry's point, gathering some data around other core academic subjects and ensuring that we are capturing as many of those kiddos who are maybe not quite meeting standard or even not meeting standard at all, prioritizing them for some of these Learning Hub opportunities and expanding those Learning Hub opportunities beyond maybe just our Wednesday offerings, to me would be a priority. You know, it may be that while I totally acknowledge that when I was talking about phase 3, I was with Phyllis on the standpoint of ensuring that we have some level of uniformity across all our campuses. I think when it comes to phase 2, that may not be the case. And it may be that at some of our sites, we know that we have more kiddos at some of our sites that have higher needs and have more needs than at other sites. So anyway, I will leave it at that. I know that you all continue to dig into our data and dig into our students on an individual level. And I guess I just want to applaud that and encourage that and say that is a priority for me as to where we would really focus our lens on our phase 2 offerings. And then the last comment I would make, I mentioned it earlier during my questions, but while I say that I'm really interested in seeing our phase 2 offerings expanded, those Learning Hubs expanded to capture more of our neediest and students who are struggling and falling behind, I also do have an interest in continuing to be in a cycle of continuous quality improvement on what we are offering to all of our students. And I think a continuing theme, especially with our lower grades, that I have been hearing from parents on is a desire for some more synchronous time. So I would love it if staff could do a little digging there and figure out if that is part of our, you know, as we are looking through being in purple for a while here now, what else can we do to look at ensuring that we are in sync with what a lot of the other districts in the county are doing on the synchronous minutes specifically. So I think we are doing a good job. I think we can also continue to improve upon what we're doing. So and at the same time wanting to acknowledge, I absolutely know how hard all of our staff is working, and know that in so asking, I am asking a lot of staff, and just really thankful for the work and the professionalism and the skill that goes into what everybody is doing every day. So I guess that's it for me, and I will do we need another whip around for anybody? Anybody else have further comments based on what they heard from any of their colleagues? Not seeing any. Okay, and then staff, anything else on this item?
I think we're good.
Okay, thank you all on behalf of all of us. I know this was a long-awaited update and a lot of great interval work, and know you guys will continue to work with our implementation team, which I forgot in my thanks earlier. Thank you to all of our implementation team members who are continuing to go above and beyond to help with this planning as well. I very much appreciate, our board very much appreciates the work and time and the thoughtfulness with which you are continuing to participate in that process. Okay, so moving us along.
Can we have a small break? Like it's about 3.5 hours. So.
You are spot on, Satish. Thank you. Yes. So I have 8:24 now. How about I know I always short it, so I'll say shoot for 8:29, 8:30ish coming back. Okay.
Perfect.
All right. We'll see you then. Thank you. So board will adjourn for a short break and be back roughly 8:29 to 8:30. Okay, so calling us back to order here, and moving us on to item 12.2, the draft SIPSAs for Nimitz, de Vargas, and Montclair.
Right, I'm going to turn it back over to Allison, and again, this is for a discussion, and we'll actually be bringing these back for approval at the next board meeting as well.
Thank you. So as you know, this is one of our standard tools for continuous improvement. This year we did modify our approach a bit just to help balance everything else that's going on this year. So we have 3 schools that are completing SIPSAs this year. And I hope if these are your assigned schools that you've had a chance to check in with your principal on the SIPSA. If not, I know they welcome any of those questions that you may have an opportunity to ask in your one-on-ones as well. This year, our teams worked with our colleague from the county office to complete their SIPSAs and get all of their data analyzed and work with their staffs and stakeholder groups to get feedback. We're expecting some minor revisions, most likely in the budget area, as we work to get all of that finalized prior to the next time. But other than that, we feel they're pretty solid. And my role today will be to get any feedback that you would like to offer so that I can share it with them to make any additional revisions prior to asking for your approval of the documents at the next meeting.
Okay, so Allison, I know we all had the administrative content ahead of time. Did you need to go over anything else before I ask anybody for feedback?
No, I don't.
Okay. All right, so with that, any of the board have any clarifying questions or feedback on the SIPSAs? And seeing none, okay. All right.
I can go real quick. Because,
go ahead, Sylvia.
Montclair and Nimitz are my schools, so I did get a chance to meet with Allison and Celestina earlier this week or last week. Yeah, I mean, really just the things that have been identified with the additional targeted support, the typical SIPSA things that we're doing with the MTSS, it's all, you know, pretty familiar to the things that we usually do every year. And so, I mean, I think definitely things are, the administrators are on top of it. And there's plans in place to make sure that those things are being taken care of. So, yeah.
Hillary.
Yeah, go ahead, Satish.
Yeah. So I'm in touch with Nick actually for Divagas. So we are actually setting up a time for us to meet. So in fact, last week we were exchanging, but I think got stuck. So I think most likely probably the following week, not next week, I will be visiting and we'll be talking and we'll be going through that. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so with that, Allison, do these have the potential to come back? Do these need to come back for another round of discussion action, or do these come back on consent, or what's the proper direction to give you guys here?
I think we could follow your direction on that, unless I'm incorrect, Stacy.
Yeah, so if there's any feedback, if you wanted to provide that to Allison, and then our plan would be to bring them back as an action item to vote on for approval.
Okay, great. All right, so then Satish or Sylvia, if after, before they come back on next time, if you have any additional feedback for us, happy to hear that. And otherwise, after you've met with the principals, and otherwise, we will be ready for action on them next time.
Yeah, I think it'll be okay on consent but I don't know if that's the proper protocol, but.
Correct. And one thing is next time, you mean is next Tuesday?
Not for next Tuesday. Next Tuesday is our special board meeting, so we really will try to limit it. The soonest we'd bring them back would be December 17th.
December 17th. Okay, so okay, let me see whether I'll be able to meet. Yeah, that's very close. Okay, that's fine.
Apologize.
Okay. All right. So then, if nothing else on these items, then I will move us along to 12.3, our board meeting dates for 21-22.
So tonight, we are already at that time of year where we need to be looking forward for the following school year, 21-22. So we do have proposed board dates, tried to match them up and take a look at the calendar to avoid those vacations, holidays, too many back-to-back meetings, and we are able to accommodate our 24 board meetings for next year. So your calendar to review, and then we would bring it back actually for an action item at a following meeting or a consent.
All right, any feedback from board members here? I know we had more than our fair share of additional meetings this year, given the extremity of the circumstances. So this actually seems like a light schedule, doesn't it? Anybody with any concerns here? Okay.
So typically, once we approve it, we will not change it, right? That's how it is, or is it like it's subjected to change when needed?
We typically try not to adjust it after we've published it, but there's always so many unknowns. I think the other that we have done is we've added versus changing it. We've just added special meetings.
Okay.
Lori, I think this can come back under consent.
It can, yes.
Okay. Would everybody be comfortable with this one coming back under consent?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes.
Looks good to everybody. Okay. And for the board advances for these days, shall we just go ahead and ask everybody to block the full 9 to 4? I know there was one board advance this year that we moved into more of an afternoon, evening kind of time frame, which we did a little closer to the date once we kind of knew, once we were able to narrow down the time needed for the meeting. But otherwise, is everybody okay if we just kind of ask everyone to block the 9 to 4 time for those advance dates?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So yeah, so then we'll go ahead and ask for these to come back on consent. And if anybody thinks of anything else afterwards, feel free to go ahead and email staff. Okay, so then moving us along here. 12.4 is our first interim financial report and parent budget overview. The new summary that well, not so new anymore, but newish summary that they ask us to do. So with that, I assume I'm turning it over to Stacy, Jeff, and Dorothy.
Yes, and actually, you know, I think just a big thank you to Jeff and Dorothy and their staff for putting the numbers together. You know, we operate on so many unknowns around this time of the year, and I start hearing some of those different word out on the street as far as what may happen to the budget. And so we continue to, I think, operate under the best information that we have at the time. We are pleased that our first interim looks better than we anticipated. Although as we go through this presentation and we continue to the next presentation, there still is areas that we want to address and be sure to point out where our budget is not where we want it to be, but we are certainly headed in a better trajectory than we thought a couple of weeks ago. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jeff and Dorothy.
Thank you, Stacy, and good evening to the board. I think Stacy summed it well. There's been a lot of changes in the last few years. You think about when we first started talking about our budget in May to where we are for first interim, and the assumptions we were using in May versus the assumptions that we're going to go through today really have led to significant changes in the budget. And for the first time in a while, those significant changes are actually more on a positive note, and we'll take you through it. The other piece of this part, because we're following up, Stacy will be presenting following our first interim on stability. We are really going to focus in on the assumptions of first interim, the actual numbers within first interim, because that really sets the groundwork for the next presentation. Just a couple things as we open up. I too, like Stacy, want to acknowledge our business service team, our technicians and analysts, along with Dorothy. I mean, it's been so many conversations, hours and hours of details and going through it just to check everything that we're doing, both because of the changes and because of trying to implement a strategy to keep us solvent for as long as possible so that these other conversations can happen around that long-term stability or around a parcel tax, whatever else it may be, revenue enhancement strategies and so forth. Just a couple of things as we go through our first interim. Just a little bit of background. You know, we get our assumptions from really three major sources. We get it from certainly our county office. We get it through the organizations that we're a part of, which are AXA, but most importantly, we get it from School Services of California, which provides that guidance to really all the schools in California for that matter. Along with that, we also utilize the calculator that comes from FCMAT. And what FCMAT's role is, certainly they step in if districts were ever facing insolvency, but more importantly, they work in the K-14 sector to provide a calculator so that we can have accurate data. And they also build in the state assumptions into that calculator to improve our accuracy and to make sure that we meet our reporting responsibilities that we have as a school district. And so when we presented that 45-day budget update, some of the assumptions that were built in are no longer true. And we're going to go through those differences from the 45-day update to where we are today. We'll go through the first interim presentation. One of the things that we're going to do a little differently this time is we're going to walk through each of the items within our multi-year with a little greater detail. And then we're going to jump into just kind of the nuts and bolts of our profile of our district, that first interim, and then we'll talk about the approval that's coming up here. The other thing I'd like to call out is we did have an opportunity to share this with our Budget Advisory Committee. We received really good feedback from our Budget Advisory Committee. We made some changes based on what they shared with us, and so we'll highlight some of those as well. So with that, I'll go ahead and jump into the first round of assumptions, and you'll see two different rounds of assumptions in this. So number one, what you will see in our budget this time is the COVID-related funds. That includes our learning loss, have been included in our budget now. We're showing no loss in per student revenue. We still are showing no COLA. That was something that came up at our CBO meeting recently as well. And what that was is the cost of living adjustment. So we might see something change in our out years with that based on what the state budget looks like. That's something I know for Dorothy, myself, and Stacy, when we see the budget, the release of the budget in January, that's something we'll pay attention to, certainly. It does include a reduction of our certificated teachers in our multi-year, and that is based on our student ratios, the contractual language of how we staff our classrooms. Right, just as an example, we're including 22 reductions of certificated teachers in the year 21-22. And then just because it always comes up as we talk about the retirement cost, at the bottom here, what you'll see is the STRS rate, which is mainly teachers, and the PERS rate, which is more classified, what it is slated to have as increases over the next few years. That is something we will also pay attention to in January. I'm sure that will probably change either in January or May as we find out more. So go into the next one here. And I'm sorry, let me back up one second. We're going to go ahead and finish the whole slide deck and then open up for any clarifying questions and the discussion item as well. So the next three assumptions that are in this budget is we are basing our enrollment numbers from last year's projections. There are a couple reasons for that. Number one, it's taken longer to get the enrollment projections this time because of COVID and seeing the drop that we've all experienced. And we knew that the numbers we received last year were pre-COVID, so it gives us a nice kind of way to compare the 2 years. On December 17th, we are bringing back a decision insight to the meeting to share our projections for the next year. The other piece that this shows is that our district is moving into a community funded or basic aid in a year earlier than we were anticipating. So that's going to happen in 22-23 based on our significant decline in enrollment. We are also budgeting a 2% increase in property tax over the 5 years in our budget. That is based on the actuals that we experienced in 19-20. What I will share with you, just because we went through a roundtable at our CBO meeting, most of the districts around us are using the 2% model as well. There is one district that is very nearby to us that is using a 0% model for that. I know as Dorothy and I looked at it, 2% seemed to make more sense for the area that we are in. In addition, last year during our bond refinance, we received a 30-year look at property rate increases over the years, and Cupertino really has never had a 0 year. So the 2% is a really good number for us to use for it. And then finally, there's an increase in expenditures tied to the LCFF carryover. That was really just because of what happened last year with COVID. Next, as we talk about the changes, these changes didn't happen by accident. We'll go through some of the hard numbers in the next slide of what those changes were. But there's been a lot of strategies that have been implemented. And certainly, all of us on EC, Stacey in HR, Leslie now in HR, Allison with the Ed Services budget, there's been a lot of effort placed on making sure we're utilizing every dollar that we possibly can, and then holding true to the reduction in staff positions. Certainly as a school district and all school districts in California, our highest cost is our personnel cost. And so when you reduce those staff positions, it has a dramatic change in what our outlook looks like over our 5 years of our multi-year budget. We've increased position control, and what that helps us is really not having positions left open that are encumbering dollars or any set of dollars, and making sure those get closed. We make mid-year adjustments to department budgets, and why that is it helps us in 2 ways. And for example, in business services, if we had budgeted 30,000, we've only spent 10,000, we can go ahead and lower that encumbrance for the rest of the year and add that back to our end fund balance, which helps our structural deficit. The other thing we can do is if a department has an increase that's needed based on sped related cost or based on an instructional need or based on subcosts, whatever it is, it allows us to adjust those dollars to help other costs that have increased in any given year. We've redirected or diverted allocations. So if we knew we could cut back on a contract in one area because we needed to utilize those dollars for technology or other resources, we're able to do so without hitting, again, that end fund balance. So we maintain our reserve levels and utilize the dollars that we have within all of our budgets. And then we utilize the one-time dollars that we received from COVID by relieving some of our general fund pressures that we have. So you utilize the COVID dollars and pull out those general fund dollars to help address the structural deficit that we've had for many years in our district, in fact. So going into, again, it doesn't happen by accident. It came up with our budget advisory team that it is not magic that our multi-year is looking better. So a couple of the big things that are changing, and you have COVID dollars that are now included in our budget, which brings in about $6.6 million. That's federal and the state dollars. It is the next line, the reduction of positions, that was already included in our 45-day budget update, which is why it's not in the black font, but shadowed out. We've reduced the contribution of general fund to special education by about $900,000. We froze accounts early on, which generate about $448,000 in general fund relief. And then in the year 22-23, because of the funding shift that we experienced, as we've gone down in our enrollment, we have a new floor than we were anticipating before. So it almost looks like you're gaining more money because you've changed what your floor is as a district. And then with that, Dorothy's going to take us through the multi-year here. One of the things that we're going to spend a little time focusing on is just each of those categories under the revenue and each of those categories under the expenditures, because we know we get so many questions on that. And then we'll come back and talk about some of the other nuts and bolts. So Dorothy.
Thank you, Jeff. Good evening, board. Looking at our multi-year projection for first interim, if you're looking at the first column, I wanted to call out that the first column for our revenue, the LCFF sources, even though we name it LCFF sources, the 146 million is actually about 7.5 of that belongs to special ed. That is not part of our LCFF calculation, but the way the state, code this revenue coming in is pretty much in that same level, except just different funds. So the 7.5 million is actually in Fund 7 for special ed, so we can track it separately. And then the remaining is actually our LCFF dollars. As Jeff mentioned earlier, we included in our budget this time the 6.6 COVID dollars, our coronavirus relief funds, combination of state and federal funds. So that is something that we added in our budget. And you see that increase in 2021, and then we have, because it's a one-time dollar, we have to remove it from the starting 21, 22, we have to take it out because it's a one-time fund, one-time dollars only in 2021. The other financing in our line here, the 2.4 million is a contribution from Fund 21 to support our RMA. RMA is our routine restricted maintenance account, and this is something that the state required us to support as a support for the maintenance support for the district on all sites, that we have to set aside approximately 6% of our expenditure budget. So what we do is to have Fund 21 support about 2.4 million. It's a flat amount that you will see in our multi-year, and then the remaining of the 6% is coming from general fund contribution. Our certificated salary, we included a 1.5% stepping column in our projection starting 21-22. The 2021 is the actual. You're seeing the actual right now, and whatever it is that's in our budget. We also included a projection of the healthcare increases and the retirement savings. Those are the things that we included in our projections. As Jeff mentioned, we cut down 22 FTE of certificated FTE in 21-22 based on our declining enrollment. The certificated salary is tied to our enrollment compared to our classified salary. They are not tied to our enrollment. So but we still have to add about 1.5 average stepping column for the classified salaries. And the benefits, that includes all of certificated and classified benefits. This includes even the health and welfare, and we also assume all the increases that we receive from PERS and STRS. The books and supplies, this is where we get a little bit creative and a little bit more flexibility. I just wanted to say out loud that, the fiscal team worked really hard in tracking all of our COVID related expense, because that helped us relieve the general fund dollars, because the COVID dollars are restricted dollars and it is in a separate fund. It is our Fund 8, but part of our big general fund dollars. So what they've been doing is tracking every single transactions that comes along their desk and identifying if it's a COVID related expenses that we want to make sure that we move it into that fund so that it doesn't hit our general fund unrestricted dollars. They work so diligently and in reviewing and analyzing all of our expenses. If it's COVID related, we make sure we charge it to the COVID dollars. So this allowed us to capture some budget savings in our general fund dollars, the unrestricted dollars, to buy down our structural deficit, as Jeff mentioned earlier. And then the team also worked so hard in finding areas that, for example, the department might have reduced expenditure because of the shelter in place, because we don't have a lot of overtime happening, because our staff are not 100% working in person at the office. So people are working from home. We try to capture those, because if there's a need that comes up, we use those dollars for the new need that might come up. So that's the way we protect our ending fund balance, not hitting our fund balance as much as possible. And that way we also don't increase our expenditure budget already. So we're doing our best to live within our means. So whatever is budgeted is what we work with the department managers and department heads to make sure that they stay within their budget. The capital outlay, we put in about 150,000 because we have so many old equipments and year after year we need to continue repairing or replacing, not only in the maintenance part, but also, for example, in the middle school areas. They have so many equipments in the wood shop or the kitchen, their kiln. If this breaks down, it costs a lot of money to repair or replace them. So we want to make sure that we're prepared, that when something like that happens, that we want to make sure that we're prepared to, support them right away. Like just a couple of months ago, we had to set aside budget for one of our, what do you call that, Jeff? Lawnmower.
This is our lawnmower.
Our lawnmower just break down. So we want to make sure we have those supports. So that's why we budget about 150,000 each year to support that also. And what we did is we reduced 150,000 somewhere else, like our book services. If when we find some savings there, we capture those savings and set it aside for our capital outlay. We're able to meet our 6% reserve for this year. And the rest of our ending fund balance is set aside as part of our program carryover. You can see the first 3 years, our budget looks, presentable enough because we managed to not have a deficit structure. However, if you look at the 22-23, that's the year that we lose our parcel tax dollars. In 23-24, we reduced that by 8.6 million because we will no longer get those parcel tax dollars. So all the work that we do, the best we could do is stretch it out for 2 years to make sure that we are solvent. And then in 23-24, we go back in having a deficit structure of 4.2 million again, because we just lost that $8.6 million. And with losing that money every year, it will just roll over year after year, and our deficit structure will keep doubling, and it's kind of like snowballing into a big negative dollar. As of right now, you will see that we managed to actually have a fiscally solvent budget, but it doesn't really solve our long-term problem. Jeff, you want to add something else?
No, I think you cover it well. The only thing I'd like to just point out too is in 2021 and 21-22, just would like to remind the board that our funded ADA carries forward through that 21-22 year. After that 21-22 year, we move into being a community funded basic aid district in 22-23. So you see that huge drop from 16,336 to 15,136 in terms of our funded ADA. But remember, that's where we're seeing that switch in our funding. And if you go down to our funding source, you actually see it go up by a couple $1 million there because we've changed our floor of our district. And I just want to reiterate that piece of we changed what our floor was versus what we were expecting it to be. So you see that solvency spread out for all 5 years of this, and which Dorothy, you did a great job explaining that. The other piece I would just add, and it ties into what Stacy's going to talk about very shortly, is there is no salary increase built into this. So we have a solvent budget for all 5 years. We have a new floor, but we still haven't added programs, resources. We haven't been able to increase any salary for any of our staff. So I just want to call that out. So it is this budget solvent. I think as a district, we should be proud of the fact that we have a solvent budget. We've changed the deficit model that we had, but the deficit model is going to reemerge because we are going to lose revenue still in that 23-24 year all over again because of that parcel tax. I'm going to move on and happy to come back to this too if there's anything with it. Just want to break down the personnel cost factor because it always comes up. And so as the budget and the revenue and the expenditures shift year to year, I know we always like to talk about this, and we always look at it from the standpoint, as I said earlier, personnel costs are always going to be the highest piece of any expenditure that we have as a school district. So if you take the cost, our total cost, I should say, of salary and benefits, which is just over 170 million, and you divide by our new revenue, we are now currently spending about 91% of our new revenue that comes in on salary. So just like to call that out there. Next one. So this is based on FTE, and I know, Stacey, we always talk about this full-time equivalent for it. So we could have more people in the district than this, but when we're talking about the FTE, it's how we budget and where we encumber those total dollars for the equivalent of those full-time positions in our district. I'd like to just read this out just a little bit here. With CA represents about 54% of our budget, or just under 54%, CSEA at 28%, SEIU at 11.2%. Our unrepresented is like our noon duty A's in our district. They're about 1.5% of our budget. And then management district-wide is about 5.7% of it. What I would also add on for the management piece, just because it always comes up in our community conversations, over 60% of our management positions are actually based out on school sites, whether they're in our special education programs, our principals, assistant principals, and so forth, but over 60% are site-based admin. And then the cost of 1% for the 2021 year is about 1.4 million. For the modeling for stability, we're looking at about 1.3. That's based on the decline in our certificated staff when we look at our out years. Just taking a look at our last 3 years of staffing, moving from left to right. I know Stacey's talked about in the last few meetings, and certainly we've talked about over the years of how we've been reducing our staff. In totality, we were at about 1591 in the 18-19 years, being about 1500 FTE this year. You might see a little, increases in certain job classification. That's based on student need, based on site need, based on district need that's happening at the time. But overall, our total FTE has obviously dropped pretty significantly over the last few years. And now, just with where we are stepwise, we'll open up for questions, discussion. Stacey, please, if you have anything else to add at this point. And then our plan would be to bring this back on December 15th for the adoption of our first interim budget report. We'll also have our LCFF budget overview for parents. There has been no changes in the one we have, this is the same one we brought back to you previously to review as a board in terms of the parent overview. And so with that, I'll stop. Stacey, if you have anything to add, and then open up for any questions and discussion. Oh, Stacey, I think you're muted. I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you. And thanks to Jeff and Dorothy, and I think you did a very nice job walking through. And I think just to reiterate and emphasize what Jeff said, although this is positive, we do need to look at those outlying years, and it has bought us some years. But again, if we were continuing on this trajectory, we would still be in these same conversations in 3 years, 2 to 3 years, as how do we create the long-term stability. So while it's positive, and I think it definitely is good news for us, I do caution that we approach it semi-optimistically, but keep our minds open as we continue our conversations as the district moves forward.
Okay, so clarifying questions, although we are itemized for discussion, so we'll come back to discussion as well. But let's start with clarifying questions that anybody has on any section of this. I'll just go in order. Phyllis?
No questions. Thank you, Jeff and Dorothy.
Okay, so then to Jerry.
Thanks. So first of all, Dorothy, I wanted to acknowledge what you said about can see the meticulous tracking that goes into building these amounts into these numbers and the savings. I do want to thank your team for that. I have several questions. I'll stick with two. So first of all, for the so I'm comparing this with 45-day to see what's changed, because there's a huge swing here of about 13 million over the next 3 years, right before the Measure A. And so one element of that is basically this recognition that we're switching into basic aid, but that wasn't there in the 45-day budget. Was that just because we didn't run the calculations? Was it because something changed about the environment?
So a couple things. One, the environment did change. So the other piece of it is the FCMAT calculator was updated from the 45-day budget update to where we're at for the first interim budget update. We inputted our enrollment numbers as well for the out years and took into account that decline that we have been experiencing, and certainly the decline that we see today.
So the calculator changed basically.
Well, the inputs into the assumptions that we input into the calculator that we have changed.
Okay, all right.
And then I think the other piece to include when we're looking at the switch from the basic aid coming that year earlier, it actually helped address where there was a cliff coming, because as Jeff shared, we were maintaining our same ADA at that 16,336. In our 45-day interim, we were looking at kind of taking that cliff on 22-23 because we would be going to our actual ADA, which was at 15,000. By going into the basic aid, I think that helps alleviate some of that shift of suddenly going into where actually enrollment was, and did help us save by having it go 1 year earlier. I just wanted to point that out.
Oh, right. No, I certainly can see that here. It's, I think my question, so I'm certainly very grateful for that. I think it was just more of understanding the origins of the numbers, because I think this is actually material would have, I think, really changed the discussions that we've had the last several weeks here, had we had this. But anyway, my second question is around the federal revenue. So it's modeled at, I guess, around 4 million for outlying years, 9.3 for this year. It was modeled at 3.3 back in the 45-day budget update. Again, do we know why that's gone up by roughly 700K in the outlying years? And I know that there's this 6.6 that's been dropped in for this year, but I see an uplift just overall. It's 700K, it's about 20% of that amount. If you compare it to the 45-day, if you have to do research, it's fine. Just wondering if you know off the top of your head, because that's a couple of $1 million right there too.
I do. Actually, when we receive our estimated revenue for special ed from SELPA at the county office, they actually use our updated enrollment projection for the special ed students. So that boosts the special ed revenue slightly. And what it does is when we get a little bit of revenue, it relieves a little bit of our contributions towards special ed.
Got it.
I just want to go to the slide where we talk about that. It's the reduced contribution of general fund. So that's the special education. So as the federal dollars went up, it's about that $900,000 difference, give or take. That was where we were able to relieve some of that general fund pressure and then put that into that deficit that we had experienced in the past years.
Okay.
That was showing in the 45-day budget update, Jerry.
That makes sense. Thanks. I have one more, but I'll wait for my next one.
Go ahead and take it, Jerry. Just go ahead and get it.
Okay.
Go ahead and just get it now. It's fine.
All right.
Keep
So
your train
then,
of thought.
thanks. So I was just wondering the components under local revenue. So it's about 13, 14 million. I know certainly Measure A is in there for 8.6 or what have you. What are the other components that make up the local revenue here?
Those are our local donations that is given to our sites by PTA, PTO, and then we also have some local grants like the El Camino grant, El Camino Hospital grants. So it's a combination of all local dollars that we receive, whether it's from our PTA parent organization or other local organizations.
Got it. And so not all of that dollars necessarily is usable at the district level. Some of those are site-specific donations, or are we counting? So ones that are like for school, is that counted in here, or are these donations that are for district use?
If the donation went into the school and then we deposited into our account, it's included in here. But what we do is it's in a separate fund. It's a restricted fund 8, so we can track it easily. And that is something that we allow the schools to control on their own because it's a donation from their site, parent organization sites.
And then it will come out being tracked in the services and other operating? Is that where, when it goes back out, when the schools spend it, that's where it gets accounted for?
Yes, it's part of that too.
Oh, great. I'm sorry, Jeff. I think
I was just going to add, and just hitting on that, the school sites can carry those dollars over to the next fiscal year. So if you're asking, are we spending those dollars? The answer is no, we're not spending the parent donations that come in.
Okay, great. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you, Lori.
Great. Okay. So then on to Satish.
Okay, thanks, Jeff and Dorothy. Good to see a lot of red vanished away from this. Okay, it's all color change. That's a good news. Okay, so a couple of questions on this again. Like I'm comparing again the 45 days versus the new one proposed here. The local revenue, it's in line with what Jerry asked. The local revenue shows it is roughly about 2 million less. In 45 days projection, we did, for example, in 2021, it was about 15 point odd. Okay, now it's 13.94. Same way, 16 point odd for, it's about like a 1.5 to 2 million less in this new projection in the revenue. Do you know why it went down, local revenue?
Yes. Yes. What we did is when we are looking at the projected revenue for the school sites, we look at how much they actually donations they generate last year. So that's where we build our 45-day budget, the preliminary and 45-day budget update. And we noticed that there's a decline of local donations from the PTA, PTO, and and parent donation because of COVID. So we went a little bit conservative and making sure that we don't overinflate the projection of the revenue that we're going to be getting from local donations. We did set up a PayPal account for every single schools so that those parents who don't go to the school and drop off a check, that we give them an option to that they can donate to the school directly through a PayPal account. So what we did is we saw the decline in the donation. That's why we adjusted our projected revenue for the local.
Is it some percentage you reduced, or it's an approximate amount you reduced? I think that even for the future, it's not just this year. Even hopefully next year we'll be out of all these things. So, but still the reduction is shown across.
So it's not a percentage. It's we look at the donations on each individual sites, and then we look at what they have received currently and what's pending in PayPal, and then we reach out to them and to see if there's going to be additional, if they're expecting to get a similar contribution or donation from their parent group. And so it is based on each school site. It's not based on a percentage overall.
Okay.
And I would just say it's really hard for us to do a percentage because some school sites in our district raise such significantly more capital than other school sites. So it's hard to do just a blanket percentage when someone might be getting 25 times more money than another school site in our district.
Potentially it can go up next year, right? So that's what it is, right?
That's
it could potentially go up.
Yeah. Okay, the next one is this reduced contribution from general fund to SPED, right? So 900K. Is it like what was the reasoning behind that? Is it something like our anticipated expense came, it came down, or is it like something intentionally we are moving some?
The expenditure did not go down because what we did when we give the special ed their budget, that is their working budget for the year. We make adjustment here and there depending on if there's new settlement or there's new increase of enrollment. There's new student to support, but the expenditure should not increase significantly. So when there's a little bit of increase in the revenue, then it relieves the general fund contribution, because we look at the total expenditures that they need, and then we take their total revenue that we're expecting to receive, and then that's where the general fund revenue comes in as part of filling in the gaps of the lack of funding for special ed. So when they increase the revenue slightly, what we did is we reduced the general fund contribution, but the expenditure remained the same.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you. And the last one on this is this. So I know that 1 year now the basic aid we are becoming basic aid from 22-23, right? So 1 year you brought it in, and is it like for the remaining all we calculated or all 5-year projection from 22-23 onwards, it's all basic aid, right?
That is correct.
Yeah, that is what we're showing right now.
Okay. And is there something which we need to maintain for us? How do we maintain that if you want to be in the same category?
So it's just a product of the division that goes into it. So if our funding, our local property tax base brings in more revenue than what we would have been allocated from the state on the per student basis, we get to keep what is considered the excess revenue from that. And so what we're saying is that's about here, let me just go to the slide, I'm sorry. What we're seeing is for the 22-23 year, it's about a $2.2 million excess. And that's where I talk about it from the lens of a new floor, right? So if our floor before was a per student at $8,500 per student on average, we've now shifted that because our local property tax is slightly higher than what we would have received per student.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, Sylvia?
So can you help me understand the change that happened here? Seems like a lot of it has to do with the COVID one-time dollars, right? But that's federal, right? That's not state, right?
Some of it's federal and some of it is state from COVID.
I see. Okay. So I'm trying to understand the I guess the stability of what's going on in terms of how things might change a month from now when the governor has his January budget. And, you know, I have to think about 11 months ago when the outlook was so good, and then all of a sudden it wasn't good anymore, and then it's been up and down. And so I'm just trying to understand in the story of what's happening with our budget right now, where's the states, the governor's budgets, the state legislature, how is it all interacting and affecting what's happening with us and how stable it's going to be for the next couple of years?
So that is definitely the conversation Dorothy and I have pretty much every day for a couple hours a day, because we are so dependent on what's happening. I know it's almost like we get an update 1 month ago that said, okay, you need to go back and make sure you tell your board that we're going to reduce by 10% of LCF funding, right? And then a few weeks later, they say, actually, it turns out the state budget looks a lot healthier than they were anticipating based on what was coming in. Then Dorothy and I were on a call, I guess it was last week, where they said, well, you know what, 2021, you know, everything looks good, but watch out for 21, 22. And then it's look out for 22, 23. So honestly, I wish I could give you a very concrete answer. We are highly interested in what happens in January. I think there could be something that changes with COLA. But in terms of some of the other, it is very unknown right now. I don't know, Dorothy, Stacey, if you want to add, because I know we've all been on different calls, but there's a lot of unknown out there.
Yeah, I think you're spot on.
So I guess the follow-up question then is how much can we trust this, I guess?
And I think this goes into what Stacey's, I don't think, it's going to go into what Stacey's talking about next. We can only control our own stability. To say that the more reliant we are on what happens at the state level, the more we're going to go through these dramatic swings with our number. The more we're reliant on what we do locally, the more stability we're going to have. When we've had a parcel tax and we've had a $8.6 million parcel tax in our budget for a number of years, and it's helped maintain us through a lot of really difficult times. We don't have that in 23, 24, and 24, 25 anymore. And that does play with our stability, because now, to your point, we're so reliant on what's the governor going to say in January? What is the governor going to come back and say in May? And we don't have that stability because we're waiting for the next shoe to drop, versus the more revenue we have that's created locally, whether it's because we're basically community funded, because of parcel taxes and other revenue enhancement strategies, the less, we're never immune from it, but the better we're able to address whatever changes at the level that we have really very little control over.
Okay. All right. That's helpful. Thank you. Lori, that's it for me.
So I think I've got most of my questions answered, but I did want to look, Jeff, at the reserves. So two things. One, I note that you guys have been able to build back in our board reserve into this projection with the sort of I hesitate to call it magic, but the relief funds that have come in, it's allowed us to restore back in our board reserve. But so just establish that, yes, that is true, that we were able to do that.
Yes.
And then to build on that, so when we look at that 22, 23 column, which is now where we have the single asterisk for where we are most educated guesses as to when we would convert. Talk to us a little bit about what other local districts who are basic aid carry as far as reserves go and why, and how far behind we would be with just the 6% reserve at that point.
Sure, I'm gonna go first, and then I know Dorothy talked to some of her director colleagues throughout the district too. So last year, when we were concerned that we were going to fall into a recession based basic aid district, so to speak, when all those conversations were taking place, we had an opportunity to reach out to our county county CBO at that point. He has since retired, and he recommended, at least in the first year, to be in that 7 to 10% range. He always said 10%, kind of ideal, but it takes a little bit to get there, especially when you're coming out of being such a low funded district that we were. And then when you think about it at that time, because of a recession, he's like, try and get to 7% and then try and work your range. So that's what we learned last year. I think that's probably still safe for us. Dorothy, why don't you share what you learned from some of your director colleagues as well?
Sure, Jeff. So when I reach out to my co-directors within our surrounding district, I found out that they actually have their 3% state reserve, and then they have their, either they call it their 7% basic aid reserve because they're basic aid. So they have a total of 10% reserve, 3% for state and 7% for their basic aid reserve. Majority of them have at least 10% reserve. One school actually has a total of 18% reserve. So what they do is they have a 3% state reserve. They also have a 3% board reserve, and then they have an additional 12% budget stabilization reserve is what they call it. So they are the one that has the most, 18%, and the others are pretty much in the 10% range.
And so to follow on for that, the reason that districts do that and work so hard to get to that reserve, even in year one, is because of the volatility. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Sure, you want me to go first, Dorothy?
Please. Yeah.
So one of the things that, because you are talking about your property tax values or the property tax increases, and because they typically come in at a different time than when we're building the budget, you have a reserve in place in case it ends up lower than your assumption. So as we talked about earlier, we're building in a 2% assumption for our 4 fiscal years, so 2021 or 2021-22 through 24-25. We have a 2% assumption. Let's just say we got to a point where the economy stabilized and we were getting closer to assuming a 3 or 4% in a potential valuation. Then all of a sudden on a year we end up at 1%. That stabilization factor we would utilize to help the fact that property tax or revenue, it was coming less than expected. Dorothy, you want to add on to that a little bit?
Yes. Also, a community funded is the revenue is not based on ADA anymore. So when your ADA, when our ADA starts to go down because of our declining enrollment and we goes flat, so we maintain the property taxes that we get. But once the enrollment starts to pick up again, so that means if we get 24 kids, 24 increase in our enrollment, we have to hire 1 teacher for those 24. And we don't get an additional funding because as a community funded, it's no longer based on the ADA. So if our enrollment goes up, our revenue won't go up because we have more kids.
Right. So kind of going back to Jeff's previous statement about that the onus is on us at that point to do what we have to do to stay stable and to pre-plan strategically for being able to absorb those shifts ourselves, because at that point we get zero help from the state, and especially in those early years when we're right on the cusp.
Correct. And I would say the other thing I would throw out there is like healthcare costs as it increases. Those are costs, those are burdens that we would have to take on with the revenue that we have here.
Okay, and then my second question beyond the reserves is, so if I play this out, if I'm looking forward to June when we would be adopting our budget, and as we've already said, we're at like the most sort of unpredictable point in the budget cycle each year, and especially this year, to kind of know what's going to come out in January through May, essentially from the state. But this actually is a I want to say best case, but this is a really good case scenario for us, that if this held, this is substantially better than where we expected to be, especially if the state uses the majority of their funds to pay down the deferrals rather than apply one-time dollars. That then does kind of become a best case out of a really not good case scenario. But that said, if I play this out, right now, this is showing us in year 4 being back into the red, which means come June, we're adopting a budget that has us in year 3 already with no staff increases in the red in year 3. Is that right? If I fast forward this by a year to where we'd be adopting this budget in June?
Are you talking May of 2021 and June of 2021 data adoption cycle? Is that what
Yeah,
you're
so
referencing?
like if I'm saying June of 2021, if this sort of becomes similar to what the budget looks like that we'd be adopting, by then we'd advance everything 1 year, and 23-24 becomes year 3 for us, and that shows a deficit.
Yes, I'm sorry. I follow you now. Yes, you are correct in that.
Okay, so in terms of planning for what we're doing for the spring, right now, if this sort of really good case, maybe not best case, but really good case scenario were to hold true for the budget we'd be adopting in June, we'd still have a structural in year 3.
We would still have a structural in year 3 and year 4.
Yeah, okay, all right. Thank you, that's it for.
I also want to add, Lori, that when that happens, if we go that path, then we cannot certify ourselves as a positive, because the 3rd year will be in, we still have a problem.
Thank you, Dorothy. Yes, absolutely. Okay, so with that, I want to check in with my board members. Does anybody else have any other clarifying questions? We do have one public comment on this item I want to take before we discuss further, but does anybody else have any clarifying questions they want to get out before we go to public comment?
I actually had a follow-up to Dorothy's last comment, if that's okay.
Yeah, please go ahead, Jerry.
So I didn't understand, you said under that scenario, then we wouldn't be able to certify ourselves as positive, but why wouldn't we? Because we would have maintained a reserve of 6%. We do run a deficit, but so I just want to make sure I understand the system correctly. Why will we not?
Apologize. You are correct, Jerry. I apologize. We will still certify positive. I apologize.
Great, thank you.
I think those, if we can, just to make sure, just for clarity purposes, our reserve is met of the 3%, which is the minimum requirement based on a district of our ADA size. We are solving for 21-22 through 24-25 with our 3% minimum required reserve, and we are showing that the additional 3% board reserve.
Thank you. Thanks for the clarification.
Okay, so anybody else clarifying questions before I take the public comment on this one? All right, seeing none. So then let's go ahead, Leslie, if I can get name from you for the public comment.
Yes, it's Liang Zhao.
Oh, great. Okay. So let's go ahead and ask Liang to raise her hand and unmute her.
Hello?
Hi, welcome, Liang.
Hi. Hi, thank you, Stacy and Jeff, for presenting a really reasonable interim update. And thank you, Jerry, for pointing out that we will not be insolvent in 3 years. In fact, we need to look at not only whether we are in deficit spending, we should look at our ending balance of each year. Our ending balance by the end of 23-24 is $28 million. And that's even if we did not renew the parcel tax of 8.6 million a year. If we can renew that, then it will be more than healthy. So And then I'd like to suggest that I understand the board would like to be equitable between between the different schools. And I think going forward, the CUSD United should establish a special purpose fund that's especially for funding disadvantaged students and the special aid students. And this kind of funding, I think, we will have an easier time fundraise from corporations, nonprofits, and even community members, because this will be for charitable purposes. And right now, the CUSD United tries to raise funding from existing parents who are, a lot of them are already under financial stress to afford this address. So, and when they donate to a fund without knowing where the money would go, they are less likely to donate. So they will be more likely to donate to their individual schools. That's just the mentality right now. So that's establish special purpose fund for disadvantaged students and special ed students for equity purposes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Liang. And Leslie, just checking back in, that's our only one for this item?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so why don't we do, I'll check back in with Stacy real quick. Anything direction wise you want to give us before we give discussion and direction back at ya?
We just need to know if there's anything you need us to address prior to us bringing it back for approval next week.
Okay. So I will start with Phyllis. Oh, you're muted, Phyllis.
Yeah, I just want to say how important that reserve is to me. And, you know, this is a broken record for me. I say it all the time. But I think 3% board reserve is not enough. And I think particularly given that we're going into basic aid, I would like for us to consider, I don't know if this is the time or if it comes a little later, but I would like us to consider significantly higher board reserve. That's my comment. Thank you.
Okay, and then to Jerry.
I think I was just wondering, this LCFF budget overview for parents, is this something we're doing, or is this a legally required document? Anybody?
It is something that legally we do have to approve at the same time as the interim. So it's just reflecting the same information in the interim budget, maybe in a little bit user-friendly version.
Slightly more. All right, thank you.
Okay, and Jerry, that was it for you? Okay, and then Satish?
Yeah, I don't have anything specific. I think this is good. I'm very happy. And I think hope we'll be able to maintain this color here and without having any surprises, as Sylvia asked, like, you know, how stable, you know, like, are you sure how confident we are, kind of thing, right? So that's one thing. And one question is, like, when do we have to submit this? Like, what is that? Like, is it, when is that approval process here? When is the action?
We are actually going to bring it back at the special board meeting next Tuesday, December 15th, because it does need to be approved and then submitted to the county.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, good.
Okay, thanks, Satish. Sylvia?
Just thank you to Dorothy and Jeff and the team. Looks great. Thanks.
Okay, and I will wrap by just extending thanks again, and you know, on behalf of the entire board. I know, I mean, I've been following school district budgeting for, I don't know, 5-6 years now, and I've never seen a cycle like this. So kudos to you guys for the work of the team that it took to get to this point. I know everyone I know at CDE or up in Sacramento, and as well as those that I follow in the school funding world, you know, just continue to remark on what a extremely remarkable year this is, and really appreciate you know, all of the time and energy and effort that has gone into this. I would also echo Phyllis's comments here. I am, you know, really happy to see that our 3% board reserve was a priority for getting that back into this budget. That is going to be something, you know, just again, echoing back to my clarifying questions, that knowing that now it's looking like our conversion is just a matter of time, figuring out how we can expand that reserve to get us into even the bottom end of best practices would be a step up from where we are now. So along with our other goals that we will address with the next item. So with that, unless anybody else has any other comments, we will happily see this back next Tuesday. If anybody has anything that flags for them between now and then, please let staff know right away, since we are on a timeline for adopting this and or adopting a first interim by at Tuesday's special board meeting, excuse me. So that's the plan for that. And with that, let me pop back over to my agenda here. We will be, unless staff has any other comments?
No comments.
Okay, moving us along to 12.5, building long-term fiscal stability. And turn it back over to Stacy and Jeff.
Thank you. And I feel like we've built up to this all evening on some of our other presentations, and it just reinforces how everything really goes together when we talk about building our long-term fiscal stability. So tonight is our continued discussion. I think we're in a very good point based on some new information that was shared in the first interim to really streamline and be able to narrow down as we discuss how do we get to that long-term fiscal stability and determining what that partial tax will look like. So if we can go to the next slide. So really, again, we'll still, even though the first interim did shed some positive light, I do want to still share some of our budget challenges. I also want to share what our district commitment over our conversations these last weeks and months. We certainly have heard a lot from our community, which we appreciate the feedback, and we have made some commitments as we're moving forward and focusing on this partial tax and want to reinforce what those commitments are. I also wanted to share some of the budgeting considerations and assumptions to get us to that long-term fiscal stability and some of the decisions that we need to make. And then really landing on tonight is having that discussion and trying to finalize in more detail, what is that partial tax that we need for that long-term fiscal stability. Next. So again, tried to highlight some of these slides will look similar, but with some adjustments, because based on our first interim budget projections, we do still face some following challenges. Although we're in better shape when we look at that year 23-24, we are facing a structural deficit. That is due to the loss of the parcel tax that we will see expire in 22-23. And then in addition to those challenges, there has been a lot of discussion and conversations around what are some of those other possible actions that the board could take to create this long-term fiscal stability. And they are passing a partial tax, and we have put a lot of our effort and conversations around the partial tax. But also to remind that those other actions that got us to this point was our discussion about the school closures as a way of saving a cost saving. We also have spent probably the last 6 months reviewing the board levers that would result in staff reductions and program cuts that would really decrease what our spending is. And so want to still put those out there, that that's really why we are in this position now where we're talking about the partial tax, because several weeks ago we were in a much dire strait for our budget, much better position tonight and moving forward. But we do still need to be planning for those outlying years, as was illustrated in the last meeting. So just a reminder what those board levers were. We talked about the increasing classes at all of our elementary schools. We talked about the loss of our SITs and our librarians at all of our schools. We talked about possibility of principals covering more than one site. We discussed furlough days for staff, reduced staff learning days. We looked at increasing the staff ratio at our middle schools, and then the elimination of our instructional coaches. So those were all pieces that we knew that we could pull at any time or within a year or two that would help us in our long-term stability. So next slide. But I think over the last weeks where we've really have focused as how do we meet the challenge, and really doing it in a more positive way to alter our course of actions, instead of always talking about what are we going to take away and what are we reducing, really shifting that mindset and where we're operating as a district and what we're able to provide to our students, and looking at the positive and asking, what can we be providing? What should we be doing? And I know many of you as board members have asked, what are the programs that we've lost over the years? And so, to be able to have those conversations with sites and with our parents and with our students about what do we want to engage in that is no longer about talking about losing and removing. It's about, let's really continue to enhance what we're providing as our learning environment. And we had fallen that we would, oops, sorry, that's all right. The partial tax in May is where we've been landed on. And so again, tonight, I think we need to delve into that and really focus on what does that mean. And here was our commitment to the community based on our pursuit of a partial tax, is that we wouldn't have any cuts to our programs or positions in 21-22. School closures are off the table for 2021 through 2024. A salary increase for our staff, which we have not provided for the last 2 years, nor have built into the budget. I know that that was highlighted during the first interim, that although we look very stable in the next 2 years, that doesn't include any kind of a staff salary increase, and that we wouldn't have any of our structural deficit in our multi-years if we pass this partial tax. So that continues to be our commitment to our community. And it really is looking at, I know there's been a lot of questions from our community. What does that really mean when we say no school closures? It really means that the district is willing to put our energy into this partial tax and take everything off the table in 21-22. But we also have to realize that if this partial tax doesn't pass, we will need to come back and revisit the board levers. We would need to come back and revisit the school closures. Not saying that we have to choose any one particular one out of any of those, but we would need to recognize that we still have to address that structural deficit in that outlying year. We still would need to address employee salary increases as well. So next slide. I want to spend a little bit of time on this slide because I know that this is one that there's been a lot of conversation and a lot of questions on when we presented it over the last couple of weeks, when we talked about potentially what could happen if we passed a partial tax. And we said that it really would allow us to align with our strategic plan and offering these different experiences for our students and the personalized learning and enrichment and interventions. And so we had shared over the last couple of weeks that the thought of supporting our multi-tiered systems of support, which we have really reduced over the last year due to budget. And we mentioned the elementary counselors at our sites, our literacy specialists, and then the ability to expand the elective programs at the middle schools. And I know that for some of our community members, this is hard to really wrap their heads around as to what does this look like? Is it really a necessity? And I think that's a fair question to ask because it is $3 to $4 million that we're asking to put into the budget. That's an ongoing cost. And I think what I would like to ask and to spend some time is to talk about, it doesn't have to be these specific positions. It's really talking about everything that we've heard throughout every presentation tonight. We've talked about the social emotional support for our students. It's talked about the interventions that need. Jerry had mentioned about the clubs and more activities for students to be involved in. We've heard that the connecting to campus, the social interactions, those are all those pieces that we certainly are seeing more needed now in distance learning, but they're going to continue on for many years out. And we really need to have not just staff, but we need to have the programs, the resources that each site then can develop. What is that need that they can have in place to meet all of their students? It could be an elementary counselor, but as a site, they may develop a different type of a system of support. They may need a literacy specialist. So I would ask that we don't get too much that it's going to be 30 FTEs. It's more about that amount of money that we could have built into our budget every year that we know that we could support our programs and resources to fully engage our students, to fully support our students through interventions and to do enrichments. You know, we talk a lot about intervention, but we don't often get to talk about enrichment and what can we offer to other students. And so I really think that's one of the benefits when we talk about this partial tax and long-term stability. It is a cost of money, but it's something that we all think can benefit all students and not just particular students. There's something in it for everyone. The electives throughout the middle schools, our middle schools can be very creative in what they want to offer. We have students who give up an elective if they're in a particular type of an intervention or support class. And we really want that equity for all students to have those opportunities and to grow. And so, you know, I think we are asking that we have the support to put in this additional cost into the long-term plan. And again, we can revisit and not have to have it as specific as FTEs, but to more the concept of the support for all of our students through programs, resources, and staffing. So with that, next slide. So this is the exact same slide that you just saw during Jeff and Dorothy's presentation, showing our first interim in a much better shape. And what I want to show over the next 2 slides then is the impact of if we do put into place what we're asking for with the passing of a parcel tax, which would be a 2% salary increase for staff. We can go ahead and go to the next slide, Jeff. If we were to embed into our years a 2% salary increase for our staff for each of the years beginning in the year 2021, a 2% salary increase for 21-22, and each of the outlying years would be a 2%. We use 2% as a starting point. We know that typically many of our surrounding districts, it's a 2 to 4% salary increase. We do have some comparisons from our surrounding areas, and our unions always have the ability to come back, and it's actually negotiable. So when we put this into the budget, we are still obligated to go back and negotiate. So it could be higher than a 2%. 2% is really the bottom, I think, to start with. In addition, we did build in the cost of what it would be to add those 30 certificated FTEs that would offer the support. That line item could certainly be moved out of staffing and be moved into programming, but would still illustrate that need of that amount. So you can see the impact of that as we're looking at each of the outlying years, where suddenly we are, when we look at our revenue less expenditures, we're no longer sitting in the position that we were at our previous slide with our first interim. We actually take a significant in our structural deficit throughout the outlying, and it continues to grow regardless of whether we go into the basic aid position or not. We still continue to create a larger structural deficit. This one also shows the expiration of the parcel tax in 23-24, and you can see that significant drop between the 22-23 school year and the 23-24, where we increase our structural deficit, actually double our structural deficit. So don't get too depressed on that side. Let's move to the next one. So if we talk about what we need and what type of a parcel tax we need to get us into a long-term fiscal stability, this slide illustrates the addition of the 2% salary across each of those years. It illustrates the 30 certificated FTEs, and then it also adds in a replacement parcel tax. So it takes our current $250 parcel tax. It would replace that with a new parcel tax of $398. So it would be an additional cost to our residents of $148 a year. So it's illustrated in each out of the outlying years. We looked at different samples where we did separate parcel tax and we brought in a new parcel tax and then went out for a renewal into the 23 school year when it expires. But again, that creates so much unknowns because we could not build into that measure a renewal until we actually have renewed it. So we found that this was a better way to get long-term fiscal stability at a much faster rate. It allows us to do the 2% salary increase. It allows us to add those additional FTEs or intervention supports throughout. It keeps us out of our structural deficit. We do not need to close schools. We do not need to reduce staffing. We do not have to put in furlough days. We do not have to increase class size. So the other comments that I think we see is that we do have a healthy growing ending fund balance. And again, I think as we talk about so many of the unknowns, one of them not knowing what that actual salary increase could be higher than the 2%, that could be reduced somewhat, but it's a healthy reserve. And again, I think it goes to the point that we just talked about with going into basic aid and having a larger reserve or a larger carryover each year. It really does meet all of those needs. Questions have been asked, could we go lower than a 398? We could. We looked at numbers at even a 350, but what happens is that it quickly puts us where we would be in consideration about possibly having a structural deficit in the outlying years. We could look at taking things out, but again, as we were approaching this, our conversations have really been, what do we think our needs are? And so, that's what we base this representation on. So if we go to the next slide, Jeff. And so really our staff recommendation based on all of the information, looking at where we're headed, wanting to go onto that positive trajectory for the future, wanting to provide for all of our students, for all of our staff, we are recommending that we do a replacement flat rate parcel tax, putting it onto the May ballot. the replacement ballot, and again, I think there is sometimes confusion where the replacement versus new. The replacement would be the 250 in addition to an additional 148, so a total of 398 for our resident. It's an approximately $14 million revenue that it would generate. Questions will be asked. Why do we say a flat rate versus a square foot? I think several of the comments that have been made throughout the nights, and we've certainly heard a lot of perspectives from our community. We know that there is outright resistance to a square foot. We've heard from our businesses. We've been able to ascertain that from voices coming forward. There is some opposition, I think, to a flat rate, but we're hearing less of the flat rate. And I think the lower dollar amount may make it more reasonable to go to the flat rate. And part of it is we've never had a square footage, and I think we're taking some risk in going out in a larger parcel tax than we have in the past. And we have had success with passing a flat rate. So I'm going to stop on that. And if we can go to the, never mind, we'll stay on this one. Sorry, we can go back up. I will pause with that, and I'm going to turn it back over to Lori.
Okay, so let's follow our same pattern. Let's start with some clarifying questions from everybody. So Phyllis, and you're muted. I can't wait till Jerry has to tell me the same thing.
I don't have any questions. I'll just have some comments later.
All right, sounds good. And then let's see, next on my list is Jerry.
Thank you. I have one question about this spreadsheet. So if we go back to slide 9, please. It's the third one where we model both the parcel tax and then the spend. The way I read this, it looks like we're going to have the new tax and the old tax running concurrently in year 21-22 and 22-23. Because if you look at the numbers here, starting in 21-22, we start to capture the 13 million from the 398, but we didn't back out the existing parcel tax. We didn't, because it's already included in local revenue, but it's not subtracted out. So it looks like for those 2 years, we're going to actually have 400 plus 250, 650 going on. Is that the intent? That seems inconsistent with slide 10.
That is not the intent. So I may ask Jeff or Dorothy if they can respond to that and help out.
Dorothy's not
Oh,
on.
sorry.
Sorry, I'm still here.
Oh, perfect. So our intent was not to have it running concurrently. It was really, as Stacy described it, that total of 398. So I'm actually pulling up the spreadsheet right now, but that was not our intention, Jerry. It was.
Okay. So then what should happen then in 21-22 and 22-23, there should be that minus 8.6 million then to back it out of the current local revenue, the way I read it.
So I will go back and check the spreadsheet right now. What I will say is it was not meant in any way to have a combination of those two parcel taxes. It was really, truly, as Stacy described it, to be that 398 number.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. That's my only question. Thanks, Lori.
Okay, so then on to Satish.
Yeah, I have, I also do not have a lot of questions. Just one clarification, this 30 certificate FTE, it's just a placeholder, or it's basically some amount you are reserving for this additional, offerings. We are just putting that, or is it something associated directly on headcount?
So to our point, when we originally started the discussion, we were really looking at, we do believe elementary counselors are something that would be a value to our students. We do believe that the literacy specialists would be a value. We know that having the 2 electives would be a value. But in looking and talking with staff, we really don't want to close the door that that's all that would be allowed for. We really want to expand it and say it really is about all of our interventions. We heard Jennifer talk about the significant disproportionality. We know that that we have a lot of students that we need to identify for early intervention. So we could easily, instead of saying that's 30 certificated FTE. It's that dollar amount that we want to have available every year to create our programs and our resources and give some of that back to our sites to do that planning. And, you know, time-wise, we just haven't had the time to go in depth, but I know given the time and the money, our staff could go back and work on the sites and they would come up with a plan.
Okay, no, because why I'm you know, hitting on that again and again, because every year it goes up, because the moment it is connected to FTE, probably stepping column and other things, you may be adding it. But if
Right,
it's a fixed amount, probably we can have a flat rate across, right? So
Yeah, it would actually be a great point because it would be a little bit lower. It would be lower if we didn't have it as FTE cost.
yeah, so. Okay. Thanks, Laurie.
Okay, so then to Sylvia.
I don't have any clarifying questions.
Okay, so
Laurie, could we go back to Jerry's question, because I think Jeff went back and took a look and has clarification.
Of course, please go ahead.
We did back it out of it when we were going through. We're just not showing it on that. So I think that's the problem. We should have showed that negative balance there, but we were including in our projections.
So we're not like having an extra. Okay, all right. I just wanted to check. So the end balance is correct. It's just that the row wasn't labeled correctly. Then the math is correct in terms of the spreadsheet. I just wanted to check.
That's what it.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, it is. It's a correct calculation.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, and I don't have any clarifying questions, just comments. So let's see, does anybody else have any other clarifying questions? And then I'm going to go to Leslie and check in on public comment on this item. But any other clarifying questions from board members?
Yeah, so one question, so if it was like a measure O equivalent, right, that is 125, okay, so maybe we think about that, like exactly if you key in 125 additional, like if we had a measure O pass, probably, you know, like a measure A plus measure O kind of thing. I know that it's not a significant difference between that, but just to have I'm trying to see some consistencies. Like, did we look into that? Like, if it is $125, what would be the impact?
We did. We looked at several different numbers and really, again, to be able to look at that long-term stability without putting us into risk, just felt like this was really a solid number that, for one, we think that is reasonable to ask our community to support. It's under the $400, which I think had been many comments that we've heard from the community, is to keep it at a lower rate, but enough that it truly gets us away from having this conversation in 4 to 5 years.
Thank you.
And I actually thought of one. Does staff have a particular time frame that they're recommending? Are you recommending a 6 or an 8 or?
We would recommend an 8-year.
Okay. And I assume that by flat rate and not specifically calling out an elevator, you're just recommending a simple flat rate, not one with a indexing built in.
I think that could be considered, but we're really just trying to keep it simple. You know, I think all of us have that same desire. We just want to get it passed.
I know. Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure before we go any further on that. Anybody else clarifying questions before I go to comments? No. All right, seeing all no's. Okay, so and Leslie, I know we have a half a dozen or so, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and so if I can get the first, sorry, I lost my paper. The first group of names, please.
The first one is Jason Sitt. The second one is Jean Bedord, and followed by Xiao Hu or Xiaohua Wang. I see Jason.
Okay, so if we can start with Jason.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, hear me? Okay,
Yes,
thank
yes.
you. So remember, our front gate is safety. The inner gate is academic. What good is there if the kid is dead? Trust the science. This is a pandemic, not a common flu. So with that in mind, so an ultimatum you gave us to the community that you will close our schools in 2022 to 23 years unless we pass a partial tax next May. You have awakened a sleeping giant and filled him with a terrible resolve. I have to quote it with Mr. Yamamoto. Okay, this time, the sleeping giant is the CUSD community. Now, as a John Muir family, I have to tell you that this giant will move forward to make sure that accountability will monitor closely and thoroughly with a counter condition. So in order to have this partial tax pass, an independent budget overseeing committee must be formed and ensure that every penny of this partial tax is spent on our children's education. That includes transformation in the school and district executive salary and bonus. I haven't seen anybody dare to touch that part regarding the salary bonus of a district executive. We need to carve out those expenses for education, teacher, and schools frontline workers. And the expense must be 100% transparent to the community in terms of where, when, why, who, and how it's used. Last and most importantly, since we lost trust in the previous current school and the school board and district, I suggest you to consider dividing the partial tax in multiple ballot instead of a full amount in a single ballot. As we cannot commit to such a huge amount of money historically when we see not showing good stewardship and controlling the expenses. Thank you. And we must see a good accountability in meeting our school and community expectations.
Thank you, Jason. And then next I have Jean Bedord. So if we can unmute Jean.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Jean Bedord, and I would like to thank you for your service to the community and appreciate having Trustee Jerry Liu speak out against bullying by the district parents. This is not acceptable behavior. This board faces tough decisions that may be unpopular, but nonetheless need to be made. I am a CUSD alumni parent, and I am one of the 76% of the voters who do not have children under the age of 18. Furthermore, I am part of the 64% of voters that are 55 or older. We are the majority, not the current parents. Our expectations are that the current school board make decisions that ensure that current students have the same quality of education that was provided to our kids. In recent years, I have heard more and more complaints from parents new to the community regarding the lack of student support services. The significant drop in student enrollment and loss of revenue has not been communicated to the community. District response has been to cut budgets, focusing outside the classroom. What the community doesn't realize is that the district has lost the equivalent of an entire school each year for the past several years. It's even worse this year with the loss of the equivalent of 2 schools, not just 1. Shouldn't the focus be on the entire educational experience instead of trying to maintain all of the current buildings for a shrinking enrollment? Shouldn't the district restructure its campuses to better meet parent choices? Why lotteries and wait lists when overall enrollment is declining so dramatically? I urge the board to look at the big picture, not just the short-term financial picture. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. And then Xiaohua. Xiaohua, it looks like you're unmuted on our end. If you could go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me now?
We can. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you for allowing me to speak. And first, I want to express my gratitude for the board and the school to achieve the 398 number. which seems to be very reasonable to me. If you, I think many people have observed recently, as the previous resident just said, there is tension and frustration from different parties, from residents, from parents. So I just wonder, maybe we can, with this financial crisis being in the past, maybe we can focus more on the positive side from school, from board, and particularly from the residents. So one idea I am trying to raise is there was tension between neighborhood and magnet. I think some of the tension was really unnecessary and negative, but really we should focus on the positive side. I think one particular suggestion to the board and school is, can we enhance our neighborhood schools so that we can level different schools between neighborhood and magnet and make the neighborhood schools more attractive. So I think if we focus on improving the education quality and experience, people would pay less attention to closing schools or other factors. So I myself live in near John Muir and Miller, but I don't really mind sending my kids to Meyerhouse because of a clip. So I don't think we have too few schools. I think some of the fear for closure is really people have the sense of losing. But if we, on the other hand, make consolidating neighborhood school with very good education program, I wouldn't really see there will be many reasons for people to come.
Thank you, Xiaohua. And then Leslie, if I can get the next set of names, please.
There are three more. We have Somya, we have Liang Chao, and we have Atul Apt.
Okay, so if I can, I see Somya, so if we can unmute Somya, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Laurie. Thank you, boards and the staff members, everyone for working on the parcel tax. Yes, we absolutely need that. But I did hear about having a contingency plan in the last board meeting. At least trying, to start working on that. But I did not hear anything about that in today's board meeting. Especially, we need a contingency plan, as Phyllis was supporting and advocating it for it in case parcel tax fails, right? So when you start on a contingency plan, what my request is, can you please involve the parents? I know you have a CAC, report, and we all know that it is not a good representative of all the parents from all the schools. So especially Meyerhouse. So I would strongly urge you all to please include parents when you start a contingency plan. Without that, again, we will be in the same place, and again, we will have the same kind of issues, same kind of conflicts between parents, between parents and boards. That's never a good thing. Please, I urge you to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Somya. And then Liang.
Hi, this is Liang Chao representing myself. I fully support the staff recommendation for 398 parcel tax to replace the existing 250 parcel tax. Although I still think CUSD should attempt a square footage based parcel tax so that it is more equitable between commercial properties and owner occupied properties. And I fully support the parcel tax to support strong academics and salary raises to retain teachers to maintain the features that made CUSD desirable. However, site-specific optional programs are important, but they should be funded by the current CUSD parents, not parcel tax. And I have 4 requests. First, CUSD should commit to treating all small schools equitably as alternative programs, Thus, all small schools should be given viable paths to develop magnet programs with preference to neighborhood students if they desire. And they should be included in the lottery as alternative programs so that they get the same visibility and support. This is only fair. Second, CUSD should commit to not ever consider school closure as a way to generate revenue unless all the other board levers were exhausted, as the previous board has done and all the other school boards are doing. CUSD board jumped to conclusion to school closure this year prematurely. 3, CUSD should adopt the best practices by the Department of Education so that any school closure decision should be made by the statement dated 7/11 open to the public's advisory committee through objective fact-finding and public hearing. 4, there should not be a promise to not cut positions next year, given that we will continue to see enrollment decline. Staffing should be scaled proportionally as necessary to be financially solvent. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Leong. And then Atul.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, welcome.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak. So first of all, thank you to everybody for all the analysis and all the data. I have a few comments. So I think salary increases are absolutely a must. I think that's completely a requirement. It's been long overdue. One of the things that I'm kind of struggling with understanding is if a 2% salary increase is 2.5 million. Why are we not considering just renewing Measure A like-for-like renewal, which is basically what Fremont Union School District did recently and pretty much got that passed? People are more likely to support just a clean renewal of Measure A, and then we can think about. And it seems like there is enough money if Measure A is renewed for everything that we want to do, and so I'm trying to understand why that is not being considered. All the extra money that is being requested seems to be just going to fulfill some of these extra requirements. The $4 million for the extra FTEs and the extra services, it's good to have, but it's not an emergency. It's not something we have to do now. So that would be my sort of one comment. Why are we not looking to renew Measure A and then coming back later and saying let's do a square foot based tax when the stakes are a little bit lower, and failure doesn't mean that we have things getting cut. The other thing I want to comment on, there was a comment saying that if the parcel tax fails, that board levers will be back on the table. But looking at the numbers, it doesn't appear that that's still going to be the case. It looks like primarily, again, Measure A is the core key thing here, which is going to expire. But even if Measure A is renewed, it seems like we wouldn't actually be in dire straits anymore. And so it's really difficult for me to justify to myself why I should support a parcel tax. I don't really see a requirement for it. So if you could please explain why not just renew Measure A, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, so Leslie, just checking to be sure we got all of the cards that came in for this item before we started?
Yes, you did.
Great, okay, thank you for that. And Stacy, anything before I kind of do a whip around to kind of give people an opportunity to sort of make an opening salvo here in a discussion? Oh, you're muted.
I do. I wanted to offer an apology as we were relooking and as the conversations were going on. Jerry was correct that 8.6 had not been pulled out. So I believe that Jeff was able to quickly revise the slide and will be able to illustrate it correctly. It was illustrated in the slide in 10, but not in 9. I do apologize.
Okay. So do people want a minute to look at that before I do a round, or do we need any clarifying questions on that? Sorry, I'm going to take just a minute here.
Do I need to make it bigger? Would that be helpful? I'm sorry, I'm not seeing on my screen.
Would it be possible to mail us a copy of this? Now, or if that's not appropriate, it's fine. I'll just screenshot it and zoom it in myself here. In fact, I just did that. Never mind.
Are you okay if I send a copy of it and then I can post it? I apologize, Jerry, for saying I should have spent an extra minute going through that form again. I apologize.
No, it's all good. I think, yeah, because the end balance had looked kind of high to me given the numbers, but this makes sense. This is more what I expected given the numbers we're plugging in. So I just wanted to make sure. But okay, thank you. Thanks for doing this in real time.
Okay, so let's do a round of sort of opening points you're hoping to kind of put on the table for everybody to reflect on, and knowing that we will do a second round for sure on this. So does that sound like a good idea? Does anybody have any other ways they want to approach it?
That sounds good to me. Yeah.
Okay, so let's do a around the horn, and any opening ideas, discussion points you want to put on the table for this, for all of us to sort of consider together, and then we'll do a second round to do just that. All right, so Phyllis.
I'm remembering to unmute. Yeah, I like everything that Stacy presented, except I'm really concerned about the 30 FTE. As a member of the campaign committee, one of the board representatives, I'm trying to think about how it feels disingenuous to me to say to the community, we want to pass this parcel tax and we're going to hire 30 more people. Now I understand that we need money for health, for mental health and some of those other social and emotional issues. But what I would rather see us do is put less than that 4 million or whatever the amount was into that budget. And now I'm getting in the weeds, I know, but and really examine, are counselors really what we want? Are literacy coaches really what we want? I think that really requires a lot of examination, and I don't think it should cost us that much money, given that we're in a pandemic, people are out of work, there's a lot of issues around passing this parcel tax already. So I think that complicates it. So that's my opening salvo.
All right. So then to Jerry.
Wow, salvo sounds so serious. I guess okay. I feel like this is sort of a momentous moment. You know, we started this months ago, and 800 emails later, here we are. So I just want to say that generally I like this staff recommendation, and there are a couple of things I do want to flag. I do agree with Phyllis that I'm uncomfortable with the 30 FTE. I am supportive of adding money back in for MTSS. I think I've talked a lot about clubs. It's one of the things that's I feel as a parent, having one child that's gone just from kindergarten through 8th grade, it's one of the things I wish I had seen more of. And so to the extent that, so I guess I support money in that area, right? And whether it's FTEs, whether it's maybe stipends for current staff, right? Because my preference would almost be give more to our current staff to work with than to add more staff. And so I guess adding on to what Phyllis is saying there, because this is not going to be in the ballot language, right? We're not going to get into this level of detail, right? And so maybe that's something we could revisit. And I almost would have a preference to maybe give the site leadership some leeway there in how they want to spend this, right? And because of the 3 things you put on there, right? You have the last one is basically what I'm going to get. I'm going to get 2 electives. So that one is more of the what. But the first 2 are really house. You've gone into the specifics without, so I just want to, it's a long way of saying I agree with Phyllis there. So now the other point with a flat tax and a flat rate and square footage, and I want to kind of explain my thinking on this, is that I sort of separate this. So excuse me, Lori, this will take like a few minutes but I think this is important. So I'll just beg everybody's indulgence here, is that, the way I think about it is there's a policy part and there's an implementation part, right? And so when I think about policy and what is good policy, the reason I like the square footage is one, because there's an equity element to it for me, right? I think at this rate, the cutoff would be about 2,000 square foot. People with homes smaller than that will actually pay less. And actually would be paying more. I'm actually arguing for a position where I have to pay more tax, but it's just one, it feels, it lessens the burden on folks with a smaller home. So that's one part of it. But the other part of it for me is that I see the area over time growing in housing density. And so by tagging it to square footage, it gives us a mechanism to increase the amount of tax we collect as this area becomes more dense, right? Without having an explicit sort of 2% sort of inflation escalator in there. Now, the consequences that I've heard hasn't been so much that it's bad policy, although I'd love to hear more about this, but that there's opposition from certain business communities. And so I don't know what other conversations have gone on. We've received 2 letters, right, from 2 business organizations, and I read those carefully. Haven't had a chance to reach out to talk to the representatives because we got them right before Thanksgiving. But when I read those, one of them talked about, I think, basically arguing against their square foot tax in favor of a balanced, multifaceted, collaborative approach. And the other one basically sort of said, maybe you guys could think about consolidation and leasing this property rather than imposing a new tax. In both of those, I read those as being opposition to a tax and not preference for one over the other. You may have more information. I'd love to hear more about that. But then I like to think that, anyway, so for me, it's good policy. Yes, there's opposition, but I don't think, I guess that doesn't, where I am right now, it still feels like being able to lower the burden on particularly the homeowners who are in the smaller houses, that is a trade-off I think at least is worth considering. So that's where I am right now for my opening sort of items. And thanks, Lori.
All right. So around the horn to Satish.
Okay, so I think it's overall looks good. I think the amount also looks pretty okay. Only thing I was asking measure A plus measure O, that is 375, but I'm okay for a little extra on that. 375 versus 398. Only thing is, it was very easy for us to be selling measure O failed. We are bringing back measure O and measure A together. So that's why the specific question which I asked in the previous round to Stacy, that did we think about measure O equivalent or not? This just a wording. It's not like a significant difference, but I'm okay for 398 versus 375. Okay, that's number one. Again, I think I've been always an advocate of square foot based approach, and I think which we started ever since I got into the board. And I know that Jerry is also a strong supporter, but I don't want to repeat whatever Jerry said again. I think the message is clear. And I still want to explore that if possible, right? That's what I am pushing for. The third thing is, the amount, right? The distribution of the amount, irrespective of what we are saying, but that's what, again, like 30 full time. I really have a concern about the wording of 30 full time, but rather I would say that 50% of whatever we are getting probably would be going for, the staff salary, and the other 50% practically to, the education enrichment, however we define that, right? Basically to directly going into the education. Okay, that's what I think consistent, even with some of the parents who spoke, or the alumni parents who spoke earlier too, that is whatever their the previous student, or whatever the former students got it, the same level of education our new students also, or the current students also should get it, kind of, right? So we are emphasizing education stability or improvement or academic excellence, however we word it, that's what it should be. So the distribution should be between, whatever the amount what you're bringing in, probably 50-50. And we do not have to be saying 30 full-time. And I think I really hate that word 30 full-time. Rather, I would say that amount, that would really help. I think pretty much that's it. And I don't know whether, I think the approach, I don't know when we should be deciding whether we should be going for the square foot versus, flat, whether we should be making that decision today or not. or that approach. At least the amount perspective, I think most of us, at least so far, looks like we are getting into a consensus on that. I think if that's good enough, then we still have time to discuss about this, I guess, like the approach what we will be taking it. Okay, thank you. That's it.
Okay, Sylvia?
So I'm also in favor of the staff recommendation. I think it's a very reasonable, very practical. To Satish's point, I like that it's, in the end, the 148 is really not that far off from the Measure O 125. So from an amount point of view, it's reasonable. I think it's something that our community has seen, like in terms of the number. It's not going to be a huge sticker shock. And so I think that's, for me, that's good. To kind of reflect on what some of my colleagues have said about the 30 FTE, I guess for me, it doesn't, that phrase 30 FTE doesn't bother me as much, because when I think of it, I'm thinking of the outcome. I'm not thinking of the staffing, right? And the outcome of it is mental health, social emotional welfare. These are all the things that we have said as a board, as a district, that these are things that we value. And so to be able to put money towards that just makes sense to me. And to Jerry's point, I actually agree with the idea of, using that money towards programs or stipends or adjunct pay. When it comes to all of those additional things, with my kids, they were super involved in the sports in the middle school. They were super involved in clubs, and it always takes teachers doing that additional work, to do the club advising, to be the coach of the team, to do all those things. And so, like, I like what Stacy has suggested in terms of it's not necessarily hiring 30. It's about using that money and giving each site the opportunity to fill those gaps in as needed, because different sites are going to have different needs. The electives as well, I think that is a huge thing for me, that we can offer 2 electives at each of the middle schools. From an equity point of view, that's something that we've been wanting to do for a while, because it's not at every middle school right now. But also because what's important, I think, for the larger community is that they know that we are offering excellent education. And excellent education includes these elective offerings that really have made our middle schools so rich, in terms of the metal shop, the wood shop, the music programs, the choir programs, all of these things, leadership programs, all of these additional things that we are so proud of, we should be supporting. We should be putting our money behind. So I think for me, that's kind of where I'm at. I'm not gonna, I feel like I don't want to quibble over the wording of it right now, because I don't think that's what we need to do. And I'm sure that Connell and Dan and the folks that we're going to be using to do that can come up with the right language. But I think that's kind of my comments on everything.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's see. Where do I want to start? I want to start with sort of the high level conceptual question of sort of the type issue, the flat versus square foot. Only because I think that's a hurdle that has been one of the hardest pieces of this for us to get over, in sort of coming to some sort of consensus around it. And I think the first thing I want to say here is I don't disagree with my colleagues from sort of a philosophical standpoint that that there is a way to look at the issue of sort of equitably applying tax and our role as a governing body in that. I think where I differ is that I really do view this not as a local policy issue. I actually view this through the lens of you know, a lot of the research that's been done by Public Policy Institute and others about what are the key factors to consider when we decide on applying a parcel tax, and really their conclusions come to you know, the sort of thinking around that. Right now, why do most districts opt for a flat rate and not a square footage based on improvements is because it is not a more equitable tax to apply a square footage based on use to the various properties. That if we wanted to talk about a square footage on the land, that would be a different conversation. But when you're talking about use type, that creates a burden that is different between property owners. And so why is that so? That's so because as school districts, we have no option to make any of our own local governance decisions right now about rate and offering a variable rate to help adjust for some of that. And also our hands are tied when it comes to offering a variable tax based on that use type question. And so that makes it not a question of local governance and local policy setting for me. That really makes it an advocacy issue for us as trustees at the state level, because really fundamentally the problem that makes that question of would a square footage tax ever be the right way for a school district to go, our hands are tied. The way the law is written, we can't do the things which good public policy or best practices in public policy would say that we should do, which is to offer a variable rate and to apply that rate differently based on use type of properties. And so because right now 50079, the statute, the law prevents us from doing that, it really is not the time, so to speak. And so then I go through my thinking to that next level of, okay, so if we say that there's some advocacy work that school board members need to be doing around changing that, looking to our local legislators to bring forward legislation to basically crack open that aspect of the current state law so that we do have more flexibility, so that we do have more local control to fairly and equitably apply taxes that we have not been able to since the passage of Prop 13. So then I go to what is our mechanism for revisiting that, right? And in current law, our mechanism for revisiting that is why parcel tax measures have a sunset, right? So part of my clarifying questions around what was the staff recommendation for time, for length of time that we would be doing that is, you know, why do some school districts choose to offer a tax measure that has a sunset versus why do others go after an evergreen measure? Well, clearly it would be nice to have forever on the books, right? And there's at least one local school district that I'm very envious of that has a $550 evergreen parcel tax measure that's on the books. But that said, one of the reasons that you look at a sunset provision in your parcel tax measure is so that you can, at intervals, revisit what's changed, right? Has inflation meant that your buying power is less and you need to revisit the dollar amount because costs have gone up, right? That's a reason to put in a sunset provision. Another reason to put in a sunset provision would be to allow for time for some of that advocacy to take place so that these things that aren't local issues for us right now that really do require a state level solution, including advocating for the ability for more local control at the school board level to be able to have room in the state law to be able to apply a more equitable tax in the future happens, right? But that time isn't now. And so that's sort of my thinking on that. I think when I go to the concept of, you know, whether or not you talk about it as the 30 FTE, I think one of the things I reflect on, I appreciate that Stacy brought it forward this time as more of programs that we would offer rather than positions, because one of the things that I've learned serving on the high school district citizens oversight committee is that your buying power does go down over time. And so while we might be thinking in our minds, maybe on day one, should we be fortunate enough to pass a parcel tax, it would have a buying power equivalent to a certain number of FTEs in year one. That buying power goes down over time. And so it makes it, again, I don't remember, Jerry, what word you used, disingenuous, or I don't want to put words in your mouth, but somebody used a word that was essentially that, maybe it was Phyllis, I'm sorry. But anyway, somebody talked about that we would be putting something out to voters that would be asking for something that we may or may not use, and to be careful about making promises. And so to have it be a number where our ability to pay for the same number of staff over time is going to go down is, in my mind, maybe I'm projecting because I'm using that word disingenuous, that is to me disingenuous, because it really, at this point, it's not talking about a number of staff that we would bring. It's really talking about what do we want to accomplish in our strategic plan and what haven't we been able to because of the way we're funded, right? So much of the conversation around why would we be in a position to where we were talking about having to consider closing schools? Well, one, it was because what was coming from the state was so dire, right? But number two, it's really about this concept that we are not a district that's funded right now for anything extra at all. And extra can be continuing to operate small schools, but extra can also be some of these programmatic issues that we're talking about, where there are things that are not nice to haves. They really are essentials that we are having to cut back on year after year because we have no choice. We have nowhere else to cut other than closing schools. And so if we are, in a position where we are wanting to do both, where we are wanting to be able to continue to have the time to have discussions around how we address our declining enrollment, but also have the opportunity to have some of those essential programs that we know we need, right? We heard our item tonight on our disproportionality and knowing that there's no new funding that comes with the work that we need to do around serving those students. I totally agree with Jerry. The MTSS work that we've had to scale back on is so essential to me to be able to bring back. Carrying out the work of our SSTs and our CSTs across our campuses to really build in our support services for our learners. And then on the flip side of that, the enrichment. So for me, it really is, I would like to see us talk about the language of what we're asking for in this parcel tax, much less about FTEs, because I think that's going to be variable over time, and really tie it to elements of our strategic plan and what do we want for our kids, right? We want intervention services to best meet the needs of our kids. That may come through, services like our literacy teachers, but that may also come through MTSS work. We want enrichment programs. Jerry raised the issue of clubs, but I think enrichment, Phyllis raised the arts earlier, but I think those enrichment pieces are really important to it. I like the idea of site dollars and district-wide dollars and sort of balancing out some of our funds between those two aspects and figuring out a way to equitably apply that across our district, but also to say that there is some autonomy to that by site, because I think that's also very true to who this district is. We know that our sites have different characteristics and different things that make the culture and the community and that learning community and learning culture that really is so unique to our schools. So I don't know, I guess those are the things that are on my mind for that. I did raise the issue of the reserves and the end fund balance as we move into basic aid as a priority for me earlier tonight. Really, because I think that is absolutely best practices. That is not anything other than just good, sound, strategic fiscal planning that we should hold ourselves to that standard. We should hold ourselves accountable to building that in strategically. It would be a shame to get 3 years from now and be converting into basic aid and then saying coulda, woulda, shoulda, the board 3 years ago shoulda, when really our opportunity to do that and to plan for it is now. And then I would just share some of the concerns that have been raised about the timeline. We need to make a decision here around the type and the amount. I think within this week and next week, because we are losing momentum, we are losing volunteers, or if we haven't yet, we are going to, because there are people who are waiting on us to make decisions so that they can begin to really take and run with what we are asking them to do, which is to put on a education campaign with the community to really raise the awareness and raise the support for our kids and for our schools and their place in this community's priorities. So that is it for me. And so I want to do another round around all of us, and you are welcome to reflect on anything, something new you didn't think of, or something one of your colleagues said. And if you feel like you want to put any stakes in the ground about, moving forward with a staff suggestion versus wanting to propose something different for colleagues to consider, please feel free to do that as well. So I will wrap back to Phyllis.
Mute.
As I said earlier, I'm really happy with everything that was suggested tonight. I like the flat versus the square foot for all the reasons that have been said. I am concerned. I share Lori's concern about the timeline. I think we need to move forward on this. I think we need to make decisions. I would love it if we walked out of tonight's meeting with decisions on everything, length of time, amount of money, type of tax. I would love that. I don't know if that can happen, but if it can't happen tonight, I sure hope it happens soon. Thank you.
I guess I'm next. So I think in my conversations with Dan, I do remember, and y'all on the campaign committee, correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the most important things I think he had asked for was the settling on what the promise is, or what is it voters are getting. So I think I would add that to the list that Phyllis sort of said. So let's see. So I think we all where we agree, what I think I heard from everybody was that we all agree on the amount, 398. I'm not trying to put words in people's mouth. I didn't hear any pushback on that. I think we talked about whether it's 30 FTE or not, but I think there was general support for that money for that, whether it's labeled as, however it's labeled and all that, right? So I think those are areas where I'm trying to figure out where are still areas of not agreement other than the type of tax. I actually would like it maybe if it's a little bit more conversational than just me on a monologue. Is there anything else that we haven't converged on except for that, or am I missing something?
Did we agree on the 8 years? Did we agree on the 8 years?
Measure A was also 8 years, right?
Correct.
So maybe we could talk about that. I'm okay with 8 years. I don't know if that seems like a long enough time. So maybe that's another area we agree.
Yeah, I mean, my thinking on that is that gets us through a full 5-year multi-year and gives us a 3-year on top of that to be able to come up with, if at that point we still needed something else, or needed to revisit a renewal or a different tax at that point.
Right. And then I guess I like what Satish said about this sort of division between academics and sort of salaries. I guess because I can imagine the parcel language will say something like retain highly qualified teachers and strong academic programs. I don't know if that's viable. I'd be interested in how the numbers work out. It doesn't have to be 50-50, but it seems like having some balance of the two is great. And then I think reflecting on, and I thank you, Lori, for that narrative around the whole, so you're thinking around the square footage. I think what I got out of that is you would favor square footage if you could impose a variable rate on different usage types. I guess different zoning designations, for instance, or because you feel that applying the same rate to different uses is actually in itself not equitable. Is that?
Yeah, so residential generating versus non-residential. And then also for me, it's an issue of the caps, right? I mean, not being able to apply a cap, not being able to look at, there's a difference between a parking garage and a residential, a student generating apartment complex. There's just a number of things in there that our hands are completely tied because of the uniformity language that we're held to. Even more so than other special districts, right? There are other special districts that are different than school districts that have more options than we do. We just saw a variable rate tax from the water district, right? Because the laws that regulate them are different than us. So, it's just, there are things that we can't talk about and can't consider and just aren't an option for us because we are a school district, and the whole mess after Prop 13 left us with very few options, very little local control in that aspect.
Right, right. So I think I understand. I understand that. I think this is a conversation we've never had. So this is actually really helpful. I need to think through a bit because I'm not sure I agree, and it's just a totally subjective thing whether or not having variable use rates. I guess for me, it's use, it's equitable, but I completely can see this other different point of view. I actually would like to mull on this a bit and maybe hear from other folks on their views on this, on where they are on this one issue. But I think this sounds to me to be probably the only thing. Everything else, I feel like we pretty much converged, at least for things that have to go on the ballot language, right? We can talk about how that 30 whatever gets described. But that's where I am right now. So let me think on this a bit. I'd like to hear from other folks also that spoke before you on this. Fair?
Yeah. Anybody who wants to, go ahead and jump in. What's on people's minds?
So I have, I think I'm pretty okay for this 8 years, but only one question is like, if measure A, 2 more years we had, right? We would be having ideally, if we are not measure A. So we are losing 2 years actually by bringing it in, right? So probably if you're planning to renew, then you would have got 8 more years for that, right? So so that just I'm throwing something out. So practically only 6 more years of the extension of that measure we are getting it there. Okay, that's one thing when you're talking about the duration. Timing of this thing, I think May 4th, I'm okay. May is the perfect time, and I think we can work on. Only thing which I'm not, sure about this flat versus the square foot. Rest all I think looks like I think I'm aligned to you all actually pretty much. All right, from the amount perspective, timing perspective, and the duration, whether 8 years or 10 years you want to look into. I don't know what you want to, because we are practically losing 2 years in a way of that 8 million additional revenue.
So I don't understand how we're losing 2 years, Satish. You have to help me.
What I was saying, Phyllis, is if we were, let's say, if you were renewing this measure A part only, okay, that 250. Let's say if you're planning to renew 23, 24, we would typically be doing it for 8 years from there, right? So we are practically advancing that by 2 years again, actually right?
Okay.
So you are losing from 20, practically it's about like, let's say if 23, 24, if you're renewing, you would have got it till 32. Okay, now it is clipping by 30, whatever.
I get it. I understand.
Yeah, and you have somebody already agreed that we are ready to pay till 23, 24. We are bringing that in and reducing the overall length of it.
So my position on flat tax versus square foot, I think we've never done square foot in Cupertino before, and I think it's going to be a hard sell. And I think the opposition from the businesses and the apartment owners is going to kill us. So I think flat tax is familiar to people. They understand it. Maybe it's not as fair. Maybe it won't generate quite as much money, but I think it has a better chance of passing.
So for me, I go back to when Dan Hallaby gave the presentation month or so ago, and he kind of used these two words, principle versus pragmatism, and that really resonated with me because, you know, we're talking about equity, we're talking about what's fair, we're talking about the principle of the tax. But then there's the practicality of what's actually going to pass. And so I think the conversations I've been having, and it's been interesting talking with some folks from Sunnyvale because there have been organized efforts in Sunnyvale that affected elections there. And so, and that's right, you know, and that's part of our district, you know, and so I think that that's something we can't ignore, that there is organized groups and that they can easily mobilize, and they have money to put towards opposition campaigns. I also think about Mountain View Wisman that tried to do it and lost by like half a percentage point, right? They got to like 66% and didn't pass it because of the organized opposition when they tried to do a square foot parcel. And that was what, like 3 years ago or something like that. And then I think about FUHSD and how they put out a poll and kind of did the groundwork for us, and that the information that they came back with was that it wasn't, it was too risky. And so those are the things I'm thinking about. And I've reached out also with, you know, some folks in Saratoga and San Jose, just because that's, you know, my neighborhood. And similar to what Phyllis is saying, it's kind of that unknown factor. Like it's never been done. People aren't familiar with it. And so when I think about what we need, we just need this to pass. And so I feel very, very much in the pragmatic camp than in the principle camp. I don't think we have, or I wish we could be in the position where we have the luxury to be principled, but I guess I'm just too pragmatic for that right now. So that's kind of where I'm at.
And I'll jump in there, Sylvia, and say that resonates with me in the sense that, to me, like for me, when I think about what would be principled for me as an individual, on that front, that is where I go back to. For me, my default is always advocacy, right? It's going back to knocking and yelling and writing and all of that at our legislators, and really taking that language to them and saying, take this to the caucus, take this to your peers in the Senate and the Assembly, and start having conversations about this, because this impacts school districts, and you have a responsibility here to, you know, look into this and see if there's some consensus building you can do here around this, because this isn't just about something that helps low-funded school districts. That's something that impacts all school districts, right? Whether or not they are LCFF districts that receive just base funding like us, or they're LCFF districts that receive a lot of supplemental and concentration, or they're basic aid districts, right? All of those different types of districts have parcel taxes, and all of them have their hands tied by, you know, the statutes right now being what they are. You know, on that front. And so for me, that is sort of the principled aspect of it, is then if I don't feel like it's a viable thing here for me because our local control hands are tied, then what is the principled thing to do? The principled thing to do is to continue to work to change it. You know, it's just that, I don't know, that's probably just me and my crazy in the way that I deal with things, but you know, it is the relationship building that goes on with our legislators, and you know, it's a tough nut to crack, but we've cracked it over time in some other ways, and they're having conversations with us now that they weren't having with us 4 and 5 years ago. So it's really about staying the course and continuing to be the greasy, you know, be the noisy wheel that needs some grease. I don't know what else is on people's minds. I mean, I would echo what Phyllis and Sylvia say. For me, I think I've been pretty clear. I don't think this is the time right now for us to tinker with, experiment with things that aren't a sure thing for us right now. And I think that that's true for both the campaigning aspect of it, but also for the potential for lawsuits on the backside. You know, we're just not in a place where we can take on those additional challenges right now, and weather them right now. That's not our reality in my opinion. So, you know, for me right now, a flat, simple tax that gets us enough stability long term to be able to function more like a healthy school district rather than a starving school district is really the priority.
So probably this is where I would have liked to have that survey, but anyway, I think we voted down that. Just I'm extending to more for the public. That's what it is. So we could have heard from people like what they wish, right? But again, the right sample size and all those things is a question. And I understand the challenges there around, but just trying to make sure that the community is happy also, right, with this approach. That's very important. Again, like we were trying to get, I think, first of all, it's a happy news that we are bringing down the amount. That's a good thing. And I think we get good support on that perspective. But this should not, we are trying to not to make a division within the community also, right? Because a large number of people are asking for the square foot, whether, you know, how we like or not. So I know that we cannot make everybody happy, but at the same time, I'm you know, trying to see that, like, you know, so. And it's hard, but
Yeah, so I do agree that we need to move forward with this. I think Dan and the entire committee has a big job in front of it. And I'm the type to just, I think we know where the positions are. And I'm the type to just kind of like to, kind of move on. And so I think given that we have an odd number of members, and I think the three of you, Phyllis, Lori, and Sylvia, articulated the position very clearly, and I can certainly understand there's an element of risk in going with something that we haven't tried before. I do feel a sense of, we did get a lot of input from folks, right? A lot of the emails we got asked for this. I also feel, I don't know, I feel like I'm being bullied a little, that, oh gosh, they've got all this money and they're going to do what they want to do to protect their interests. And there's a part of me that frankly doesn't like that and resent that to a certain extent. But I do want the parcel tax to, regardless of my personal feelings and philosophy, and even my own feelings of not being like bullied on something like this. I do agree. I think the overall thing is to get it to pass, and we need to be united as a board in supporting this. So I will support what I'm seeing here on the screen here. We can fiddle about what's the 30 and all that, and we'll just fight another day on this, I guess. So at least for me, philosophically. So, all right.
Mary, I completely agree with you about bullies. And I feel the same way you do. And I think we would be bullied. We may be bullied with a flat tax. I don't know.
Okay.
But I don't like it either. So just so you know.
Yeah.
I don't disagree. I think it comes back to the risk benefit right now. And I do think Sylvia's point, sort of echoing Dan's point about, pragmatism versus principled, and I think about ultimately at the end of the day, I just want this for the kids, and I want this for the district, and I want us to be able to not be in a position to be continually chasing solvency, and the terrible conversations that come out of that for the community, for the staff, for the kids. And I think from that standpoint alone, it is, you know, when you hear enough times from enough people that you're going to attract, you know, that you've already attracted the attention of some of the big name players out there that would come and would, whether or not it's bully or just throw money in their interests at it, you know, which is, at the end of the day, it is what it is, just doesn't bode well for us being able to do what's right for kids. And so I think our best shot in doing what's right for our kids, which is also doing what's right for our district and for our community, frankly, right? No one wants to be a homeowner where the schools aren't solvent. No one wants to be a homeowner where there's uncertainty about whether or not the district is going to be able to stay solvent. And I think it is our responsibility to plan for the long-term strategic health of this district so that we can continue doing what we do best, which is educating kids. So anyway, I think, tell me if I'm getting ahead of myself here, but if I go out on a little bit of a limb and I say with Jerry's comments and Satish's comments, and very kindly acknowledging that there are lots of issues still at play here, that it does sound like we've kind of narrowed down to the 398 for sure, the 8 years for sure, and I don't want to presume, but if I say that it sounds like there's probably at least 3 votes to move forward with just a simple flat rate, do you guys feel like we could ask staff to bring back, are you okay if I bring back an action item next week? Or Stacy, does it need to be action at this point, or can we just give direction for staff to go ahead and start working on the ballot language, if that's what we agreed to? I don't want to get ahead of hearing from my colleagues on my proposal here, but would we need to actually bring back action, or can we just basically say we'd be giving direction if we go this route?
We can operate on your giving us direction because we would need to go back and create the resolution that we would bring back for the action item.
Right. Okay. So we don't need action before the resolution. We just need, okay. All right. So I don't know.
So sorry, can I jump in real quick? So I guess I have a little concern before we pass the resolution, because once we pass the resolution, then we can no longer talk about it, right? We can no longer promote it and like from a district resource point of view, right? Like, is that correct?
Correct. We wouldn't have a resolution ready to come back to the board by next week, just timing wise. January 7th would be the more realistic that we'd be able to have that resolution ready for you to look at, and typically would bring it back for you to review before taking action on it.
Okay, so I guess my ask in between now and when that resolution comes is, can we, I think there's still a lot of, there's not clarity, I think, in the community of like how ballots work and how campaigns work and how, like, once it's there, once it's a resolution, then we can't actually, you know, put district resources towards it. It has to be a citizens committee. Like, can we have some sort of presentation or education or infographic or video, or I don't know, something like that that helps to educate our community about the kind of division of responsibilities. And then I guess the other ask is, can Dan start with his survey, his commitment card plan that he had talked about last month or 2 months ago, whenever that was, so that we can kind of, you know, start getting that going? Or I don't know, like, so I don't want to jump the gun either, but I want to make sure these things kind of get put into place before we, you know.
We are ready to roll with the commitment card as soon as we have a commitment from the board about what we're going to do. So we're ready to send that out next week.
Okay.
Awesome.
And to your other question, Sylvia, we can bring back either next week or definitely by the January 7th, we can bring back some information about the do's and don'ts of partial tax, just to do a little 101 session.
Yeah, that would be great.
So I know for it, while we're on that subject, for Dan, and maybe this is part of what I'm wanting to be sure we're all on board with, along with Jerry and Satish here, is the things that, you know, we had been asked for. So Jerry already got us pinned down on the amount that we seem to have consensus on the 398. We seem to have consensus on the 8-year. We seem to have a majority who are comfortable with moving forward with a flat. And then the promises that were in, sorry, which slide number was that? Sorry, I have to flip back. But I know that was one that Dan really wanted some clarity on. So I don't know if we need that to come back or if we're ready to kind of come to consensus on that for sure. I have too many tabs open. I'm
Slide
sorry.
5.
Thank you. Slide 5. Could we get that up?
Is it slide 6 or 5? It's 6, I think. Right there.
Okay, so actually, I guess it's both 5 and 6. So are we comfortable with everything that's there for Dan to build from with the survey or the commitment card idea? I have too many tabs open. I'm sorry, guys.
Personally,
I'm
comfortable.
comfortable with everything on slide 5, but I want different wording on the slide 6. I want it to say something about supporting mental health and social emotional learning. I don't want it to mention site-based literacy specialists. I don't want it to mention elementary counselors. I'm happy if it mentions the 2 electives for middle school.
What Phyllis wants is close enough to what I want to quibble at 11 p.m. So I'll just add a +1 to what she said. I lose the first 2 bullets, keep the 3rd bullet, but basically the notion of MTSS support is something I support. So
I do too, some kind of support, yeah.
So do we just want to keep the providing multi-tiered systems of support and leave out all the bullets, or do we want to refine the first 2 bullets into something else, to different wording?
can we just say creating and providing MTSS and 2 electives at middle schools? Or is that, Stacy, do you feel that's weird or?
No, I think we want to keep it pretty simple and straightforward. And so if we're eliminating those first 2 bullets, they really, you know, the multi-tiered system of support is something that they would have done. So I think eliminating those 2 bullets is perfect. And then just keeping the 2 electives or calling out the middle school electives is important.
So one question, so why we are going for very specifics actually, any reason behind that? I'm little bit, because not necessarily everybody can understand that. What is the 2 electives, right? Again, like you're going. So then the question is, how many electives you have right now, on which is that like every school. So we are doing. Again, it's my very probably you all may be having a better idea about it, but I think we are getting tangled into that specifics when you cannot do more other things then. So that's what I was initially saying, that like maybe more adjectives and things like that, like to quality of education or something like that. Just wondering whether that would fly better or being specific is better.
How about I work with staff and we create a language and we can bring it back even as early as Tuesday at the special board meeting. We can craft it over this weekend and bring a draft back to review.
I think that's right. And if you need Phyllis and I ballot action to help with that at all, just let us know. But yeah, Tuesday or Thursday next week, if that could come back, just so that we can finalize that, so that the campaign committee can keep moving forward. All right, is everybody comfortable? I know not everybody's getting everything they wanted out of this. I would actually like to, I'll contradict just a little bit, Jerry and Phyllis, and say, I think those counselors and those literacy specialists are things we're missing right now. And I know the literacy specialists in particular is going to be something that is going to be coming with some mandate or would help us address some mandates that are going to be coming from the state, I think, around some of the legislation that's been passed around dyslexia screening and intervention. But at any rate, whether or not we call it out in specific language, or we just know that it's going to be part of our multi-tiered systems that we will be building out some program around, if we had the funding to do it, I can live with that.
I just want to be clear. I'm not against them. I guess what I was sort of pushing back against was locking that in as a promise. And so insofar as we can let site leadership decide whether or not that's what they want, I certainly be supportive if the principals felt that's what they needed. So I want to be clear, I'm not against these folks. I'm just against locking it in.
More building in the flexibility.
Right, as a promise to voters that we're going to do this no matter what. That's really it.
Okay. Yeah, well, yeah, right. Okay. And to Stacy's point, if staff works on some language around giving a good amount of a firm promise to voters while still giving us some flexibility to do what we need to do, I think that's, we like to ask Stacy for big things. So
I just want to add that I totally agree with Jerry. I just don't want it in the language now. I don't want it to be a promise. I want the promise to be that we're going to support the kids. I don't want the promise to be that we're going to buy 30 counselors.
Yep. Okay.
Work on that.
Anybody else on this? Okay.
So what are the conclusion we are making? Can you repeat one more time just to make sure that we are going to change a little bit of language here. That's number one, right? Number two is the duration of it and the amount. Correct?
Yeah. So to recap, 398 flat, 8 years, with the commitments to our community on page 5, sort of if staff needs to refine any further language, but pretty much in entirety on page 5, and then updating 6 based on some of the feedback we've all just given.
Are we talking about the actual ballot language right now, or are you just talking about the card that Dan is sending out?
No, just moving toward, I mean, obviously this would be moving towards ballot language, but this isn't ballot language, but this is more moving towards, right? Ballot language is the promise, to Jerry's point, is the promise you're making to voters, right?
Right.
So this would be the high level concepts that we'd be.
This is the what we're sending out to parents to say, this is what the parcel tax is going towards.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
High level. This is
high
what
level. Yeah.
Towards,
yeah.
Will you commit to being a part of our army to get this done for kids,
right?
And to help educate the community, and will you join with the Citizens Committee to get that work done and messaged out, and further detailed language of the actual ballot language to come.
Okay.
Now,
so my 2 words then, I guess, to include in that is mental health and interventions support. So I guess that would be kind of some language I would suggest to include in there.
Just one comment, Sylvia, about what's going to go to the parents on that commitment card that we talked about. I would like to see the language on that card to be more positive, like instead of no new cuts, I would like to say maintain. Instead of no school closures, I would like to say keep schools open. And instead of 2%, 2%, 2%, I'd rather say competitive compensation for all employees. But not that has nothing to do with ballot language, because Connell will write that for us.
Okay, all right. So at this point, we're just quibbling over the comment card, right? Like,
okay. The comment card, yeah.
I think the comment card is the high level ideas that we're building around, right? And what I would add to your list, Sylvia, for intervention and mental health would be enrichment. I'd like to see us
enrichment. Agree.
Figure out a way to talk something around the concept of.
Okay. As long as we have a professional actually doing the ballot language, then I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah.
Not
all right.
At 11 p.m. at night.
Yeah. Okay. So can everybody sort of be comfortable with where we're settling right now? Do we?
Yep. So except one which I just wanted to say that there is, I don't agree with everything. Just I wanted to make it for the record here. But okay, I'll go with the majority. There's no issues. Okay. But except one part of it which I've been insisting, but rest all I agree. So I do not agree that, but if the majority go with that, I don't have a problem. Means like yeah.
Okay. All right. Anybody else on this? So we'll just wait to see what comes back next week and we can further the discussion there. But with the idea being that hopefully by the time we get through next week, we are all giving a thumbs up about moving forward with a plan for Dan to message and for staff to build actual ballot language around. Yay. Yay team. All right. Okay. Yeah. Oh, happy dance from Phyllis. I love it. Okay, so back to my agenda. 13.1, board, oh, yeah, we did public comment, right? Yes, we did. Okay, 13.1, board and superintendent activity and committees report. Anybody have anything they need to report out? I know we had some office hours. And...
Yeah, office hours, myself and Jerry, we had, it was pretty good. And majority of the talk was about pretty much school opening. So I think a big theme. Okay, a lot of people talk, but I think maximum comments we got was on the school opening related.
Yeah, and we also had some on a sort of communication, just in terms of suggestions for improving communication. So I'll contact you, Stacy, Satish, and I'll give you that feedback so you can consider it.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, anybody else, anything else? Since the last meeting, the board had CSBA, which California School Boards Association, AEC, which is our annual education conference, which was held virtually for the first time in the organization's history. It was definitely a different experience for all of us, but some good professional development and continuing education on, governance issues and policy issues and funding issues and budgeting issues and legislative cycles and all sorts of good stuff. So several of us attended that. I know Jerry went to board president's training, which when we get to agenda setting, I'll address the reorg that's coming up, just so everybody knows about that. And I don't think I have anything else this week. Actually I do. We just had 2 new state senators and an assembly member sworn in this past week. Josh Becker to the portion of our district that serves Los Altos and Sunnyvale. Dave Cortese, who serves the portion of our district that's Cupertino, West San Jose, and Saratoga, I believe. And then Alex Lee, over in our Santa Clara portion of our district, in Canson Chu's seat. 3 new members of our local state legislature that I will be reaching out to establish connections with, and hopefully maybe work on some endorsements for an upcoming parcel tax we might have going on. So we'll see. Let's see, I think that is it for me. Anybody else? Okay, Stacy, nothing for us this week? I mean, nothing going on. All right.
Wondering what I'm going to spend my time doing.
Right. Okay, so then moving us on to 14, agenda setting, 14.1. So I did just want to address that next week so we have a special board meeting on Tuesday. Really the main item that night was just to meet our requirements with the funky way the holidays are falling in our annual conference. We needed a second date for a hearing for our first interim budget so that we can approve that on time. So that's the bulk of our special board agenda on Tuesday, but we may have an additional small item or two in there. And then Thursday will be the annual board reorganization, where we will vote in new officers. And I will pass the gavel, so to speak. And anything else for agenda planning? Future items? All right. Hearing none, as if we don't have enough on our agendas here lately. With that, I believe we go to adjournment. So wishing everybody a safe and healthy rest of their week. And everybody, please continue to follow the county health guidelines, the state health guidelines. I didn't mention it during board update, but the elected officials call this week, we are, as of 2 days ago now, we're down to just 31 ICU beds left in the county for over 2 million residents. So everybody needs to do their part. Please continue to be safe and be healthy, and wishing you all a good evening. So with that, we are adjourned.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Night. Thanks all.